Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Elias. The October mist clung to Moonmirror Lake like a living thing, curling around Elias Vane's boots as he made his pre-dawn patrol through Hollow Oak's quietest hours. 3:30 in the morning was when the supernatural town finally settled, when even the most restless spirits found peace and the ancient fey enchantments hummed their lowest. Perfect timing for a bear shifter who preferred shadows to sunlight. Elias adjusted his tactical vest and swept his silver gaze across the crescent-shaped lake, cataloging the familiar sounds of water lapping against the dock, an owl calling from the direction of the council glade, the distant rumble of Rufus Tansley snoring from above the hollow mercantile. Everything normal, everything safe. His bear stirred restlessly beneath his skin, a sensation he'd grown used to over the years. At 34, he'd long accepted that his destined mate was either dead, living far from the Blue Ridge Mountains, or simply didn't exist. The Vane clan had stopped asking when he'd settled down, though his brothers still shot him pitying looks during family gatherings. A splash echoed across the water. Elias froze, every nerve snapping to attention. Fish didn't jump this late in October, not with the temperature hovering just above freezing. His enhanced hearing picked up the subtle wrongness. It was not the clean splash of a diving animal, but something heavier, something struggling. Son of a... He cut himself off and broke into a run toward the sound, combat boots eating up the distance along the lake's edge. His night vision cut through the darkness, searching the rippling surface until he spotted her. A woman floated face down 20 feet from shore. Platinum blonde hair fanned around her like spilled moonlight. Her flowing dress, some bohemian thing in deep jewel tones, billowed around her unconscious form as the lake's gentle current tried to drag her toward the deeper center. Elias didn't hesitate. He stripped off his vest and dove, the shock of October water hitting his system harshly. His bear roared approval at the protective instinct driving him forward, powerful strokes cutting through the lake until he reached her still form. The moment his hands touched her shoulders to turn her over, the world exploded. Mine! The recognition slammed through him with the force of a freight train, his bear's bellow of triumph nearly overwhelming his human consciousness. Every cell in his body knew her, claimed her, needed her, with an intensity that stole his breath. The mate bond he'd given up hoping for snapped like a steel cable, binding him to this unconscious stranger with supernatural certainty. Focus, you idiot! She wasn't breathing. Elias fought through the haze of mate recognition and hauled her against his chest, swimming one arm toward shore with desperate efficiency. Her skin was ice cold, lips tinged blue, but her heart still beat against his ribs, thready and weak, but present. He'd found her in time. By the time he dragged them both onto the rocky shore, his hands were shaking. Not from cold, but from the effort of controlling his bear's demand to shift, to claim, to mark this woman who belonged to him by supernatural law. He'd never experienced anything close to this intensity, this bone-deep certainty that she was his other half, but she was also dying. "Come on," he muttered, rolling her onto her back and tilting her chin up to clear her airway. Water streamed from her mouth, and he began chest compressions, counting under his breath while studying her features in the pale pre-dawn light. She was ethereal in a way that made his bear pace with appreciation. Delicate bone structure, full lips currently too pale, skin that would probably be porcelain when she wasn't half drowned. A silver pendant in the shape of a crescent moon rested against her throat, the only jewelry she wore. But it was her scent that made him dizzy with want, even waterlogged and mixed with lake mud. Night-blooming jasmine and something otherworldly, something that whispered of dreams in distant places. "Come on," he repeated, pressing harder. "Don't you dare!" She convulsed, lake water erupting from her lungs in violent coughs that had her rolling to her side. Elias supported her shoulders, one hand automatically rubbing her back as she retched and gasped, fighting for breath. When she finally stilled, chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm, he nearly collapsed with relief. "That's it," he murmured, gathering her unconscious form against his chest. "I've got you now." But as he lifted her, something cold and unnatural brushed against his consciousness. Not her scent or warmth, but something else entirely. Something that clung to her aura like smoke, whispering of nightmares and forgotten fears. His bear's protective instincts went haywire, torn between claiming his mate and getting her away from whatever darkness shadowed her presence. She'd brought danger to Hollow Oak. He could feel it. Elias pushed to his feet, cradling her against his chest as he retrieved his tactical vest with one hand. She weighed next to nothing, but the way she curled instinctively toward his warmth made something fierce and possessive unfurl in him. Mate or not, threat or not, she was under his protection now. The fastest route to help was the Hearth and Hollow Inn, where Miriam Caldwell would be awake preparing for the breakfast crowd. The widow had seen enough supernatural strangeness over the years to handle one more emergency without asking inconvenient questions, at least not immediately. His long strides ate up the distance between the lake and Main Street, where Hollow Oak's charming collection of businesses sat waiting for dawn. The Griddle and Grind Cafe showed warm light in its windows. Twyla Honeytree never slept normal hours. But Elias avoided the fey-blooded woman's sharp eyes. She'd take one look at his unconscious burden and start planning a wedding. The inn's front door opened before he could knock. "Land sakes, Elias Vane?" Miriam Caldwell stood in the doorway, wearing a sensible robe and her signature half-moon spectacles, silver hair perfectly arranged despite the hour. "What have you brought me now?" "Found her in the lake," he said simply, shouldering past her into the inn's cozy warmth. "She's breathing, but she needs somewhere safe to recover." Miriam's sharp brown eyes took in his soaked clothing, the woman in his arms and the protective way he held her. Something knowing flickered across her features. "Room 3. It's got the best view of the lake, and the wards are strongest there." Elias climbed the narrow stairs two at a time, hyper-aware of every breath his mystery woman took against his throat. Room 3 was small but comfortable, decorated in Miriam's signature style of handmade quilts and antique furniture. He laid her gently on the bed, then stepped back before his control could snap entirely. She looked impossibly small against the white pillows. Blonde hair spread in damp waves around her shoulders. In sleep, her features held an innocence that made his protective instincts roar. But he couldn't shake the sensation of wrongness that surrounded her. Something had happened to her before she'd ended up in the lake. Something dark. "She'll need dry clothes," Miriam said from the doorway, arms crossed as she studied the scene. "And probably a doctor, though I'm guessing that's not what you want to hear." "No human doctors." The words came out rougher than intended, his bear's possessiveness bleeding through. "Whatever happened to her, it wasn't normal. I can feel it." "Can you now?" Miriam's tone was carefully neutral, but her eyes sparkled with interest. "Well then, I suppose you'll be wanting to stay close. Make sure she's safe when she wakes up." It wasn't a question. Elias nodded, already pulling a chair closer to the bed. Nothing could drag him away from his mate, not when she was vulnerable, and whatever had tried to claim her might still be hunting. "I'll fetch some clothes and tea," Miriam continued. "Something to settle nerves and help with shock. You should probably change out of those wet things before you catch pneumonia." But Elias was already settling into the chair, silver gaze fixed on the steady rise and fall of her breathing. "I'm fine." "Stubborn bear," Miriam muttered, but there was affection in her voice. "At least tell me, do you know who she is?" "No!" He reached out without thinking, brushing a damp strand of hair from her forehead. Her skin was warming under his touch, color returning to her cheeks. But I'm going to find out. And then he was going to find whatever had put her in that lake and make sure it never threatened her again. The thought surprised him with its violence. Elias had always been protective, but this was different. This was the kind of territorial fury that could level mountains and burn forests. This was what happened when someone threatened a bear shifter's mate, even if she didn't know she belonged to him yet. Well, Miriam said softly, I suppose we'll have our answers soon enough. She's starting to wake up. Elias's attention snapped back to the bed, where violet blue eyes were fluttering open for the first time. The most unusual eyes he'd ever seen, like amethyst shot through with silver. They were unfocused, confused, but alive, and looking right at him. He leaned forward in his chair and whispered, You're safe now.
Chapter 2. Kaia. Kaia Monroe woke to the scent of lavender and old wood, her mind floating somewhere between sleep and consciousness, where dreams felt more solid than the soft mattress beneath her. For a moment, she clung to the fragments of those dreams, a silver-eyed guardian watching over her, strong arms pulling her from cold, dark water, a voice like distant thunder promising safety. Then reality crashed in with all the subtlety of a freight train. She bolted upright, heart hammering against her ribs as she took in her surroundings. A cozy room with hand-stitched quilts and antique furniture that belonged in a fairy tale, not her scattered life of cheap motels and borrowed couches. Sunlight streamed through lace curtains, painting everything in warm gold that should have been comforting, but only made her feel more displaced. Where the hell was she? Oh dear, you're awake. I am so glad you're all right. A woman's voice, warm with a hint of mountain drawl, drew Kaia's attention to the doorway. The speaker was somewhere in her 60s, silver hair pinned back in a neat bun, and half-moon spectacles perched on her nose. She carried a steaming mug and wore the kind of genuine smile that made Kaia's throat tight with unexpected emotion. I was starting to worry you might sleep clear through to Halloween. Kaia's voice came out as a croak. She cleared her throat and tried again, forcing her lips into the bright smile that had gotten her through countless awkward situations. I'm sorry, I don't remember that. Where am I exactly? Hollow Oak, dear. You're in my inn. The woman moved closer, setting the mug on the nightstand. I'm Miriam Caldwell. And you, according to the man who pulled you from our lake, are in need of some serious TLC. Hollow Oak. The name whispered through her mind like an echo, familiar yet impossible. She'd never heard of any place called Hollow Oak, but something deep in her chest recognized it anyway. The lake? Kaia touched her throat, where the pendant she never removed still rested against her skin. Her crescent moon, the only constant in a life of constant motion. I can't remember how I got there. Miriam's expression softened with understanding. Memory can be slippery after trauma. Don't push too hard. It'll come back when you're ready. But that was the problem. Kaia remembered plenty, just nothing that made sense. Dreams of walking through mist-wrapped forests that hummed with magic. Visions of a town where impossible things were perfectly normal. And always, the sensation of being pulled toward something she couldn't name. Drink your tea, Miriam said gently. Chamomile and a few other things to help settle your nerves. You've had quite the ordeal. Kaia wrapped her hands around the mug, grateful for the warmth seeping through the ceramic. Thank you for everything. I know I must be imposing. Nonsense. Miriam waved away her protests with the efficiency of someone who'd heard this particular worry before. Hollow Oak takes care of its own, and anyone who needs help is welcome here. That's just how we do things. Takes care of its own. The phrase hit something tender in Kaia's chest, a longing she'd carried for so long she'd forgotten it was there. What would it be like to belong somewhere like that? To have people who considered her worth protecting? I should probably get going, she said instead, because wanting things that seemed too good to be true was a luxury she'd learned not to indulge. I don't want to be a burden. Where exactly are you planning to go? Miriam's tone was kind but pointed. Do you remember where you came from? Who to call? Kaia opened her mouth to answer and found nothing there, not just about how she'd ended up in the lake, but about everything before. Her mind was a patchwork of scattered moments and dream fragments, nothing solid enough to build a plan around. She swallowed hard, the cheerful mask she wore slipping for a moment. I'm sure it'll come back to me. A soft knock interrupted them. Miriam? Is she awake? The voice sent shivers racing down Kaia's spine, deep and careful, like its owner was used to being heard without raising his volume. She knew that voice. From the lake, from the hazy moments between drowning and safety. Come in, Elias, Miriam called. She's awake and doing much better. The door opened to reveal the man from her fragmented memories, and Kaia's breath caught in her throat. He was massive, easily 6.5 feet of solid muscle barely contained by a flannel shirt and worn jeans. Dark hair with silver at the temples, like he'd earned every strand through hard experience. But it was his eyes that made her pulse skip. Silver gray and intense, studying her with the kind of focused attention that should have made her uncomfortable. Instead, she felt safe. Hey there, he said softly, carrying a tray that looked absurdly small in his hands. Thought you might be hungry. I'm Kaia, she blurted, then felt heat rise in her cheeks at how breathless she sounded. Kaia Monroe. You saved me. Something flickered across his features, too quick to interpret. Elias Vane. Anyone would have done the same. That was a lie. Kaia had been on her own long enough to know that most people looked the other way when someone else was drowning, literally or figuratively. But she didn't call him on it, just accepted the tray with hands that trembled slightly when their fingers brushed during the exchange. The contact sent warmth racing up her arms, settling somewhere behind her ribs like a small sun. His skin was calloused from hard work, warm and steady, and she found herself wanting to hold on longer than propriety allowed. Thank you, she managed, setting the tray across her lap. Scrambled eggs, thick-cut bacon, and toast that smelled like heaven. Real food, not the vending machine dinners she'd been living on. This looks amazing. Miriam's the one who cooked it, Elias said, settling into the chair beside her bed with careful movements, like he was trying not to spook her. I just carried it up. Still. Kaia took a bite of eggs and nearly moaned at the taste. Rich and creamy, with herbs she couldn't identify. This is the best thing I've eaten in, well, longer than I can remember. Speaking of which, Miriam interjected, do you remember anything about how you ended up in our lake? Any details might help us figure out where you came from. Kaia chewed slowly, buying time while she sifted through the mess in her head. The dreams were so vivid, so real, but underneath them lurked something darker. Whispers that made her skin crawl, shadows with eyes that watched her from the corners of her vision, a voice promising terrible things if she didn't stop running. I remember driving, she said finally, focusing on the few concrete details she could grasp. My car broke down somewhere in the mountains. I was walking, looking for help, and then... She gestured helplessly. Nothing, just waking up here. It wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't entirely false either. The parts she wasn't sharing, the dreams and whispers and creeping sense of dread, felt too fragile to examine in the daylight, too dangerous to voice aloud. Mountain roads can be tricky, Elias said, and there was something in his tone that made her think he understood about keeping secrets. Easy to get turned around, especially if you're not familiar with the area. Where exactly is Hollow Oak? Kaia asked. I mean, what's the nearest big city? Miriam and Elias exchanged a look that lasted a beat too long. Something passed between them. Some kind of silent communication that made Kaia feel like an outsider peering through a window. We're pretty remote, Miriam said carefully, tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains where most people don't think to look. It's a special place, our little town. Folks here tend to be different. People who don't quite fit anywhere else. There was weight behind those words, meaning Kaia couldn't quite grasp, but something in her chest responded anyway, a recognition that went bone deep. People who don't quite fit anywhere else. She'd been one of those people her entire life. "Different how?" she asked, surprising herself with her directness. Another look between her hosts. This time, Elias answered, "You'll see for yourself once you're feeling better. Hollow oak has a way of revealing itself gradually." Nothing too shocking all at once. The way he said it made her think there would definitely be shocking things, just doled out in manageable doses. The thought should have alarmed her. Instead, she felt a flutter of anticipation. "I should probably call someone," she said, though she still couldn't think of who that someone might be. "Let people know I'm okay." "Do you have a phone?" Miriam asked gently. Kaia looked around the room, taking inventory of her possessions for the first time. The bohemian dress she'd been wearing was draped over a chair, still damp. Her pendant was around her neck. And that was it. No purse, no phone, no wallet. Nothing to prove she existed beyond the clothes on her back and the silver crescent moon against her throat. "I guess not," she said, fighting to keep her voice light. "Maybe it's in my car? If we could find it?" "I'll ask around," Elias said. "See if anyone spotted an abandoned vehicle. Until then, you're welcome to stay here as long as you need." The kindness in his voice nearly undid her. Kaia had spent so long being suspicious of generosity, waiting for the catch, the price, the moment when people revealed what they really wanted from her. But something about Elias felt solid in a way that made her want to trust him, despite every instinct screaming that it was too good to be true. "I can't pay," she admitted quietly, "not until I figure out what happened to my things." "Already taken care of," Miriam said briskly. "Consider it hollow oak hospitality." "But I don't understand why you'd—" "Because you need help," Elias said simply, "and because everyone deserves a safe place to land when they're lost." The words cut straight through her defenses to the scared, lonely part of her that had been running for longer than she cared to admit. She blinked rapidly, fighting back tears that had no business appearing in front of strangers. "Thank you," she whispered. "Both of you. I don't know what I did to deserve this kind of kindness. But thank you." "You don't have to do anything to deserve basic human decency," Elias said, and there was something fierce in his voice that made her look up. His silver eyes held hers, steady and unwavering. Kaia nodded, not trusting her voice. In the growing warmth of the morning sunlight, surrounded by the impossible kindness of strangers, she almost let herself believe it might be true. But at the edges of her consciousness, the whispers waited, and she couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had driven her to that lake wasn't finished with her yet.
Chapter 3. Elias. Elias lasted exactly 3 hours before his bear started clawing at his ribs. He'd forced himself to leave the inn after breakfast, giving Kaia space to rest and recover like any decent person would. But every step away from her felt wrong, his supernatural instincts screaming that his mate was vulnerable and he was abandoning his post. By the time he reached the Vane construction compound on the outskirts of town, his jaw ached from clenching his teeth. "Well, hell," his youngest brother Finn called from beneath the hood of their work truck. "Look what the cat dragged in. Thought you might have finally learned to sleep past sunrise." "Some of us have responsibilities," Elias muttered, grabbing his tool belt from its hook in the workshop. The familiar weight should have been grounding, but his bear was restless, wanting nothing more than to abandon the pretense of normalcy and return to Kaia's side. Speaking of responsibilities, Thorin, his older brother and the clan's official leader, emerged from the office trailer with a clipboard and a knowing look. "Heard you had some excitement last night. Miriam called to let us know you'd pulled someone from the lake." Magnus Vane, their father and the clan patriarch, looked up from the blueprints he'd been studying. At 62, he was still a formidable presence. Silver-streaked hair and weathered hands that could frame a house or comfort a grandchild with equal skill. "Everyone all right?" She's fine, Elias said, surprised by the growl that crept into his voice, staying at the inn while she recovers. The workshop went quiet. His brothers exchanged looks that made his bear's hackles rise, some silent communication passing between them that he wasn't privy to. Finally, Finn slid out from under the truck, grease-stained and grinning. She, huh? His youngest brother wiped his hands on a rag, eyes dancing with mischief. Pretty, is she? Doesn't matter what she looks like. Elias hefted a stack of lumber with more force than necessary. She needed help. Course not, Thorin agreed solemnly, but his mouth twitched. Just wondering why you look like someone stole your favorite hammer. I look normal. Brother, you look like you're about to murder someone with your bare hands, Finn said cheerfully, which granted isn't that unusual, but there's a particular quality to your homicidal glare today that's got us all curious. Magnus cleared his throat. Boys, we've got the Simonsons' kitchen renovation to finish. Save the interrogation for lunch. Grateful for the reprieve, Elias threw himself into work with single-minded determination. Physical labor had always been his refuge, the steady rhythm of hammer and saw drowning out everything else. But today, even framing walls couldn't quiet his bear's restless energy. Every few minutes, his attention drifted toward town, toward the inn, where Kaia was probably charming Miriam with that bright smile that didn't quite hide the shadows in her violet eyes. The way she tried to downplay her trauma, insisting she was fine when she clearly wasn't, had tied his stomach in knots. He'd seen enough broken people to recognize the signs. But instead of curling up to lick her wounds like most trauma survivors, she'd smiled and thanked them for their kindness, like she couldn't quite believe it was real. It made him want to find whoever had taught her to be grateful for basic human decency and have a very pointed conversation. All right, that's enough. Finn appeared at his elbow during their morning break, holding 2 cups of coffee and wearing his most innocent expression. You just nailed that board to the wrong stud 3 times in a row. Spill. Elias accepted the coffee gratefully, using the moment to gather his thoughts. His brothers were going to figure it out eventually. The Vane clan was close-knit, and secrets didn't last long when you worked together every day. She's my mate, he said quietly. Finn choked on his coffee. Your what? You heard me. Damn, Elias. Finn stared at him with wide eyes. Are you sure? I mean, how do you know? Did you tell her? I'm sure, and no, I didn't tell her. Elias ran a hand through his hair, frustration bleeding through his voice. She doesn't even remember her own name, or where she came from clearly, Finn. The last thing she needs is some stranger claiming ownership over her. Ownership? Thorin joined them, having caught the tail end of the conversation. That's not what mate bonds are about, and you know it. Tell that to my bear. Elias's laugh held no humor. Every instinct I have is screaming to claim her, mark her, make sure everyone knows she's mine. But she's fragile right now, traumatized. She needs time to heal, not some possessive shifter breathing down her neck. Magnus approached with his own coffee, expression thoughtful. The bond goes both ways, son. If she's your mate, she'll feel the pull too, even if she doesn't understand what it means. Assuming she's supernatural, Thorin pointed out, human mates don't always feel the bond immediately. The possibility that Kaia might be fully human had occurred to Elias, though something about her scent suggested otherwise. There was an otherworldly quality to it, but whatever she was, she deserved to make her own choices about their future. Either way, he said firmly, I'm not pushing. She'll come to me when she's ready, or she won't. But I'll be there if she needs me. Course you will, Finn said with a grin. Question is, can you handle waiting? Because you look like you're about 2 seconds from charging back to town and camping outside her door. Before Elias could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. Lucian Vale emerged from the tree line, moving with the liquid grace that marked him as a predator, even in human form. The Panther Shifter owned the local bookstore, but his real job was as a night hunter for the council. If he was here during daylight hours, it meant official business. Elias, Lucian said by way of greeting, his dark hair catching the October sunlight. Need a word. The Vane brothers tactfully retreated, but Elias could feel their curious gazes as he followed Lucian to the edge of the worksite. His friend's sharp green eyes held a seriousness that made his bear tense with anticipation. Council meeting last night, Lucian said without preamble. There's been some unusual supernatural activity lately. Nightmares, restless spirits, shadows moving wrong. Varric thinks it might be connected to your lake rescue. Elias's hands clenched into fists. She's done nothing wrong. Didn't say she had. Lucian's voice remained calm, but there was understanding in his expression. But something dark came to town with her, whether she knows it or not. The council wants answers. They can want all they like. I'm not handing her over for interrogation. Easy, brother. Lucian raised his hands peacefully. No one's talking about interrogation, but she might have information that could help us figure out what we're dealing with. And if she's in danger, she's under my protection, Elias growled, his bear surging close to the surface. Anyone who wants to get to her goes through me. Lucian studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Mate Bond. It wasn't a question. Elias didn't bother denying it. Well, his friend continued, that explains the homicidal glare you've been wearing all morning. Congratulations, by the way. It's about time. Elias scrubbed his face with both hands. What does the council want exactly? Information, background, anything that might help us understand what kind of threat we're dealing with. Lucian's expression softened slightly. I volunteered to ask instead of letting Bram handle it. Figured you'd prefer a friendly conversation to an official summons? Elder Bram was notorious for his heavy-handed approach to council business. The thought of him anywhere near Kaia made Elias's protective instincts flare dangerously. I'll talk to her, he said finally, but carefully. She's been through enough. Agreed. And Elias, Lucian's tone turned serious again. Whatever's hunting her, it's not going to stop because she found sanctuary. If anything, being in Hollow Oak might make things worse. The town's magic could amplify whatever supernatural connection she's carrying. Lucian's concern confirmed fears Elias had been trying to ignore. He'd sensed the darkness clinging to Kaia's aura, the wrongness that followed her like a shadow. But the thought that his home, his sanctuary, might actually put her in more danger made his bear rise with helpless rage. Then we'd better figure out what we're dealing with fast, he said grimly. Lucian nodded and melted back into the forest with typical feline grace, leaving Elias alone with his churning thoughts. Work became impossible after that. He went through the motions, but his mind was elsewhere, spinning through possibilities and contingencies, most of which ended with him standing between Kaia and whatever threat had followed her to Hollow Oak. By the time the workday ended, his brothers had given up trying to get coherent responses from him. They packed up the tools with pointed comments about distracted bears and the dangers of operating power equipment while lovesick, but Elias barely heard them. He needed to see Kaia, needed to make sure she was safe, that the dark presence he'd sensed hadn't found a way to reach her during the day. The rational part of his mind knew Miriam's inn was warded better than most supernatural fortresses, but his bear didn't care about rational thought. 20 minutes later, he stood outside the Hearth and Hollow Inn, tool belt replaced with a clean flannel shirt, boots traded for something that wouldn't track mud across Miriam's polished floors. Through the front window, he could see Kaia in the common room, curled up in one of the reading chairs with a cup of tea and what looked like one of Miriam's photo albums. She'd changed out of the borrowed nightgown into clothes that must have come from Miriam's collection, a soft blue sweater that brought out the unusual color of her eyes, in jeans that fit well enough to suggest the older woman had a good eye for sizing. Her platinum hair was braided loosely over one shoulder, and she wore the kind of peaceful expression that made something warm and protective settle in his chest. She looked like she belonged there, surrounded by the inn's cozy warmth and Miriam's maternal fussing, like Hollow Oak had been waiting for her without knowing it. Elias knocked softly and let himself in, breathing easier when Kaia looked up with a genuine smile instead of the brittle brightness she'd worn that morning. Hey, she said, setting aside the photo album. How was your day? Good, productive. He settled into the chair across from hers, hyper-aware of the way her scent wrapped around him like a drug. How are you feeling? Any more memories come back? Bits and pieces, nothing useful. She gestured to the album in her lap. Miriam's been showing me pictures of Hollow Oak through the years. It's a beautiful place. It is. He studied her face, looking for signs of strain or lingering trauma. Would you like to see it for yourself? I could give you a tour if you're feeling up to it. The offer surprised him. He'd planned to suggest it for security reasons, a chance to keep an eye on her while she explored the town. But watching her face light up with genuine interest, he realized he simply wanted to share his home with her. Wanted to see Hollow Oak through her eyes, to watch her fall in love with the place that had shaped him. "I'd love that," she said, then hesitated. "Are you sure? I don't want to impose on your evening." "You're not imposing." He tried not to sound too eager. "Besides, it's getting dark soon. Not safe to wander around alone." It was a weak excuse. Hollow Oak was probably the safest place in the Blue Ridge Mountains, protected by layers of magic and watched over by guardians like him. But Kaia didn't know that yet, and he wasn't above using her ignorance to justify staying close. "In that case," she said, standing and smoothing down her sweater, "I'd be honored to have a local guide. Lead the way, Elias."
Chapter 4. Kaia. The moment Kaia stepped onto Hollow Oak's Main Street, she knew she wasn't in Kansas anymore. Not that she remembered being in Kansas, or anywhere else for that matter, but the point stood. Street lamps flickered to life as evening settled over the town, their warm glow revealing shop windows that practically hummed with personality. Hand-painted signs swayed in the October breeze, advertising everything from enchanted eats to mystical mechanics, and the very air felt different here. Thicker somehow, like it was carrying secrets on every breath of wind. "So," she said, glancing sideways at Elias as they walked, "is Hollow Oak always this atmospheric?" His mouth quirked in what might have been amusement. "You haven't seen anything yet." Before Kaia could ask what that meant, a melodic voice called out from across the street. "Well, well, well, if it isn't our mysterious lake visitor." The woman approaching them looked like she'd stepped out of a fairy tale, all wheat-colored hair and knowing smiles. She was petite, but carried herself with the kind of confidence that suggested she could handle whatever life threw at her. Her eyes, light brown with flecks of brightness that seemed to dance in the lamplight, studied Kaia with frank curiosity. "Twyla Honeytree," Elias said by way of introduction, his tone holding fond exasperation. "Owner of the Griddle and Grind, and the town's unofficial welcome committee." "Among other things," Twyla agreed cheerfully, extending a hand to Kaia. "And you must be the poor dear who gave our Elias such a fright last night. How are you feeling, sweetheart?" "Better, thank you." Kaia shook the offered hand, surprised by the warmth that seemed to radiate from Twyla's skin. "Everyone's been incredibly kind." "That's what we do here." Twyla's smile was genuine, but those dancing eyes missed nothing. "Speaking of which, you simply must come by the cafe for proper sustenance. Hospital food is one thing, but inn food, bless Miriam's heart, doesn't quite have the healing properties you need right now." "Healing properties?" Kaia echoed. "Oh yes, dear, food is medicine if you know what you're doing." Twyla winked. "And I always know what I'm doing. Come along, both of you. I was just closing up, but I can whip up something special." Before Kaia could protest, she found herself being ushered across the street toward a cozy storefront with "The Griddle and Grind Cafe" painted in cheerful yellow letters. Elias followed silently, but she caught the hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The cafe's interior was exactly what Kaia had expected from the outside. Warm wood, mismatched furniture that somehow worked perfectly together, and the lingering scent of coffee and cinnamon. What she hadn't expected were the tea leaves floating in lazy circles above their containers, or the sugar that poured itself into waiting cups without any visible assistance. She said intelligently, staring as a spoon stirred itself in a nearby mug. "Oh, don't mind that," Twyla said airily, bustling behind the counter. "Just a few little conveniences. Makes life easier when you're running a one-woman operation." Kaia blinked, then looked at Elias for some kind of explanation. He was watching her carefully, like he was gauging her reaction. "Magic," she said slowly. "That's actual magic. Good eye. Twyla called over her shoulder. Most newcomers take a bit longer to catch on. Though I suppose after what you've been through, a few floating tea leaves aren't that shocking. What I've been through? Kaia's stomach tightened. What do you mean? Twyla emerged from behind the counter carrying a steaming mug, her expression suddenly serious. Sit, dear, both of you. This conversation requires proper seating. They settled at a small table by the window, Kaia accepting the mug with hands that trembled slightly. The tea smelled like chamomile and something that made her think of clear skies and steady ground. Clarity tea, Twyla explained, settling across from them. Good for when your mind's all jumbled up and you can't quite see the forest for the trees. Now then, what's the last thing you remember clearly? Kaia took an inhale of the tea. Driving. My car broke down somewhere in the mountains. I was walking looking for help. And before that? Kaia sipped her tea, buying time, but the warm liquid settled something restless in her chest, like it was giving her permission to be honest. Nothing solid, she admitted, just fragments, dreams that feel more real than memories, places I've never been but somehow recognize. Twyla nodded as if this made perfect sense. Dreams can be tricky things. Sometimes they show us what was, sometimes what might be, and sometimes they show us what's hunting us. The suggestion sent ice down Kaia's spine. Hunting me? Now hold on, Elias interjected, his voice carrying a warning. Twyla, you're scaring her. Better scared and prepared than blissfully ignorant, Twyla shot back. Then, to Kaia, you've got shadows clinging to you, dear. Old ones, hungry ones. They followed you here. I don't understand. But even as Kaia said it, she knew it wasn't entirely true. The whispers at the edge of her consciousness, the sense of being watched, the dreams that felt too real to be dreams. Part of her had always known she was running from something. You will, Twyla said gently. When you're ready. For now, drink your tea and let me ask you something. How did Hollow Oak feel when you first saw it? Kaia considered the question, thinking back to her first glimpse of the town from Elias's arms. Like coming home, she said quietly. Which doesn't make sense because I've never been here before. Haven't you? Twyla's smile was knowing. Dreams have a way of calling us to where we need to be, especially when we're gifted. Gifted? With abilities most folks don't have, like walking between sleeping and waking, or seeing things that haven't happened yet. Twyla's tone was matter-of-fact, like she was discussing the weather. Hollow Oak has always been a sanctuary for people like that, people who don't quite fit in the regular world. The words resonated deep in Kaia's chest, striking something that had been waiting to be acknowledged. She'd always been different, always felt like she was seeing the world through a different lens than everyone else, but she'd never had a name for it before. I should probably get her back, Elias said quietly. It's been a long day. Of course. Twyla stood, but her eyes never left Kaia's face. Take your time with the tea, dear. And remember, doors that are meant to open will open when you're ready to walk through them. They left the cafe in silence, Kaia still processing everything she'd seen and heard. The floating tea leaves, the self-stirring spoons, Twyla's casual mention of gifts and abilities. It should have been overwhelming, terrifying even. Instead, she felt a strange sense of relief, like she'd finally found a place where being different wasn't a liability. Want to see the bookstore? Elias asked as they passed a charming storefront with the Hollow Oak Book Nook painted in elegant script. Sure. Kaia peered through the window, then blinked in surprise. Are those books organizing themselves? Lucien likes to keep things tidy, Elias said with the first real smile she'd seen from him all evening. It transformed his entire face, softening the stern lines and making something flutter within her. Lucien? Friend of mine. Owns the place. He's probably still here if you want to meet him. But as they approached the door, it opened before they could knock. The man who emerged was tall and elegant, with shoulder-length dark hair and the kind of angular features that belonged in a Gothic novel. His green eyes held an otherworldly quality that made Kaia think of deep forests and ancient secrets. "Elias," he said, his voice carrying a slight accent she couldn't place. "And you must be our mystery guest." "Kaia Monroe," she said, offering her hand, "though I'm starting to think mystery might be putting it mildly." Lucian's smile was sharp and amused. "In Hollow Oak, mystery is just another word for Tuesday. How are you settling in?" "Still processing, honestly." Kaia gestured toward the bookstore. "Do all the books really organize themselves?" "Only the well-behaved ones," Lucian said solemnly. "The poetry section is particularly rebellious." Despite everything, Kaia found herself laughing. There was something absurdly normal about discussing rebellious poetry while standing in a town where magic was apparently as common as morning coffee. "I should let you both get some rest," Lucien continued, his gaze shifting meaningfully to Elias. "But Kaia, you're welcome in the shop any time. I have a feeling you might find some interesting reading material." As they walked away, Kaia glanced back to see Lucian watching them with thoughtful eyes. "Let me guess," she said. "Another friend with mysterious knowledge about my situation?" "Something like that." Elias's voice was careful, but she caught the underlying tension. Hollow Oak's a small town. Word travels fast. They completed the circuit of Main Street, Elias pointing out various shops and businesses. The Silver Fang Tavern, where raucous laughter spilled out into the night. The Hollow Mercantile, its windows full of crystals and herbs and things Kaia couldn't immediately identify. Moonlit Meadow Restaurant, closed for the evening, but still somehow inviting. With each step, the sense of belonging grew stronger. This place, these people, they felt right in a way she couldn't explain, like she'd been searching for them without knowing it. But as they made their way back toward the inn, shadows began lengthening between the buildings. The cheerful warmth of the shops faded behind them, replaced by something darker, more watchful. "Elias," she said quietly, stopping in the middle of the street. "What is it?" Kaia closed her eyes, trying to identify the sensation crawling up her spine. It felt like being observed, studied, hunted. Like something in the growing darkness knew her name and was whispering it just beyond the edge of hearing. "Something's wrong," she whispered. Immediately, Elias moved closer, his presence solid and reassuring at her back. "What kind of wrong?" "I don't know, it's like..." She struggled to find words for the creeping dread settling in her bones. "Like something's calling to me. Something I don't want to answer." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Around them, Hollow Oak's cozy atmosphere seemed to flicker, shadows deepening and streetlights dimming as if something was drawing the light away. "We need to get you inside," Elias said, his voice tight with concern. But as they hurried toward the inn, Kaia couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was calling to her wouldn't be deterred by walls or wards, or the kindness of strangers. It knew where she was now. And it was patient enough to wait for the right moment to answer.
Chapter 5. Elias. The wrongness started subtle, like a discordant note threading through Hollow Oak's nighttime symphony. Elias adjusted his patrol route for the third time in an hour, his bear agitated as he cataloged the small disturbances rippling through the town's supernatural ecosystem. A flock of ravens that should have been roosting instead circled the church spire in agitated loops. The protection crystals embedded in Main Street's lampposts flickered sporadically, their steady glow interrupted by moments of unsettling darkness. Even the autumn wind felt different tonight, carrying whispers that made his enhanced hearing strain to decode words that vanished before he could grasp them. But it was the shadows that really set his teeth on edge. They moved wrong, sliding across buildings and pooling in doorways with deliberate purpose instead of following the natural dance of moonlight and street lamps. Twice now, he'd caught glimpses of darkness that seemed to watch him back, pressing against the edges of his vision before dissolving when he turned to confront it directly. Whatever had followed Kaia to Hollow Oak was getting bolder. His radio crackled to life, Lucian's voice tight with controlled tension. Alpha 7 to base. Got reports of disturbances on the south side. Mrs. Morgeston called about shadows moving in her garden, and the Tansley brothers are complaining about their ward stones going haywire. Copy that, Elias keyed his mic, already altering his route toward the reported incidents. Any injuries? Negative, but everyone's spooked. Whatever this thing is, it's affecting the sensitive residents worse than the others. Twyla had to leave the cafe early because her face senses were going haywire. That explained the unusual darkness emanating from the Griddle and Grinds windows. Twyla Honeytree had weathered supernatural storms that would send lesser beings running for the hills, but even her considerable abilities had limits. I'm heading your way, Elias said, but his feet carried him in the opposite direction, toward the inn where Kaia slept under Miriam's protective wards. His conscious mind knew Lucian could handle the south side disturbances, but his bear had other priorities. Protect the mate. Everything else is secondary. The inn sat quiet and peaceful in its pool of warm light, windows glowing like beacons against the restless shadows gathering in the surrounding streets. Miriam had reinforced the building's natural protections with decades of careful spell work, creating a sanctuary that could withstand most supernatural threats. But most wasn't all, and the darkness hunting Kaia felt older and hungrier than anything Hollow Oak had faced in recent memory. Elias positioned himself across the street, settling into the deep shadow cast by Moonlit Meadow Restaurant. From here, he had clear sight lines to all the inn's entrances and enough concealment to avoid drawing attention from whatever prowled the night. It wasn't an official patrol position, but nobody would question his decision to maintain extra security around their newest resident, especially not when the wrongness in the air continued to thicken with each passing hour. His radio buzzed with periodic updates from the other Night Guard members. Unusual animal behavior near the council glade. Residents reporting nightmares so vivid they woke up screaming. A street lamp on Elm Avenue that had started bleeding shadows instead of casting light. Base to all units, came Varric Thornwell's gravelly voice, the council leader's tone carrying the weight of centuries. We're implementing Condition Yellow as of 2300 hours. All sensitive residents are advised to remain indoors and avoid sleep if possible until further notice. Condition Yellow. The last time they'd implemented that level of supernatural alert was when a coven of blood witches had tried to establish a foothold in the territory 3 years ago. That had ended with bodies buried in unmarked graves and questions nobody wanted to answer. Elias hoped this situation wouldn't require similar solutions. Movement in the inn's second-floor window caught his attention. A pale figure in flowing white, barely visible through the gauze curtains. Kaia, probably unable to sleep despite her exhaustion. He couldn't blame her. The supernatural pressure building over Hollow Oak would affect anyone with even a trace of sensitivity, and everything about her suggested she was far more gifted than she realized. The figure moved again, and something cold settled in Elias's stomach. There was something wrong with her posture, her movements, too fluid, too purposeful for someone who should be safely asleep in her bed. Damn, he breathed, already moving before his conscious mind had fully processed the threat. Kaia was sleepwalking, but not just sleepwalking. As Elias sprinted across the street, he could see the faint silver glow emanating from her skin, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Her bare feet moved with impossible grace across the inn's front porch, and her violet eyes stared straight ahead without seeing the physical world around her. She was walking toward the lake, toward the same water where he'd first found her. Kaia! He kept his voice low and calm, falling into step beside her without making physical contact. Kaia, you need to wake up. She didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge his presence. Up close, he could see the intricate silver markings that decorated her wrists like living tattoos, pulsing brighter with each step she took toward Moonmirror Lake. The air around her shimmered with otherworldly energy, and her scent carried new undertones of night-blooming flowers and distant thunder. The realization hit him. Dreamwalker. He'd heard of them, of course. Humans born with the ability to navigate the realm between sleeping and waking, to walk through dreams as easily as others walk through doorways. But true dreamwalkers were incredibly rare, their gifts often driving them to madness or worse. Most never lived past their 20th birthday, and now one was walking straight toward the lake that had nearly claimed her life less than 24 hours ago. "Kaia, please." Elias matched her pace, every instinct screaming at him to grab her, to physically prevent her from reaching the water. But he'd heard enough stories about dreamwalkers to know that violent intervention could trap her consciousness in the dream realm permanently. "You're not dreaming anymore. You're in Hollow Oak. You're safe." Still no response. They were 50 yards from the lake now, close enough that he could see moonlight reflecting off the still surface. Whatever was calling to her had grown stronger, the silver markings on her wrists pulsing so brightly they cast their own shadows on the ground. 30 yards, 20. Desperation overrode caution. Elias reached out and gently touched her shoulder, pouring every ounce of warmth and protection he could muster into the contact. "Kaia!" The effect was immediate and violent. She jerked like she'd been struck by lightning, a scream tearing from her throat as her knees buckled. Elias caught her before she could hit the ground, gathering her against his chest as her entire body convulsed with terror. The silver markings on her wrist flared once more, then faded to nothing, leaving only pale skin that felt ice cold under his fingers. "No, no, no," she gasped, clutching at his shirt with desperate fingers. "He's coming. He knows where I am now. He's coming and I can't stop him." "Who's coming?" Elias stroked her hair with one hand while scanning the darkness around them for threats. "Kaia, who's after you?" But she was beyond rational conversation, caught in the grip of whatever terror had driven her from sleep. Her violet eyes were wide and unfocused, seeing horrors that existed beyond the physical world. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pressed closer to his warmth, seeking anchor in the solid reality of his presence. "The shadows have eyes," she whispered, "and they're hungry, so hungry." Around them, the night seemed to hold its breath. Even the lake had gone unnaturally still, its surface reflecting the moon like a mirror that refused to be disturbed. But in that perfect reflection, Elias caught a glimpse of something that made his bear roar with protective fury. Eyes watching from the depths, and they were fixed on the woman in his arms with the patience of something that had waited a very long time to claim what it considered rightfully its own.
Chapter 6. Kaia. The shame was almost worse than the terror. Kaia sat curled in the overstuffed chair in her room, wrapped in one of Miriam's quilts, while Elias moved quietly around the space, checking window locks and adjusting the protective charms Miriam had placed around the room. He hadn't said a word about finding her barefoot by the lake, hadn't asked why she'd been sleepwalking or what had made her scream like the world was ending. He'd just carried her back to the inn, settled her in the chair, and started making her safe. "I'm sorry," she whispered, clutching the quilt tighter around her shoulders. "You probably think I'm completely insane." Elias paused in his inspection of the window wards, silver eyes finding hers across the softly lit room. "I think you're dealing with something most people couldn't handle. And I think you're braver than you give yourself credit for." The kindness in his voice nearly undid her. Kaia had spent so many years being treated like a burden, like someone whose problems were too complicated and exhausting to deal with. The fact that Elias seemed to see her struggles as strength rather than weakness made herself blush. "It's happened before," she admitted quietly. "The sleepwalking, usually when the dreams get really bad." "What kind of dreams?" Kaia hesitated, studying his face for signs of judgment or disbelief, but all she saw was patient attention, like he was prepared to listen to whatever she needed to say. "They feel more real than being awake," she said finally. "Like I'm actually there, wherever there is. Sometimes it's places I've never been. Sometimes it's people I've never met. But I can feel everything they feel, see what scares them most." Elias settled into the chair and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. "Like you're walking through other people's nightmares." "Exactly." Relief flooded through her at his understanding. "I thought I was going crazy for years, Doctors said it was stress, trauma from childhood or whatever. But it's not just stress, is it? No, he said gently. It's not. What you're describing sounds like dream walking. It's a rare gift, but it's real. Gift? Kaia laughed, but there was no humor in it. That's a generous way to put it. Feels more like a curse some days. Gifts often do, until you learn how to use them properly. Elias's voice held something that sounded like personal experience. The important thing is that you're not alone anymore. Hollow Oak has resources, people who understand what you're going through. People like Twyla? Among others. He smiled. Twyla's fey-blooded, which gives her insight into things most humans miss. But there are others in town who deal with supernatural abilities. You're not the only one who's different here. Different, but not alone. It was more than she'd dared hope for in years. The dreams have been getting worse since I got here, she said, needing to be completely honest. Darker, more focused, like something's trying to pull me deeper into them. Elias's expression grew serious. That's why I've been keeping an eye on things. Whatever followed you to Hollow Oak isn't giving up easily. You believe me? The question slipped out before she could stop it, tinged with the kind of desperate hope that came from too many years of being dismissed. You don't think I'm just traumatized and making things up? Kaia. Elias leaned forward, his voice firm with conviction. I've seen enough strange things in my life to know when someone's telling the truth about supernatural experiences. What you're dealing with is real, and it's dangerous. But you're not dealing with it alone anymore. The promise in his words made her throat tight with emotion. When was the last time someone had offered to stand with her instead of telling her to figure things out on her own? Thank you, she whispered, for believing me, for not making me feel crazy. You're not crazy. He stood, checking his watch. But you are exhausted, and you need real sleep. I'm going to talk to Miriam about strengthening the ward protections around your room. You don't have to do that. I've already imposed enough. You haven't imposed anything. The growl that crept into his voice surprised her. Taking care of you isn't an imposition, Kaia. It's what you do for people who matter. People who matter. When was the last time she'd mattered to someone? Elias moved toward the door. Try to get some rest. I'll be close by if you need anything. After he left, Kaia found herself staring at the closed door for a long time, processing the conversation and the way Elias had looked at her. Like she was worth the trouble. Sleep, when it finally came, was mercifully dreamless. The next morning brought unseasonably warm October sunshine and an invitation from Maeve Cross to join her for lunch at the Silver Fang Tavern. Kaia wasn't entirely sure how the invitation had come about, but Miriam had delivered it with the kind of maternal insistence that brooked no argument. Maeve doesn't extend invitations lightly, Miriam had said, bustling around the inn's common room. Means she's taken an interest in you, and that's not something to ignore. Now, standing outside the rustic tavern with its weathered wood siding and carved wolf heads flanking the entrance, Kaia wondered what she'd gotten herself into. The place looked like it catered to people who could bench press small cars and weren't afraid to prove it. The woman who greeted her at the door did nothing to dispel that impression. Maeve Cross was compact, but powerful, all sharp angles and controlled energy. Her short black hair was styled with casual precision, and her dark eyes held the kind of directness that suggested she didn't waste time on small talk or social niceties. You must be Kaia, she said, extending a hand. I'm Maeve. Thanks for coming. Thanks for inviting me. Kaia shook the offered hand, surprised by the warmth of Maeve's grip. Though, I have to admit, I'm not sure why you wanted to meet me. Because you're the one who's got our resident grumpy bear tied up in knots, Maeve said with a grin that was all teeth, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Heat flooded Kaia's cheeks. I don't know what you mean. Sure you don't. Maeve gestured toward a corner booth. Come on, let's get you fed and we can have a proper conversation. The tavern's interior was fitting with its dark wood, low lighting, and the kind of atmosphere that suggested serious drinking and even more serious conversations. But it was also unexpectedly cozy, with a massive stone fireplace crackling merrily and the scent of something delicious wafting from the kitchen. "So," Maeve said once they'd settled with plates of what she claimed was the best shepherd's pie in 3 counties, "how are you settling into our little town?" "Everyone's been incredibly kind," Kaia said carefully, "more kind than I probably deserve." "Why wouldn't you deserve kindness?" The question was asked casually, but Kaia caught the sharp attention behind it, like Maeve was testing her somehow. "I'm not exactly bringing good things to Hollow Oak," she admitted. "From what I can tell, my arrival has stirred up some problems." "Problems have a way of stirring themselves up," Maeve said philosophically. "The question is what you do about them once they surface." "What do you mean?" "I mean running away doesn't solve anything. Trust me, I've tried." Maeve's expression grew serious. "Whatever followed you here, it's not going to stop just because you leave. These things rarely do." "You sound like you speak from experience." "Everyone in Hollow Oak speaks from experience. The majority of us are refugees from somewhere else, people who didn't quite fit into the normal world." Maeve leaned back in her chair, studying Kaia with predatory intensity. "The question is whether you're planning to stick around and fight, or if you're going to keep running." "I don't know if I have a choice," Kaia said quietly. "The dreams, they're getting stronger, more focused. I'm not sure how much longer I can resist whatever's calling to me." "Then don't resist alone." Maeve's voice was matter of fact. "Accept help when it's offered, especially from stubborn bears who've decided you're worth protecting." "Elias has been very kind, but nothing." Maeve's interruption was sharp. "Let me give you some free advice about alpha shifters, particularly the bear variety. When they decide something or someone is theirs to protect, arguing with them is about as effective as arguing with a mountain. They're going to do it whether you like it or not." "That sounds kind of controlling." "It can be if you let it. But there's a difference between protection and possession, and Elias knows the difference." Maeve's expression softened slightly. "He's a good man, Kaia. Better than most. And he looks at you like you hung the moon. We barely know each other. Sometimes that's all it takes." Maeve shrugged. "The heart knows what it knows. Question is whether you're brave enough to listen to it." As if on cue, the tavern door opened to admit Elias himself, still in his work clothes and looking like he'd come straight from a construction site. His eyes found her immediately. "Ladies," he said, approaching their table. "Everything all right?" "Just having a friendly chat," Maeve said innocently. "Girl talk." Elias's suspicious look suggested he knew exactly what kind of girl talk Maeve specialized in, but he didn't comment. Instead, he focused on Kaia, silver eyes searching her face for signs of distress. "How are you feeling today?" "Better," she said, surprised to find it was true. "More rested." "Good." He hesitated, like he wanted to say more but wasn't sure how. "I was thinking, if you're up for it, maybe we could take another walk around town this evening. There are a few places I didn't show you yesterday." "I'd like that." She felt heat rise in her cheeks again. Maeve cleared her throat loudly. "Well, this has been enlightening, but I should probably get back to work. Kaia, it was a pleasure meeting you. Don't be a stranger." As the lioness shifter disappeared back into the kitchen, Elias slid into the vacated seat across from Kaia. What did she want? "I think she was checking me out," Kaia said vaguely, knowing it wasn't entirely false or true. She knew the bar owner had been checking her out for reasons that involved Elias, trying to tell her he was into her, and she couldn't deny her growing affection toward the man that she barely knew. He didn't press anymore, just asked her about her day in general, keeping the conversation casual. But even then in the tavern, sitting across someone who made her feel more than safe, she could feel the familiar tug of approaching dreams, darker and more insistent than before. Whatever was hunting her wasn't finished, and she had the sinking feeling that her growing connection to Elias and Hollow Oak was only making her a more tempting target.
Chapter 7. Elias. The council archives smelled like dust, old leather, and secrets that had been buried for good reason. Elias followed Lucian through the narrow corridors beneath the public library, their footsteps echoing off stone walls that predated Hollow Oak's official founding by at least 2 centuries. The Panther Shifter navigated the maze-like passages with familiar ease, leading them deeper into the underground repository where the town's most sensitive supernatural knowledge was stored. "Here," Lucian said, stopping beside a shelf lined with volumes that looked older than civilization. "Dream magic, consciousness manipulation, and related phenomena. Most of it's theoretical, but there are a few case studies that might be relevant." Elias pulled down a leather-bound tome, wincing as the binding cracked under his fingers. The pages were yellowed with age, covered in cramped handwriting that seemed to shift and blur when he tried to focus on it directly. "Protective enchantments on the text," Lucian explained, settling cross-legged on the floor with his own stack of books. "Keeps casual readers from accessing information that could drive them insane. Your mate bond should provide enough supernatural connection to bypass the worst of it." The words on the page gradually sharpened into legibility, revealing accounts of dreamwalkers throughout history. Most of the stories ended badly: madness, possession, or simply vanishing into the dream realm never to return. The few who learned to control their abilities became powerful allies or dangerous enemies depending on their intentions. "Jesus," Elias muttered, reading about a dreamwalker in 1847 who'd accidentally trapped an entire village in a shared nightmare for 3 days. "No wonder they're so rare. Most don't survive long enough to reproduce." "The ones who do survive tend to be incredibly powerful," Lucian said, not looking up from his own research. "There's an account here of a dreamwalker who single-handedly ended a supernatural war by giving the opposing army's leaders prophetic dreams about their inevitable defeat. They surrendered rather than face the futures she showed them." Elias's bear paced restlessly as he absorbed the information. Every page reinforced what he'd already suspected. Kaia was extraordinary, but that same gift made her a target for things that fed on power and fear. Worse, most of the protective measures described in the text required cooperation from the dreamwalker herself, and Kaia barely understood what she was capable of. "Found something," Lucian said, his voice tight with concern. "Listen to this. The greatest danger to untrained dreamwalkers comes not from external threats, but from entities that exist within the collective unconscious. These shadow beings, sometimes called nightmare feeders, are drawn to powerful dreamwalkers like moths to flame. They cannot exist in the waking world without an anchor, but once they claim a dreamwalker as host—" "What?" Elias demanded when his friend trailed off. "They gain the ability to manifest physical form during sleep cycles, feeding on the fears and nightmares of everyone within a significant radius. In extreme cases, entire communities have been consumed by shared terror, their population driven to madness or death." The book suddenly felt heavy in Elias's hands. "How do you stop something like that?" "According to this, you don't. Once a nightmare feeder claims a host, the only solution is—" Lucian's jaw tightened. "Destroying the dreamwalker before the entity can fully manifest." "Like hell." The growl that escaped Elias's throat was pure bear, reverberating off the stone walls. "There has to be another way." "Maybe." Lucian flipped through several more pages. Some texts mention binding rituals, ways to anchor a dreamwalker to the physical world so strongly that shadow entities can't claim them. But the details are vague, and most require— He paused, reading more carefully. "What?" "A supernatural mate bond. Apparently, the emotional and spiritual connection provides enough anchor to the waking world that dream entities can't fully possess the dreamwalker." Lucian looked up with something that might have been relief. "Your timing might be better than you know." "Why is it always a mate bond?" Elias asked with a heavy sigh. "Because they are the most powerful bonds in supernatural elements. In the world, I would think, for any being, having the other half of your soul is something nothing can withstand if they go against you." Elias took a breath and focused on the positive, feeling some of the tension ease from his shoulders. So the mate bond can protect her? If she accepts it, and if you complete the claiming ritual before whatever's hunting her makes its move. Lucian's expression grew serious again. But there's a catch. Incomplete bonds can actually make things worse, giving the entity partial access to both Dreamwalker and mate. You'd both be at risk. Of course there was a catch. There always was when it came to supernatural solutions. I need to talk to the Tansley brothers, Elias said, closing his book with more force than necessary. If there are protective measures we can take in the meantime. Already ahead of you. Lucian stood, brushing dust from his jeans. I spoke with them this morning after the reports of increased supernatural activity. They're working on some specialized protections. An hour later, Elias found himself in the cluttered back room of the Hollow Mercantile, surrounded by crystals, herbs, and enough arcane paraphernalia to stock a small museum. The Tansley brothers moved around the space with practiced efficiency, Edgar consulting ancient texts while Rufus worked over a small forge, crafting what looked like jewelry from silver wire and unusual stones. Dream catchers won't be enough, Edgar said without preamble, his weathered face creased with concentration. Traditional protective amulets are designed to keep nightmares out, but what this is trying to get in from the inside. We need something more sophisticated. How sophisticated, Elias asked, watching Rufus shape a delicate pendant that seemed to glow with internal light. Anchor stones, Rufus grunted, holding up his handiwork for inspection. Specially attuned to Dreamwalker frequencies, should help keep her consciousness tethered to the physical plane. Should? Nothing's guaranteed when you're dealing with unknown entities, Edgar admitted, but these are based on historical designs that showed some success. The stones are charged with protective intent and bound to Hollow Oak's ley lines. As long as she's wearing one within the town limits, any attempt to drag her consciousness into the dream realm will encounter significant resistance. Elias accepted the pendant, surprised by its warmth against his palm. The stone in the center was unlike anything he'd seen before, shifting between deep purple and silver depending on the angle of light. There's more, Rufus said, pulling a larger item from his workbench. Dreamcatcher, but not the tourist version. This one's woven with silver wire and blessed salt, inscribed with protective runes that have been in my family for 6 generations. Hang it over her bed, and anything trying to influence her dreams will have to get through the equivalent of a supernatural minefield. The piece was beautiful in its complexity, far more intricate than the simple hoops and feathers sold in gift shops. Power radiated from every carefully placed knot and bead. How much do I owe you? Elias asked, already reaching for his wallet. Nothing, Edgar said firmly. Kaia is part of the community now, whether she knows it or not. He'd known intellectually that Hollow Oak would accept his mate, but seeing the proof of their protection offered so freely made his bear rumble with satisfaction. Thank you, he said, meaning it more than the words could convey. Both of you. Just make sure she understands how to use them properly, Rufus said, returning to his forge. The anchor stone needs to be in direct contact with her skin, and the Dreamcatcher has to be positioned where she can see it from her bed. Symbolism matters with this kind of magic. Elias nodded, carefully tucking the items into his jacket pockets. Anything else I should know? Yes, Edgar said, his expression growing grave. These protections will help, but they're not permanent solutions. Whatever's hunting her will adapt, find new ways to reach her. Your best bet is still completing the mate bond as soon as she's ready. And if she's not ready, then you'd better hope we're all wrong about what's coming. The walk back to the inn gave Elias time to process everything he'd learned, but instead of clarity, he felt the weight of impossible choices. Push Kaia toward a claiming bond she might not want, or risk losing her to something that fed on dreams and fear. Protect her independence, or protect her life. His bear had no patience for such dilemmas. Claim her, keep her safe. Everything else is secondary. But Elias had seen what happened when alphas let their protective instincts override their mate's autonomy. Broken bonds, resentment, relationships that turned toxic because one partner felt trapped rather than chosen. He wouldn't do that to Kaia, no matter how desperate his bear became. The inn's common room was warm, with afternoon sunlight when he arrived. and the sight that greeted him made his steps slow in appreciation. Kaia sat curled in her favorite chair by the window, but she wasn't alone. Miriam occupied the opposite chair, a basket of yarn at her feet, as she taught Kaia the basics of knitting. Twyla had claimed the sofa, sorting through what looked like a collection of crystals while keeping up a steady stream of commentary. "No, no, dear," Miriam was saying patiently. "Loop the yarn over first, then pull through. There you go." "I think I'm hopeless at this," Kaia laughed, holding up a lopsided square that bore only passing resemblance to the scarf she was attempting. "My grandmother tried to teach me when I was little, but I never had the patience." "Patience can be learned," Twyla said, selecting a rose quartz from her collection. "Like most worthwhile skills. And speaking of patience, this little beauty is supposed to help with emotional healing. Might be useful given recent circumstances." Kaia accepted the crystal with the same genuine gratitude she'd shown everyone who'd offered help since her arrival. No false protests about not deserving kindness, no attempts to minimize her needs. Just honest appreciation for the care being offered. Watching her integrate so naturally into the small domestic scene, Elias felt something shift inside him. This was what he'd been protecting without fully realizing it. Not just Kaia's safety, but her chance to belong somewhere. Her opportunity to be part of something larger than her own struggles. "Elias!" Kaia looked up as he entered, her face lighting with genuine pleasure. "Look what Miriam's teaching me. I'm terrible at it, but it's actually kind of relaxing." "You're not terrible," Miriam corrected with maternal firmness. "You're learning. There's a difference." "How did the research go?" Twyla asked, her face-sharp eyes noting the careful way he moved, the protective tension in his shoulders. "Productive," he said simply. "I brought some things that might help." He pulled out the anchor stone first, offering it to Kaia with careful explanation of its purpose. Her fingers traced the pendant's delicate silver work with reverent attention. "It's beautiful," she said softly. "You really didn't have to." "Yes, I did." The words came out weighted with all the fears he couldn't voice. "Your safety matters, Kaia. To all of us." The look she gave him was warm and wondering, like she still couldn't quite believe that people cared about her well-being without expecting something in return. It made him want to spend the rest of his life proving that some kindness came without conditions. "Help me put it on," she asked, lifting her hair away from her neck. Elias moved behind her chair, hyper-aware of the trust implied in the gesture as he fastened the pendant's clasp. His fingers brushed the soft skin at her nape, and the contact sent warmth racing through his bear's consciousness. The anchor stone settled against her throat like it belonged there, pulsing gently with protective energy. "How does it feel?" he asked, stepping back with reluctance. "Warm. Safe." She touched the stone lightly, moving her moon pendant to the side so it touched her skin, then turned to smile at him. "Thank you. For everything." "Don't thank me yet," he said quietly. "We're not out of the woods." But looking at her, surrounded by the women who'd already claimed her as family, protected by magic crafted with genuine care, Elias allowed himself a moment of hope. Whatever was hunting his mate would find Hollow Oak ready for a fight, and they wouldn't be fighting alone.
Chapter 8. Kaia. The dreams started getting teeth 3 days after Elias gave her the anchor stone. Kaia pressed her fingers against the pendant's warm surface as she sat in the inn's kitchen, watching Miriam prepare what had become their nightly ritual of calming tea. The past week had fallen into a comfortable routine, mornings helping around the inn, afternoons exploring Hollow Oak with various residents eager to show her their corner of the magical town, evenings spent in the common room with whatever combination of locals had decided she needed company. It should have been peaceful. It would have been, if not for the way her dreams were evolving. "Another rough night?" Miriam asked gently, setting a steaming mug in front of her. The tea smelled different tonight, more complex. Lavender and chamomile, but underneath something sharper, more protective. "They're getting more specific," Kaia admitted, wrapping her hands around the ceramic warmth. "Less random fear, more focused. Like someone's trying to show me something specific." "What kind of something?" Kaia hesitated, reluctant to voice the images that had been plaguing her sleep. Halloween night. The town square, but everything's wrong. People are screaming, running from shadows that move like they're alive, and there's this voice calling my name, over and over. Miriam's expression grew troubled. The same voice every time? Yeah, deep, male, but hollow, like it's coming from somewhere far away. Kaia shivered despite the kitchen's warmth. It knows things about me, things I don't even remember about myself. The older woman reached across the small table, covering Kaia's hand with her own. You don't have to face this alone, dear. The whole town's invested in keeping you safe now. That was certainly true. Over the past week, Kaia had been overwhelmed by the casual way Hollow Oaks residents had absorbed her into their daily lives. Twyla had started saving her a specific table at the cafe, claiming her Fey intuition said Kaia needed to sit where she could see both entrances. The Tansley brothers had taken to stopping by the inn with small, protective charms, each one crafted specifically for her needs. Even Maeve had made it a point to check in, usually with gruff advice about not letting stubbornness get in the way of accepting help. But it was Elias who'd become her constant, steady presence through the increasingly difficult nights. He's been sleeping in the chair again, hasn't he? Miriam asked, following her gaze toward the common room where Elias had taken up his unofficial post. Heat crept up Kaia's neck. I told him he doesn't have to do that. The inn has perfectly good guest rooms. And what did he say? That he sleeps better knowing I'm safe. The memory of his quiet confession sent warmth spreading through her. I don't understand why he cares so much. We barely know each other. Miriam's smile held secrets. Sometimes the heart knows things the mind hasn't figured out yet. And sometimes, when you've been waiting for something without realizing it, recognition comes fast. Curious that Miriam had almost repeated Maeve, Kaia went to ask what that meant, but then heavy footsteps announced Elias's arrival in the kitchen. He looked tired, silver eyes shadowed with the same exhaustion that had been following her around. Guilt twisted in her stomach at the realization that her problems were costing him sleep too. How are you feeling? He asked, settling into the chair beside her with the careful movements of someone who'd been sleeping in furniture, not designed for 6'6" frames. Guilty, she said honestly. You can't keep sleeping in that chair, Elias. You'll wreck your back. My back's fine. He accepted the mug of tea Miriam offered with a grateful nod. Besides, I sleep better knowing you're close by. She forced herself not to blush. Still, she said, fighting the urge to reach for his hand. It's not fair to you. Kaia! His voice carried gentle firmness. Nothing about this situation is fair. But that doesn't mean we stop looking out for each other. The way he said each other made her stomach flutter with dangerous hope. Like they were a team, partners facing something together instead of her being a burden he'd chosen to shoulder. The dreams are getting more vivid, she said quietly. More detailed. I think something's going to happen on Halloween night. Elias's jaw tightened. What kind of something? I don't know exactly, but it's bad, really bad. She closed her eyes, trying to organize the fragments of prophetic vision that had been haunting her sleep. There's panic in the streets, people running from something I can't quite see, and there's this voice that keeps calling to me, trying to convince me to stop fighting whatever's coming. Over my dead body, Elias said with quiet ferocity. The protective growl in his voice sent a thrill through her. God, when had she started finding his intensity so attractive? When had the way he looked at her like she was precious and worth defending become something she craved? I should probably try to get some sleep, she said, standing before her thoughts could wander into dangerous territory. Maybe tonight will be better. But even as she said it, Kaia could feel the familiar tug of approaching dreams, darker and more insistent than usual. The anchor stone pulsed against her throat, a warm reminder of the protection surrounding her, but she couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was hunting her was getting stronger. Sleep brought no peace. The dream started normally enough, wandering through a version of Hollow Oak that was both familiar and wrong, where the streets stretched longer than they should, and shadows fell at impossible angles. But instead of the usual random nightmare imagery, Kaia found herself walking with purpose toward the town square, drawn by a compulsion she couldn't resist. The square was empty except for a single figure standing beneath the old oak tree that gave the town its name. Male, tall, but his features shifted and blurred whenever she tried to focus on them directly. When he spoke, his voice carried the hollow quality she'd been hearing in her dreams for days. Kaia Monroe. The sound of her name on his lips made her skin crawl. You've been running from me for so long. Aren't you tired of fighting the inevitable? Who are you? She asked, surprised to find her voice steady in the dream. What do you want from me? I want what I've always wanted, what you promised me before you chose to forget. The figure stepped closer, and she caught glimpses of burning eyes in a face made of shifting shadows. You were supposed to come willingly. Instead, you ran to this sanctuary, surrounded yourself with protectors who can't help you where it matters. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? The thing that called itself by a name she couldn't quite remember tilted its head. Sweet Kaia, wandering the world alone, convinced she didn't belong anywhere. I offered you purpose, power, a place where your gifts would be appreciated instead of feared. And you agreed. I would never... Wouldn't you? The voice turned mocking. A frightened girl, desperate to understand why she was different, why she could walk through dreams when others could only sleep through them. I gave you knowledge, showed you how to use your abilities. In exchange, you promised to serve as my anchor to the waking world. The words triggered flashes of memory she'd thought were dreams. A younger version of herself, desperate and alone, making bargains she didn't understand with a voice that promised answers to all her questions. I was a child, she whispered, horror creeping through her consciousness. I didn't know what I was agreeing to. A promise is a promise, regardless of age. The shadow figure began to circle her, and with each step, the dream landscape grew darker. You've delayed long enough, gathered enough strength to serve my purposes. On Halloween night, when the barriers between worlds grow thin, you'll fulfill your oath. No. Kaia straightened, drawing on reserves of courage she didn't know she possessed. I choose who I serve, and it's not you. You think your little charms will protect you? Your bear shifter guardian? The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass. He can't follow you here into the realm where I am strongest. Here, you belong to me. The dream square began to shift and writhe, buildings melting into impossible geometries as the creature's presence grew stronger. But instead of the paralyzing fear she'd felt in previous nightmares, Kaia found herself thinking of Elias's steady strength, Miriam's maternal protection, the way Twyla's eyes sparkled with mischief and care. You're wrong, she said firmly. I don't belong to you. I belong with them, in Hollow Oak, with people who care about me without asking for anything in return. We'll see about that. The shadow thing's voice turned vicious. When Halloween comes, you'll remember who you really are, and you'll come to me willingly, or watch everyone you've grown to care about suffer the consequences. The dream shattered like glass, sending Kaia tumbling back toward consciousness with a scream trapped in her throat. She jerked awake in her in-room bed, heart hammering and skin slick with cold sweat, the echo of hollow laughter still ringing in her ears. But she wasn't alone. Strong arms encircled her immediately, pulling her against a chest that smelled like cedar and safety. Elias's voice rumbled against her ear, low and soothing, anchoring her to the waking world with the solid reality of his presence. I've got you, he murmured, one hand stroking her hair while the other rubbed gentle circles against her back. You're safe. It was just a dream. Not just a dream, she gasped, clinging to his flannel shirt like a lifeline. It was real. He was real, and he knows about Halloween, about the town, about you. Elias's arms tightened around her, and she felt rather than heard the protective growl that vibrated through his chest. Tell me everything. So she did, pouring out the terrifying encounter while he held her steady, never once making her feel foolish or hysterical. By the time she finished, pale morning light was creeping through her window, and she realized they'd spent the entire night talking through her fears. I made some kind of bargain when I was young, she said finally, exhaustion making her voice small. I don't remember all the details, but I promised to serve as his anchor to the physical world, and now he's coming to collect. Whatever you promised him you were a child, it doesn't count. What if it does? What if on Halloween night I can't fight him anymore? Elias pulled back enough to meet her eyes, silver gaze fierce with determination. Then we make sure you're not fighting alone. Hollow Oak protects its own, Kaia. All of us, together, against whatever's coming. The conviction in his voice made her believe, for the first time since the nightmares began, that maybe she really could win this fight. That maybe, surrounded by people who cared about her, she was stronger than the shadows trying to claim her. Thank you, she whispered, meaning it more than any words she'd ever spoken. For staying, for believing me, for making me feel like I'm worth protecting. You are worth protecting. His thumb brushed across her cheek, wiping away tears she hadn't realized were falling. You're worth everything, Kaia Monroe. Don't ever let anyone tell you different. As dawn broke fully over Hollow Oak, chasing away the last shadows of her nightmare, Kaia allowed herself to believe it might be true.
Chapter 9. Elias. Dawn had never felt like such a fragile thing. Elias sat in his truck outside the Vane construction compound, watching the first pale light of morning creep across the mountains, while Kaia's revelations echoed in his mind. A childhood bargain with a shadow entity. Halloween night approaching like a deadline. His mate caught between worlds by promises she'd been too young to understand. His bear prowled beneath his skin, desperate to charge back to the inn and stand guard over her sleeping form. But Kaia had finally drifted off around 6, exhausted by her nightmare encounter, and Miriam had shooed him away with firm instructions to get some real rest himself. Instead, he'd driven straight to the family compound, needing the grounding presence of his clan before he lost his mind entirely. The workshop was already alive with activity when he entered, his brothers moving around the space with the easy efficiency of people who'd worked together for decades. Thorin looked up from the blueprints he'd been reviewing, taking in Elias's rumpled clothes and drawn expression with shrewd eyes. "Rough night," he asked. "You could say that." Elias hung his keys on their designated hook, muscle memory keeping him functional while his thoughts churned. "Where's Dad?" "Office going over the invoices," Finn called from beneath the hood of their work truck. "But judging by the look on your face, this isn't about billing disputes." Magnus emerged from the office trailer, drawn by some paternal instinct that had always amazed his sons. He still commanded attention without effort. "Son?" he said simply, studying Elias's face with the kind of penetrating gaze that had seen through childhood lies and teenage schemes with equal ease. "What's happened?" "The threat to Kaia is real," Elias said without preamble, "and it's worse than we thought." The workshop went quiet. Thorin set down his blueprints while Finn slid out from under the truck, both brothers giving him their full attention. Magnus gestured toward the cluster of chairs they kept for family meetings, settling his considerable bulk into the one that had molded itself to his shape over the years. "Tell us everything," he said. So Elias did, the nightmares growing stronger, the entity that knew Kaia's name, the Halloween deadline that hung over them like a sword. His brothers listened without interruption, but he could see the protective fury building in their expressions as he described the shadow creature's claims on his mate. "A childhood bargain," Thorin said finally, his voice tight with controlled anger. "That's not legally binding by any supernatural law I know." "Doesn't matter if it's legal," Finn growled. "Matters if this thing believes it has a claim on her." "And it does," Magnus said quietly, his weathered face grave. In the dream realm, belief shapes reality. If this entity has convinced itself that Kaia belongs to it, that conviction becomes a form of supernatural contract. The words sent ice down Elias's spine. So we can't fight it legally? Legal challenges won't help here, his father confirmed, but there are other ways to break unwanted bonds. The question is whether Kaia's strong enough to withstand the process. She's stronger than she knows, Elias said with fierce conviction, but she's also been running and hiding for so long that she doesn't trust her own power. Then you need to help her find that trust, Magnus said, and the best way to do that is through a mate bond that gives her an anchor in the physical world. Thorin leaned forward in his chair. You're talking about claiming her. I'm talking about courting her properly first, Magnus corrected. A forced claim, even with good intentions, could shatter what's left of her psychological defenses. She needs to choose the bond freely, understand what it means, and trust that Elias won't use it to control her. How long do we have? Finn asked practically. Halloween's in 2 weeks, Elias said, calculating rapidly. And according to her dreams, that's when this thing plans to collect. 2 weeks to court a traumatized mate who doesn't fully understand supernatural bonds, Thorin summarized. No pressure there. It's enough time, Magnus said firmly. If you do it right, no grand gestures, no overwhelming displays of alpha dominance, just steady presence, consistent care, and giving her space to realize she's safe with you. This was why he'd come to his family first, before panic could override good judgment. The Vanes had been making successful matches for generations, and Magnus had guided more than one of his sons through the delicate process of supernatural courtship. What about the clan, he asked. How do we handle integrating her when she's still learning to trust? Same way we've been handling it, Thorin said with a slight smile. Include her naturally. Don't make a big production out of acceptance. Sunday dinners, casual invitations to family events, treating her like she's already one of us. Which she is, Finn added. Mate bond or no mate bond, she's family now. Anyone who threatens her threatens all of us. The simple declaration made Elias's bear rumble with satisfaction. This was pack behavior at its finest, the instinctive protection of the clan extending to cover his chosen mate without question or hesitation. I'll need backup, he said, thinking through the practical challenges ahead. If this entity can reach her through dreams, then she's vulnerable every time she sleeps. The night guard rotations. Already covered, Magnus interrupted. Lucian stopped by yesterday evening, updated me on the supernatural threat assessment. We've coordinated with the council to ensure round-the-clock protection without making it obvious we're babysitting her. Meaning? Meaning there will always be a Vane or a guard member somewhere nearby, but disguised as normal town business. Thorin pulled out a tablet, showing him a schedule that covered the next 2 weeks. Construction projects near the inn, supply deliveries to neighboring businesses, patrol routes that happen to include regular check-ins. Elias studied the schedule, impressed despite his worry. His family had thought of everything, creating a net of protection that would keep Kaia safe without making her feel smothered. What about her emotional state? He asked. The nightmares are wearing her down, making her doubt herself. She's starting to believe she's more danger than she's worth. Then you remind her otherwise, Magnus said simply. Every day in small ways. Show her what it's like to be valued, protected, cherished. Make sure she understands that her safety and happiness matter to people who don't want anything from her in return. And if she's not ready for a mate bond by Halloween? Magnus was quiet for a long moment, considering possibilities that made Elias's stomach clench with dread. Then we fight, his father said finally. All of us, together, whatever it takes. The supernatural community has ways of dealing with entities that threaten our own. It won't be easy, and there's no guarantee we'll win, but we don't abandon family. Speaking of which, Finn said with a thoughtful expression, what's our girl doing for lunch today? Because I was thinking it might be nice if some of us happened to be working on the inn's front steps around noon. You know, checking for loose boards, making sure everything's structurally sound. The transparent excuse made Elias smile for the first time all morning. She usually eats with Miriam around 12:30, helps with the afternoon tea service. Perfect, Thorin said, already reaching for his tool belt. Finn and I can handle the structural inspection while you happen to stop by for... What's a good excuse? Dropping off Miriam's monthly invoice, Magnus suggested with twinkling eyes. Always takes at least an hour to discuss payment schedules and upcoming projects. You're all terrible at subtlety, Elias said, but he welcomed the blatant scheming. This was what Kaia had been missing her entire life. Family who cared enough to meddle, people who would move heaven and earth to make sure she felt loved and protected. Subtlety's overrated, Finn declared cheerfully. Besides, our future sister-in-law needs to get used to having veins in her business. Might as well start now. Future sister-in-law. The casual certainty in his youngest brother's voice made Elias's bear practically rumble with satisfaction. His family had already accepted Kaia completely, ready to fold her into their chaotic, loving dynamic without reservation. All right, he said, standing and straightening his shoulders. Let's go court my mate. Now you're talking, Magnus said approvingly. But remember, son, patience. Let her set the pace. Your job is to be steady and available, not to push her toward decisions she's not ready to make. And if my bear gets impatient, then you remind him that the best alphas are the ones who earn their mate's trust instead of demanding it, his father said with the wisdom of decades. Real strength isn't about claiming what you want. It's about being worthy of being chosen. By 11:30, Elias found himself back in town with a folder of completely legitimate invoices and a chest full of nervous energy. The plan was simple. Spend time with Kaia in natural, low-pressure situations while his family provided subtle backup. Show her what it felt like to have people who cared about her well-being without expecting anything in return. But as he walked toward the inn, he couldn't shake the memory of her terror from that morning, the way she'd clung to him like he was the only solid thing in a world gone mad. Whatever was hunting her was getting stronger, more focused. They were running out of time. His bear snarled at the thought, protective instincts demanding immediate action. Mark her, claim her, make sure everyone knew she was under his protection. But Magnus was right about the importance of patience. Kaia had spent too many years being pushed around by forces beyond her control. The last thing she needed was another one trying to make decisions for her, even with the best intentions. So he would court her properly, give her time to choose, and pray that 2 weeks would be enough to build the foundation of trust they'd need to face whatever Halloween brought. Because losing her wasn't an option his bear was willing to consider.
Chapter 10. Kaia. 2 days of careful courtship had turned Kaia's world upside down in the most wonderful, terrifying way possible. She stood at the inn's kitchen window, watching Finn and Thorin Vane argue good-naturedly over the proper way to repair the front steps that had been perfectly fine yesterday. What should have been a simple repair had somehow required extensive consultation, multiple trips to the hardware store, and increasingly creative interpretations of basic carpentry. It would have been transparent if it wasn't so endearing. "They're trying too hard," Miriam said fondly, joining her at the window with 2 cups of afternoon tea, "but their hearts are in the right place." "I think it's sweet," Kaia admitted, accepting the steaming mug gratefully. "I've never had people who cared enough to be overprotective." "And how do you feel about their big brother?" The question made heat creep up Kaia's neck. Elias had been a constant presence these past few days, but never overwhelming. He appeared at mealtimes with perfectly reasonable excuses, walked her around town when she mentioned wanting fresh air, and somehow materialized whenever she was struggling with particularly dark thoughts. Always helpful, never pushy, and absolutely devastating to her carefully maintained emotional walls. "I feel like I'm in trouble," she said quietly. "The good kind of trouble? The caring too much kind of trouble." The admission slipped out and Kaia pressed her fingers to her lips, as if she could take the words back. Miriam's smile was pure maternal satisfaction. "About time you admitted it." "It's not that simple." Kaia moved away from the window, restless energy driving her to pace the small kitchen. "There are things about me, about what's hunting me, that could put him in danger. The dreams are getting worse, Miriam, stronger. And the thing in them, It's not just after me anymore. It's interested in everyone I care about. All the more reason not to face it alone. Or all the more reason to leave before I get someone killed. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Miriam set down her tea and fixed Kaia with the kind of stern look that had probably corralled decades of stubborn inn-guests. Kaia Monroe, you listen to me. Running away doesn't solve anything except making you miserable and alone. You think that creature hunting you is going to give up just because you're not here anymore? You think it won't find ways to hurt the people you care about even if you're halfway across the country? At least they'd have a chance without me around. They'd have a better chance with you here, where the town's protections can help, and where people who care about you can watch your back. Miriam's voice gentled. Sweet girl, you've been running for so long you've forgotten what it feels like to stand and fight. The kitchen door opened as Elias entered, tool belt slung around his hips and sawdust clinging to his flannel shirt. He took one look at Kaia's face and his expression grew concerned. Everything all right? Fine, Kaia said quickly, then caught Miriam's knowing look. Actually, no, not fine, but I don't want to talk about it. Elias studied her for a moment, then nodded. Want to not talk about it somewhere else? I was thinking about checking on the Halloween decorations around town. Could use a second opinion. The casual invitation was exactly what she needed. A chance to get out of her own head without feeling pressured to share feelings she wasn't ready to examine. That sounds nice. 20 minutes later, they were strolling down Main Street, where the business owners had gone all out with autumn decorations. Carved pumpkins glowed from every storefront, their faces ranging from traditional triangular grins to elaborate artistic masterpieces. Orange and gold garlands draped between the street lamps, and someone had convinced the local ravens to cooperate in the seasonal display, their sleek forms perched dramatically on fence posts and roof lines. It's beautiful, Kaia said, pausing to admire a particularly intricate jack-o'-lantern outside the bookstore. I've never seen a town that took Halloween so seriously. It's an important holiday here, Elias said carefully. The barriers between worlds are thinner, which means more supernatural activity, but it also means the community comes together to celebrate what makes us different. And this year, you get to deal with whatever's hunting me on top of the usual festivities. Kaia. Elias stopped walking, turning to face her with that steady silver gaze that seemed to see straight through her defenses. Whatever you're thinking, stop. You don't know what I'm thinking. I know that look. It's your, I should disappear for everyone's good face. You've been wearing it more often lately. The fact that he'd learned to read her so well in such a short time should have been alarming. Instead, it made something warm and precious settle in her chest. When was the last time someone had paid enough attention to recognize her tells? Maybe you'd be safer if I did disappear, she said quietly. And maybe I'd rather face whatever's coming with you than wonder if you're safe somewhere else. Kaia stared at him, searching his face for signs of doubt or obligation, but found only quiet certainty. You don't mean that. I've never meant anything more. Elias stepped closer, close enough that she could see the silver flecks in his eyes, smell the cedar and mountain air that always seemed to cling to his skin. Kaia, I know you're scared. I know this situation is overwhelming and dangerous and nothing like what you'd choose for yourself, but running away won't solve anything. It'll just mean you're facing it alone. I've always faced things alone. You don't have to anymore. The words were a promise and a plea rolled into one. Kaia felt her carefully constructed walls cracking under the weight of his sincerity, the genuine caring in his voice that suggested he meant every word. I care about you, she whispered, the admission torn from somewhere deep in her chest. More than I should, considering we've known each other barely 2 weeks. Elias's expression softened with something that looked like relief. I care about you too, more than I probably have any right to. We're both idiots. Probably. His mouth curved in that rare, genuine smile that transformed his entire face. But at least we're idiots together. He reached up as if to touch her face, then seemed to catch himself, his hand falling back to his side. The aborted gesture made her pulse skip with awareness of what might have been. "This doesn't solve anything," she said softly. "No," he agreed, his voice gentle, "but it gives us something worth fighting for." That night, the dreams came darker and more harsh with whispers that knew her name. Kaia found herself standing in a twisted version of Hollow Oak's town square, where the Halloween decorations had morphed into something sinister. The carved pumpkins leaked black ichor instead of candlelight, and the cheerful orange garlands writhed like living things in a wind that carried the scent of decay. "Getting attached, are we?" The familiar hollow voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "How disappointingly predictable." "Stay away from them," Kaia said, surprised by the steel in her own voice. "Whatever you want from me, leave them out of it. But they're the key to your cooperation." The shadow entity materialized from the darkness between buildings, its form more solid than in previous encounters. "You've grown powerful, little dreamwalker, strong enough to serve my purposes. But you've also grown sentimental. I've grown smart enough to recognize a predator when I see one." "Have you? Then you'll recognize the truth in what I'm about to show you." The dreamscape shifted, showing her flashes of possible futures. Elias trapped in nightmare versions of his own memories, his bare form twisted into something monstrous. Miriam's kind eyes turned vacant and empty. The entire town of Hollow Oak consumed by darkness that fed on their fears, until nothing remained but shadows and screaming. "This is what happens if you continue to resist me," the entity said conversationally. "Your power will continue to grow, and my influence will spread through your connections. Everyone you touch, everyone you care about, becomes a potential vessel for my hunger." "You're lying." "Am I? Look closer, little dreamwalker. See what your love is costing them." The visions intensified, showing her Elias writhing in the grip of nightmares that felt more real than waking. His silver eyes turned black with terror, as creatures made of shadow and hunger tore at his consciousness, feeding on his protective instincts and turning them into weapons against himself. "Stop it!" Kaia gasped, trying to close her eyes against the images. "I will, when you accept what you are. When you stop pretending you can have a normal life and embrace your purpose as my anchor." The entity moved closer, its presence making the air thick and hard to breathe. "Halloween night, little dreamwalker. Choose to serve willingly or watch everything you love be consumed by the darkness you've brought among them." Kaia woke screaming, her hands clutching at the anchor stone around her throat as the last echoes of hollow laughter faded from her consciousness. The pendant pulsed warm against her skin, grounding her in the physical world, but she could still feel the creature's presence lingering on the brim of her awareness. Only 10 days until Halloween. 8 days to figure out how to protect everyone she cared about from the monster that lived in her dreams. 10 days to decide whether her growing feelings were worth the risk of destroying everything she'd found in Hollow Oak.
Chapter 11. Elias. "Those wind chimes are beautiful work," Miriam said, settling into the chair across from Elias in the inn's common room. "Haven't heard Kaia's room go quiet at night since you hung them up?" Elias looked up from the October issue of Mountain Construction Weekly he'd been pretending to read while waiting for Kaia to finish her afternoon nap. "They're just basic woodwork, nothing fancy." Miriam's tone suggested she wasn't buying his casual dismissal. "And I suppose the fact that they're carved from mountain ash, blessed by Elder Thornwell, and inscribed with protective runes is just a coincidence? Maybe. Elias Vane, you're about as subtle as a bull in a china shop when it comes to courting that girl." Heat crept up his neck. "I'm not." The coffee that appears at exactly 7:15 every morning, brewed just the way she likes it, the loose floorboard in the hallway that mysteriously fixed itself overnight, The new lock on the back gate that just happened to be installed after she mentioned feeling nervous about the alley? The inn needs maintenance, he said defensively. The inn needs a lot of things, but you only fix the ones that make Kaia smile. Miriam's expression softened with maternal approval. Not that I'm complaining. It's about time someone spoiled that girl properly. The common room door opened as Kaia entered, looking soft and rumpled from sleep. Her platinum hair fell in waves around her shoulders, and she wore one of the oversized sweaters Twyla had insisted on lending her. The anchor stone at her throat caught the afternoon light, pulsing gently with protective energy. "Hey," she said, offering him a smile that made his bear practically purr. "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long," he lied, rising from his chair. "Sleep well?" "Better, thanks to those beautiful wind chimes." She touched her throat where the pendant rested. "They make the most peaceful sound when the wind catches them just right." The simple gratitude in her voice made his pulse pick up. He'd spent hours carving those chimes, selecting each piece of mountain ash for its protective properties and inscribing them with runes that would help shield her dreams from unwanted intrusion. "I'm glad they help," he said simply. "Speaking of help," Miriam interjected with the kind of innocent tone that usually preceded meddling, "the town planning committee is meeting in 20 minutes to finalize the Halloween festival details. We could use some extra hands." Kaia brightened with interest. "I'd love to help, if you don't mind an outsider's input." "Honey, you stopped being an outsider the day you pulled that first tray of Twyla's scones from the oven, without being asked," Miriam said warmly. "You're part of this community now, whether you realize it or not." The comment made Kaia duck her head, but Elias caught the pleased flush that crept across her cheeks. She belonged here, in Hollow Oak, surrounded by people who appreciated her gentle nature and quiet strength. "Come on," he said, offering her his arm. "Let's go plan a festival." The town hall buzzed with cheerful chaos when they arrived. Twyla had commandeered one corner with fabric samples and sketches for costume contest categories. The Tansley brothers huddled over a hand-drawn map, marking optimal locations for protective ward stations. Maeve stood near the refreshment table, arguing with Lucian about security protocols while Edgar scribbled notes on a clipboard that looked older than the building itself. "Kaia!" Twyla called out, waving them over with enthusiasm that made several fabric swatches flutter to the floor. "Perfect timing. I need a second opinion on decoration themes. What do you think says festive autumn celebration without screaming tourist trap?" Kaia studied the samples with serious consideration. "Maybe something that highlights the natural beauty, like these amber and gold tones, with touches of deep red? It would complement the changing leaves without looking artificial." "Brilliant!" Twyla beamed as if Kaia had just solved world hunger. "See, Elias? I told you she had an artist's eye." "When did you tell me that?" he asked, amused. "Yesterday, when you weren't listening, because you were too busy staring at her like a lovesick teenager." Kaia's cheeks went pink, but she didn't seem displeased by the observation. "Where else do you need help?" "Over here," Maeve called from across the room. "We're trying to figure out patrol routes that don't make the festival feel like a police state. You've got fresh eyes on the town layout." As the afternoon progressed, Elias found himself watching Kaia integrate seamlessly into the planning chaos. She offered thoughtful suggestions about vendor placement, helped resolve a heated debate between the Tansley brothers about decorative lighting, and somehow convinced Maeve that additional security could be disguised as festival games rather than obvious patrols. "She's good at this," Lucian said quietly, appearing at his elbow while Kaia mediated a discussion about music selection. "Natural diplomat." "She is," Elias agreed, pride warming his voice. "Look how everyone's responding to her." It was true. Even the most stubborn committee members, including Elder Bram, who'd initially grumbled about involving outsiders in town business, had started deferring to Kaia's judgment on various details. She had a gift for finding compromise solutions that made everyone feel heard. "She belongs here," Lucian observed. "Yeah, she does. But nothing?" Elias forced himself to focus on the conversation rather than the way Kaia's laugh made him feel. "Everything's fine." Lucian's green eyes held the kind of sharp intelligence that made him an excellent night hunter and an occasionally inconvenient friend. "Right. And that's why you've been hovering around her like she might disappear at any moment?" "I'm not hovering." "You're hovering, Question is, what's got you spooked? Elias watched Kaia gesture animatedly while explaining her vision for the costume contest staging area. She looked relaxed, engaged, genuinely happy to be contributing to something larger than herself. But he could see the shadows beneath her eyes, the careful way she monitored everyone's reactions, like she was still waiting for someone to tell her she didn't belong. She's pulling away, he said quietly. Not obviously, but I can feel it, like she's preparing to run. Any idea why? Whatever's hunting her is ramping up the psychological pressure. His jaw clenched with frustrated helplessness. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can't fight something that exists in her sleep. You can be here when she wakes up, Lucian pointed out. Can remind her that she's not alone. For now, but if she decides I'm better off without her, she cares about you, Elias. Anyone with eyes can see that. But she's spent years believing she doesn't deserve good things. Your job is to prove her wrong. Twyla's voice cut across the room with characteristic authority. All right, people, let's go through the final checklist. Decorations? Sourced and ready for installation, Edgar called out. Entertainment? Local band confirmed. Backup playlist prepared, Maeve reported. Security? Discreet patrols established. Ward stations mapped, Lucian said. Food vendors? Contracted and coordinated, Kaia said, consulting a neatly organized list, including backup plans for weather contingencies. A murmur of approval went around the room. Twyla beamed like a proud teacher. Perfect. I think we're as ready as we can be. Kaia, excellent work on the vendor coordination. You might have missed your calling as an event planner. It was fun, Kaia said with genuine warmth. I've never been part of organizing something like this. It feels good to contribute. You've done more than contribute, Elder Bram said gruffly. Your suggestions solved half the problems we've been arguing about for weeks. The rare praise from the notoriously difficult council member made Kaia's face light up with pleasure. This was what she needed, recognition that she had value, that her presence made things better rather than worse. As the meeting wound down and people began gathering their papers, Kaia approached him with that soft smile that never failed to make him feel like the lovesick teenager Twyla had mentioned. Thank you for bringing me, she said. I really enjoyed being part of this. Thank you for all the help. You probably saved us another 3 meetings worth of arguments. I doubt that. She laughed, but there was something distant in her expression, like she was already pulling back from the moment. I should probably get going. Miriam's making her famous pot roast tonight, and I promised to help with the vegetables. I could walk you back, he offered. That's okay. It's only a few blocks, and I know you want to talk strategy with Lucian. She touched his arm briefly, a fleeting contact that sent warmth racing through his system. But I'll see you tomorrow? Of course. He watched her gather her things and say goodbye to the other committee members, noting the genuine affection in their responses. Hollow Oak had claimed her as thoroughly as she claimed them, creating bonds that should have been reassuring. So why did he feel like he was watching her prepare to say goodbye? She's going to run, he said to Lucian once Kaia had left and the room had mostly cleared. What makes you think that? The way she's memorizing everything, like she's trying to store up enough good memories to last. Elias ran his hand over his face. Christ, Lucian, what am I supposed to do? Lock her in a room until Halloween passes? You're supposed to trust her, his friend said firmly, and trust yourself. You think she wants to leave you? No, but I think she's convinced herself that leaving is the noble thing to do. Then remind her that nobility without wisdom is just stupidity in disguise. Lucian clapped him on the shoulder. And remind her that running away doesn't solve anything. It just makes you tired and alone. Elias nodded, but worry continued to gnaw at his stomach as they locked up the town hall and headed their separate ways. 8 days until Halloween. 8 days to convince his mate that she was safer with him than without him, and to prove that love was stronger than whatever shadows haunted her dreams. His bear snarled at the thought of losing her, protective instincts demanding immediate action. But Magnus was right about the importance of patience. Claiming Kaia through force or desperation would only drive her further away. No, he'd have to win her trust the hard way, one small gesture at a time, one moment of safety at a time, until she understood that Hollow Oak wasn't just a place she'd stumbled into by accident. It was home, and he'd be damned if he let anything take her away from it.
Chapter 12. Kaia. "Hand me that string of lights, would you?" Twyla called from her perch on a stepladder outside the griddle and grind. "And don't give me that look, Kaia. I've been climbing ladders since before you were born." Kaia passed up the amber lights, marveling at how the simple task of decorating for Halloween could feel so normal and wonderful. "I wasn't giving you a look. I was admiring your color coordination skills." "Flatterer." Twyla's laugh tinkled like wind chimes. "Though you're not wrong. Takes a fey eye to get the autumn balance just right." "Speaking of balance," Maeve's voice came from across the street where she was wrestling with an oversized scarecrow. "Could one of you explain why this thing weighs 40 pounds? What did Edgar stuff it with, lead shot?" "Protective herbs," Edgar Tansley called back from the hollow mercantile's doorway. "Blessed salt, iron filings, and a few other things that'll keep unwanted spirits from getting too comfortable during the festival." "Of course it is," Kaia muttered, but she was smiling. A couple days of helping with Halloween preparations had taught her that nothing in Hollow Oak was ever just what it seemed. Every decoration served a dual purpose. Every seemingly innocent festival element carried protective magic woven into its very fabric. She thought it had been decorated before when her and Elias walked through, but apparently that was everyone's personal touch, not the town's. "Don't sound so surprised," Twyla said, securing the last of her lights. "You've been here long enough to know we take our supernatural security seriously." "I'm learning." Kaia stepped back to admire their handiwork. "It's just different from anywhere else I've lived." "Good different or bad different?" "Good," she said softly. "Definitely good." The admission was true, which made everything else so much harder. Every day in Hollow Oak revealed new layers of belonging she'd never experienced. Helping with the festival preparations, having people ask for her opinions like they mattered, working alongside neighbors who'd become friends without her even noticing the transition. And then there was Elias. "Speak of the devil," Twyla said with obvious satisfaction. "Here comes your shadow now." Kaia turned to see Elias approaching with a steaming to-go cup from the cafe, his timing so perfect it couldn't be coincidental. He'd been doing this for days now, appearing with her favorite coffee exactly when she needed a break, materializing with helpful tools whenever she was struggling with a task, somehow always nearby without making her feel watched or suffocated. "Thought you might need fuel," he said, offering her the cup with that small smile that made her stomach flutter. "Extra shot, light cream, just a touch of cinnamon." "You remember how I like my coffee." "I remember everything about you." The simple statement, delivered in his quiet, matter-of-fact tone, made heat creep up her neck. "Thank you for this and for everything else." "My pleasure." "Oh, for heaven's sake," Twyla muttered from her ladder. "You two are going to give me cavities with all that sweetness. Elias, make yourself useful and help me down from here." He moved to steady the ladder while Twyla descended, but his eyes never left Kaia's face. "How's the decorating going?" "Good. Really good, actually." She gestured toward Main Street, where the Halloween transformation was taking shape. "It's amazing how much the whole town's gotten involved. I've never been part of anything like this before." "Community events are kind of our specialty," he said. "Wait until you see the winter solstice celebration. Twyla goes completely overboard with the lighting effects. Wait until you see." The casual assumption that she'd still be here in December made her chest tight with longing and guilt. She wanted to be here for the solstice celebration, wanted to help plan it and see Twyla's lighting magic, and spend the holidays surrounded by these wonderful people that she had gotten to know. But wanting things didn't make them safe. "Kaia?" Elias's voice held concern. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Just thinking about everything that needs to be done before Halloween, she said quickly. Speaking of which, I should probably head over to the book nook. Lucian said he had some references that might help with the historical accuracy of our decorations. It wasn't entirely a lie. She did need to visit the bookstore, just not for the reasons she'd implied. I'll walk you, Elias offered. Before she could find a reason for him to not go, Maeve called for his help with her scarecrow situation. She touched his arm briefly, a contact that sent warmth racing through her system. Thank you, for the coffee, for always thinking of me. His silver eyes searched her face like he was trying to read some hidden message. Any time. The book nook's familiar scent of old paper and ink wrapped around Kaia like a comforting blanket when she stepped inside. Lucien looked up from behind the counter, his green eyes taking in her expression with feline perception. Let me guess, he said. You're not here for decoration research. Is it that obvious? You have the look of someone carrying heavy secrets. He gestured toward the back of the store. What are you really looking for? Kaia glanced around to make sure they were alone, then moved closer to the counter. Information about dreamwalking. Specifically about entities that can use dreamwalkers as anchors to the physical world. Lucian's expression grew serious. That's some dangerous territory you're exploring. I know, but I need to understand what I'm dealing with. The dreams are getting worse, and I think I might be putting everyone in danger just by being here. Ah. Understanding flickered across his features. You think running away will solve the problem? Won't it? If I'm not here, if there's no anchor for this thing to use, then it finds another anchor, or follows you wherever you go. Lucien moved from behind the counter, heading toward a section of books that seemed older and more worn than the rest. Dreamwalkers aren't easily replaceable, Kaia. If this entity has invested time and energy in claiming you, it's not going to give up just because you change geographic locations. So what are you saying? I'm stuck with this thing forever? I'm saying running away rarely solves supernatural problems. It just relocates them. He pulled down a leather-bound volume that looked like it belonged in a museum. But there might be other solutions. What exactly has this entity told you about your connection? Kaia hesitated, then decided honesty was her only option. It says I made a bargain when I was young, promised to serve as its anchor in exchange for understanding my abilities, but I don't remember making any such deal. Memory suppression is common in childhood supernatural encounters, Lucian said, opening the book carefully, especially when the deal involves future consequences the child couldn't possibly understand. Here, look at this. He showed her a page covered in dense text and intricate diagrams. Historical accounts of anchor bonds. Most of them involved children who were desperate, isolated, or in immediate danger. The entities promised power, knowledge, or safety in exchange for future service. That sounds about right, Kaia said grimly. I was all three of those things when I was little. The good news is that childhood bargains aren't legally binding by most supernatural law. The bad news is that the entities don't usually care about legal technicalities. So, how do I break it? Several methods are documented here: ritual cleansing, spiritual intervention, power transference. Lucian paused, studying one particular passage. Or anchor replacement. What does that mean? Instead of breaking the bond entirely, you replace the entity's anchor with something else, a stronger connection to the physical world that overrides the original bargain. Kaia felt a flutter of hope. Like what? Like a mate bond with a supernatural being. The emotional and spiritual connection provides an alternative anchor that's much harder for dream entities to corrupt or control. The hope immediately curdled into dread. You're talking about Elias. I'm talking about options. If you chose to pursue a mate bond with him, it would create a protective barrier around your consciousness that dream entities couldn't easily penetrate. And if I chose wrong, if the bond didn't work, or if I made things worse? She closed the book with more force than necessary. I won't risk his life because of my problems. What makes you think you have that choice? The quiet question made her look up sharply. Lucienne's green eyes held sympathy, but also uncompromising honesty. Elias is already involved, whether you like it or not, he continued. He's claimed you as his mate in every way that matters except the formal bonding. He's what? Kaia asked, not really understanding or believing what she was hearing. Lucien looked regretful for a moment, as if he said too much. All I mean is he doesn't want you to go anywhere. He's very attached. And if this entity decides to use him against you, it won't matter whether you've officially accepted the connection between you both or not. Then I definitely need to leave. Or you could stay and fight. Accept what's already formed and use it to protect both of you. I don't know how to fight something like this. You don't have to fight it alone, Lucien's voice gentled. That's the whole point of pack bonds, community connections, mate relationships. They make you stronger than you could ever be on your own. Kaia stared at the closed book, mind churning with possibilities and fears. She thought about Elias's patient courtship, the way he remembered her coffee preferences and carved wind chimes to help her sleep, the way he made her feel by simply being near. I need to think about this, she said finally. Don't think too long, Lucien warned. Halloween's in 7 days, and if your dreams are accurate, that's when this entity plans to make its move. Whatever you decide, decide soon. The walk to the inn felt longer than usual, weighed down by the knowledge she'd gained and the choices she faced. Stay and risk everyone she cared about, or run and face the entity's wrath alone. Either way, someone was going to get hurt. You're brooding again, Miriam observed when Kaia entered the inn's common room. Did Lucienne's books give you bad news? Complicated news, Kaia corrected, settling into her favorite chair by the window. I'm not sure there are any good options left. There are always options, dear. Sometimes they're just harder to see when you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. What if the weight belongs there? What if I really am dangerous to everyone around me? Miriam set down her knitting and fixed Kaia with a stern look. I've been running this inn for 30 years. I've housed runaway werewolves, reformed vampires, and at least 3 witches who were actively being pursued by supernatural bounty hunters. You know what I learned from all of them? What? The people who worry about being dangerous to others are usually the least dangerous ones. It's the people who don't care about the consequences who cause real harm. But what if caring isn't enough? Then you find people who care about you and let them help carry the burden. Miriam picked up her knitting again, needles clicking with quiet efficiency. That's what family does, sweet girl, and like it or not, you've got one now. Through the window, Kaia could see Elias across the street, helping Finn and Thorin install decorative lighting around the town square. His movements were efficient and careful, and every few minutes his gaze would drift toward the inn like he was checking on her even while focused on other tasks. 7 days to figure out if she was brave enough to stop running and start fighting for the life she'd found in Hollow Oak.
Chapter 13. Elias. Elias found Kaia sitting by Moonmirror Lake just after sunset, her knees drawn up to her chest as she stared out at the still water. The sight of her there, so close to where he'd first pulled her from the depths, made his bear pace restlessly. Mind if I join you? He asked, settling onto the wooden dock beside her without waiting for an answer. Free country, she said, but her voice lacked its usual warmth. They sat in silence for several minutes, watching the last light of day fade behind the mountains. Elias could feel the tension radiating from her, the careful way she held herself like she was preparing for battle. You've been avoiding me, he said finally. I've been busy helping with festival preparations. That's not what I mean, and you know it. He turned to study her profile, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the way her fingers worried at the anchor stone around her throat. Talk to me, Kaia. What's got you so spooked? Besides a supernatural entity that's been hunting me through my dreams? She laughed, but it came out brittle. Can't imagine why I'd be spooked. It's more than that. You're pulling away, putting distance between us. Why? For a moment, he thought she wasn't going to answer. Then she sighed, her shoulders slumping with exhaustion. Because caring about you makes everything worse, she said quietly. Because the closer I get to people, the more weapons he has to use against me. He? Tobias. That's what he calls himself anyway. The thing that's been stalking my dreams. Kaia's voice grew hollow. He showed me visions, Elias. Horrible things. You trapped in nightmares, the whole town consumed by darkness, everyone I care about suffering because I brought this monster to their doorstep. Elias felt his bear surge with fury, not at Kaia, but at the creature that dared threaten his mate. What exactly did he tell you? That if I don't honor that bargain by Halloween night, he'll make everyone I care about pay the price. That's not going to happen. The growl that accompanied his words made Kaia turn to look at him directly. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. He specifically mentioned you, Elias. Said he knows what you are, what you mean to me. He's going to use you to get to me. Let him try. You don't understand. This thing is ancient, powerful. It feeds on fear and nightmares, and it's been planning this for years. What can we possibly do against something like that? We fight, Elias said simply. Together? Together. Kaia's laugh held no humor. You keep saying that, but I don't think you understand what you're up against. This isn't some normal threat you can punch or intimidate into backing down. I know exactly what I'm up against. He reached for her hand, covering her cold fingers with his warm ones. And I know that you belong here, Kaia, in Hollow Oak, with people who care about you. Whatever bargain you made as a scared child doesn't change that. But what if? No what ifs. His grip tightened gently. You're part of this community now, part of my life, and I'll be damned if I let some dream parasite take that away. Kaia stared at their joined hands, conflict written across her features. Tobias said you were a bear shifter. Others have hinted at it too. I've heard of shifters before, but you want to hear it from me. Yeah. Elias was quiet for a moment, considering how to explain something that had been part of his identity since birth. My family are grizzly bear shifters, have been for generations. It means I can take the form of a bear, that I have enhanced strength and senses even in human form, and that my bear consciousness shares space in my head with my human thoughts. That's why you found me so easily that first night. Enhanced senses. Among other things, he studied her face looking for signs of fear or revulsion. Does it bother you, knowing what I am? No, she said immediately. It explains a lot, actually. The way you move, the protective instincts, that growl you do when you're angry. A small smile tugged at her lips. I kind of figured something was different about you, and everyone else in town for that matter. Hollow Oak is a sanctuary for supernatural beings. Shifters, witches, fae, gifted humans like yourself. We're all refugees from the normal world in one way or another. Which brings me to something else I need to ask you about. Kaia's expression grew serious again. When I was talking to Lucian at the bookstore, he mentioned something about mate bonds, said they could provide protection against dream entities. But when I asked what he meant, he got all weird and evasive, like he'd said something he shouldn't have. Elias felt his stomach clench. This wasn't how he'd planned to have this conversation, but Lucian's slip had forced the issue. Mate bonds are... It's complicated, he said carefully. Try me. In shifter culture, we have destined mates. One person who completes us on every level, emotional, physical, spiritual. When we find that person, there's an immediate recognition, a supernatural connection that's deeper than normal attraction or love. Kaia was very still beside him. And you think I know you are. The words came out rough with honesty. I knew it the moment I touched you that first night. My bear recognized you instantly. Your bear. The animal part of my consciousness. He's been going crazy since you got here, wanting to claim you, protect you, make sure everyone knows you're mine. Elias rubbed the back of his neck, feeling heat creep up from his collar. I've been trying to give you time, space to get comfortable with the idea, but yeah, you're my mate, Kaia. Whether you accept that bond or not is entirely up to you. She absorbed this information in silence, violet eyes searching his face. Is that why you've been so attentive? The coffee, the wind chimes, always being nearby when I need you? I've been courting you, yes, but not because I feel obligated to, because I can't imagine my life without you in it. And the mate bond Lucian mentioned, it could really protect me from Tobias? According to the research, yes, a completed mate bond creates spiritual armor that's incredibly difficult for dream entities to penetrate. But Kaia, I need you to understand something. He turned to face her fully. I'm not offering this bond as some kind of supernatural solution to your problems. I'm offering it because I care about you, because I want to build a life with you, not because you need protection. What if I can't feel the same connection you do? What if this bond only works one way? Then we figure it out. But I don't think that's the case. His thumb brushed across her knuckles. You feel it too, don't you? The pull between us, the way everything feels right when we're together? Kaia's breath caught. I feel like I've been wandering my whole life and suddenly I'm home. Like you see parts of me I didn't even know existed. That's the bond. And if I accept it, what does that mean exactly? It means we're partners in every sense, connected on levels most people never experience. It means I claim you as mine and you claim me as yours, and nothing in this world or any other can break that connection. Even death? Especially death. His voice grew fierce. Mate bonds transcend physical existence, Kaia. Whatever Tobias thinks he can do to us, he's wrong. Love like this doesn't break. Tears gathered in her eyes. I'm scared, Elias. What if I'm not strong enough? Or good enough? Or, hey. He cupped her face in his hands, thumbs brushing away the tears that had started to fall. You're perfect exactly as you are, brave and kind and stronger than you know. And you're not facing any of this alone anymore. Promise? I promise. Then before he could stop it, he leaned in. The kiss happened without conscious thought, born from weeks of growing tension and the desperate need to prove that what they had was real. Kaia's lips were soft and warm under his. She melted against him, fingers tangling in his hair, as she kissed him back with a passion that stole his breath.
Chapter 14. Kaia. The kiss shattered every wall Kaia had built around her heart. Elias's lips moved against hers with a reverence that made her knees weak, his hands cradling her face like she was something precious and fragile. She'd been kissed before, but never like this. Never with the feeling that the world had tilted on its axis and nothing would ever be the same. When she forced herself to take a breath, they were both breathing hard. She could see the stars beginning to emerge in the darkening sky above his shoulder. The lake lapped gently at the dock beneath them, and somewhere in the distance, she could hear the faint sounds of the town settling into evening. Kaia, he whispered, her name a sweet on his lips. She should pull away, should remember all the reasons this was dangerous, all the ways caring about him put him at risk. But looking into those silver eyes, seeing the hunger there tempered by such careful restraint, she couldn't make herself care about anything beyond this moment. I've wanted this since that first night you showed me around, she admitted, her fingers still tangled in his dark hair. Even when I was trying to convince myself I shouldn't. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. I'm falling in love with you, she whispered into the darkness, unable to hold it in any longer. His hand stilled in her hair. Kaia. I know it's complicated. I know I'm dangerous to be around. She lifted her head to look at him. But I can't pretend this isn't real anymore. What I feel for you, it's bigger than fear, bigger than sense. I love you too, he said simply, cupping her face in his hands. And you're not dangerous. You're extraordinary. If the dreams take me, she asked, voicing her deepest fear. If Tobias wins and there's nothing left of me but darkness? Then I'll find you in that darkness, he said fiercely. I'll be your anchor, your way back to the light. No matter how deep the shadows grow, Kaia, I'll never let you go. She kissed him then, pouring all her hope and fear and love into the contact. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, and the lake whispered secrets to the shore. But here in his arms, with his promises echoing in her heart, she finally felt like she might have found her way home.
Chapter 15. Elias. Elias lay in his own bed for exactly 27 minutes before giving up on sleep entirely. His bear had restless energy, alternating between satisfaction at finally claiming their mate's affections and frustrated demand for more. Claim her, mark her, make sure everyone knows she's ours. We discussed this, he muttered to his empty bedroom, scrubbing both hands through his hair. She needs time to process everything. She said she loves us. She chose us. What more processing does she need? The memory of Kaia's confession made something warm and fierce settle in his chest. She loved him. After everything she'd been through, all the reasons she had to run, she'd chosen to stay and fight for what they had together. But love and claiming were two different things, and Elias had seen what happened when alphas rushed their mates into bonds they weren't ready for. He wouldn't do that to Kaia, no matter how much his bear demanded immediate action. By 6 a.m., he'd given up on rest entirely and headed to the construction compound, hoping physical labor would burn off some of the restless energy coursing through his system. The workshop was empty this early, which suited his mood perfectly. He could channel his protective instincts into practical preparations without having to explain his sudden obsession with reinforcing every defensive measure in town. "You're here early," Magnus observed, emerging from the office trailer with a steaming cup of coffee and the kind of knowing look that suggested he'd been expecting this conversation. "Couldn't sleep." "Mm-hmm." His father settled onto a nearby workbench, studying Elias with paternal perception. "This wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that you didn't come home until dawn, would it?" Elias cleared his throat to stop the blood spreading to his face. "I was with Kaia. I figured as much. Question is, how are you handling whatever happened between you two?" "We told each other we love each other," Elias said simply, "and now my bear wants to claim her immediately, while my brain knows she needs more time to adjust to all the supernatural stuff." "Ah," Magnus nodded with understanding. "The eternal alpha dilemma. How much patience can you stand before your protective instincts overwhelm your good judgment?" "Something like that. For what it's worth, you're handling it right. Rushing a mate bond, especially with someone who's been traumatized and is still learning about our world, is a recipe for disaster. Tell that to my bear. Your bear will survive a little delayed gratification. Besides, you've got bigger problems to focus on right now." Magnus's expression grew serious. "Halloween's in 6 days, and if the reports from the night guard are accurate, supernatural activity is ramping up all over town." Elias straightened, grateful for the distraction from his internal struggle. "What kind of activity?" "Shadows moving wrong, electronic equipment malfunctioning near the lake, residents reporting nightmares so vivid they're waking up exhausted." His father's weathered face creased with concern. "Whatever's hunting your mate is getting stronger." "Then we'd better make sure our defenses are ready." They spent the next hour going over the town's protective infrastructure, identifying weak points and planning reinforcements. By the time Finn and Thorin arrived, Elias had a comprehensive list of improvements that would keep him busy for days. "Well, someone's in a productive mood," Finn observed, studying the detailed plans Elias had sketched out. "These ward reinforcements are pretty sophisticated stuff." "Halloween's coming," Elias said by way of explanation. "Better safe than sorry." "Uh-huh." Thorin settled at his own workbench, pulling on work gloves with deliberate movements. "This wouldn't have anything to do with your mate situation, would it?" "My what situation?" "Oh, come on!" Finn grinned with typical younger brother mischief. "You think we didn't notice you floating around here, like you won the lottery? Or the fact that you smell like happiness and other things?" "Finn, What? I'm just saying, whatever happened last night, it obviously went well. You've got that "my mate loves me back" glow going on. Magnus chuckled from across the workshop. Subtle as a brick to the face, that one. I don't glow, Elias protested. Brother, you're practically humming, Thorin said with affection. It's nice to see, honestly. You've been wound tighter than a spring since Kaia arrived. I'm still wound tight, just for different reasons now. The claiming bond. Elias nodded, grateful his family understood the complexities without him having to explain. She's not ready yet. Hell, she just learned what mate bonds are yesterday. But my bear wants to mark her immediately and damn the consequences, Finn finished. Yeah, we've all been there. How did you handle it? Elias asked Thorin, who'd gone through his own claiming bond challenges with his mate 2 years ago. Lots of cold showers and aggressive woodworking, his older brother said with a rueful smile, and reminding myself every 5 minutes that earning her trust was more important than satisfying my bear's timeline. The waiting's the hardest part, Magnus added, but it's also what makes the bond stronger when it finally happens. She'll know you chose patience over possessiveness, that you respected her autonomy even when your instincts were screaming otherwise. Assuming we survive whatever's coming for her, we will, Finn said with fierce conviction. All of us together. That's what family does. The simple declaration made something settle in Elias. His mate, his family, his community, everything worth protecting was right here in Hollow Oak. Whatever Tobias thought he could take, he was wrong. They worked through the day with focused intensity, installing upgraded ward stones around key locations and reinforcing the protective barriers that kept the town hidden from human eyes. Physical labor helped burn off some of Elias's restless energy, but it did nothing to quiet his constant awareness of Kaia's presence across town. By evening, he found himself gravitating toward the inn, like iron drawn to a magnet. Through the warm-lit windows, he could see into the kitchen where Kaia stood beside Twyla, both women covered in flour as they worked over what looked like an industrial-scale baking operation. Come in already, Twyla called without looking up. You're making the customers nervous with all that lurking. Elias pushed through the kitchen door, immediately enveloped by the scent of cinnamon and sugar. Hey, Kaia said, looking up from the mixing bowl she'd been wrestling with. Her cheeks were flushed from the heat of the ovens, and she had a smudge of flour across her nose that made him want to kiss it away. How was work? Productive. What's all this? Halloween cookies for the festival, Twyla explained, gesturing toward the dozens of sugar cookies cooling on racks around the kitchen. Kaia volunteered to help with the decorating, and it turns out she has an artist's touch with royal icing. They're beautiful, Elias said, studying the intricate designs Kaia had piped onto the cookies. Delicate autumn leaves, perfect pumpkins, even tiny replicas of Hollow Oak's distinctive buildings. Twyla did most of the work, Kaia protested. I just followed her instructions. Nonsense, you've got natural talent. Twyla beamed with maternal pride. These are going to be the hit of the festival. Watching them work together, Kaia fitting so naturally into the domestic rhythm of preparation and care, made Elias want her even more. This was what he wanted for their future. Kaia integrated into every aspect of Hollow Oak life, contributing her unique gifts to the community that had claimed her as one of their own. Can I help? He asked. Can you pipe icing without making a mess? Twyla asked skeptically. Probably not. Then you can be our official taste tester, Kaia said with a smile that made his heart skip. Quality control is very important. I take my duties seriously, he said solemnly, accepting the slightly lopsided cookie she offered him. The sugar cookie was perfect. Crisp edges, soft center, and the kind of homemade sweetness that spoke of care and attention to detail. But it was the hopeful way Kaia watched his face while he ate it that made the simple treat taste like heaven. Good? She asked. Perfect, he said honestly. Everything you make is perfect. The soft smile she gave him in return was worth every moment of restraint his bear was demanding he abandon. This, the easy domesticity, the shared glances, the simple pleasure of being near each other, was what real relationships were built on. So, Twyla said with obvious satisfaction, I'm thinking we need at least 3 more dozen for the children's booth. Kaia, you up for another round of decorating? Absolutely, this is actually kind of relaxing. Good, because we've got pumpkin bread to tackle next, and after that, Twyla, Elias interrupted gently. When's the last time either of you ate actual dinner? Both women paused, looking at each other with the guilty expressions of people who'd been too focused on their project to notice basic human needs. I may have lost track of time, Kaia admitted. Right then, Elias moved toward the stove with purpose. Baking suspended until after you both had real food. Twyla, you've got leftover beef stew in the freezer, don't you? You don't have to cook for us, Kaia protested. I want to. He was already pulling ingredients from the refrigerator, muscle memory guiding him through the familiar motions of preparing a simple meal. Besides, someone needs to make sure you don't survive on cookies and coffee until Halloween. He's got a point, Twyla said, settling onto a stool with obvious relief. I may have gotten a little carried away with the baking timeline. As Elias worked, he was hyper-aware of Kaia moving around the kitchen behind him, cleaning up their baking supplies and setting the small table by the window. The easy way she anticipated what needed to be done, how she moved through the space like she belonged there, made his bear more and more at ease. This is what we want, his animal consciousness whispered. Her, here, part of our life. I know, he murmured quietly. Soon. Did you say something? Kaia asked, appearing at his elbow with perfect timing. Just talking to myself, he said, ladling steaming stew into bowls. Occupational hazard of spending too much time alone. Well, you're not alone anymore, she said softly, her hand brushing his arm in a contact that sent warmth racing through his system. No, he thought, watching her settle at the table with Twyla. Both women chatting easily about festival preparations and cookie decorating techniques. I'm definitely not alone anymore.
Chapter 16. Kaia. You look tired, dear, Miriam said, settling across from Kaia in the inn's cozy sitting room with her customary afternoon tea service. When's the last time you had a proper rest? Kaia wrapped her hands around the delicate porcelain cup, grateful for its warmth. I've been sleeping, just not... Well, the nightmares again? They're still getting worse, more vivid, more urgent. She took a sip of tea, recognizing Miriam's special blend of chamomile and something else that helped settle frayed nerves. And I've been sleepwalking. Elias keeps having to wake me up before I reach the lake. Every night? The past 3 nights, yeah. It's like something's calling to me, pulling me toward the water. Kaia shivered despite the sitting room's warmth. I'm starting to think it's not just random wandering. Miriam's expression grew thoughtful behind her half-moon spectacles. Tell me about these dreams. What exactly do you see? Tobias, mostly. But not like before when he was just a voice or a shadow. Now he's almost solid, like he's gaining strength somehow. Kaia set down her teacup with unsteady hands. Last night, he showed me what he wants. Not just to use me as an anchor to the physical world. He wants to trap me in the dream realm permanently, keep me there as his companion. His prisoner, you mean? Yeah. The word came out as barely more than a whisper. He says I'll be safe there, that I won't have to worry about hurting anyone I care about. Just him and me for eternity, in a world where he has complete control. And what did you tell him? That I'd rather die than spend eternity as his captive. Kaia's voice grew stronger. But he just laughed and said I wouldn't have a choice much longer. That Halloween night the barriers between worlds will be thin enough for him to pull me across permanently. Miriam leaned forward, her weathered face creased with concern. Sweet girl, you can't face this alone. Have you told Elias about the sleepwalking? Some of it. But I don't want him to feel like he has to babysit me every night. He's already doing so much, giving up sleep to watch over me. That's what people do when they love someone, Miriam said gently. They sacrifice comfort for the other person's safety without keeping score. But how do you know when you're asking too much, when your problems become too big a burden for someone else to carry? Oh, honey. Miriam's smile held decades of hard-won wisdom. Love isn't about burden sharing. It's about problem solving together. When you truly care for someone, their struggles become your struggles. Not because you have to, but because you want to. You sound like you speak from experience. 43 years of marriage to a man who could shift into a 7-foot grizzly bear when he was cranky. Miriam's eyes sparkled with fond memory. Henry had his own demons, believe me. PTSD from his military service, nightmares that would shake the whole house. But we figured it out together. I didn't know you were married to a shifter. Most folks around here don't advertise their supernatural connections to newcomers. Takes time to build that kind of trust. Miriam refilled both their teacups with practiced grace. But Henry and we understood each other. Both of us carrying scars from our past. Both of us looking for a place to belong. How did you know he was the one? I didn't at first. Scared me half to death, if I'm being honest. A man that big, that intense, with those protective instincts that could turn fierce in a heartbeat. Miriam's expression softened with memory. But then I saw how gentle he was with broken things, birds with damaged wings, stray cats, children who were afraid of their own shadows. That's when I knew his heart was safe. Elias is like that too, Kaia said quietly, gentle with things that have been hurt. Including you? Especially me. Heat spread through Kaia's face. Sometimes I don't understand why he bothers. I'm such a mess, dragging danger into his life, keeping him awake with my problems. Now you listen to me. Miriam's tone turned firm, taking on the maternal authority that had probably corralled decades of stubborn guests. You are not a burden. You're a gift that life handed to a man who's been waiting his whole life to find someone worth protecting. But what if Tobias is too strong and I end up trapped in the dream realm anyway? Then we fight harder, all of us. Miriam reached across the small table to cover Kaia's hand with her own. You think you're the first person to bring supernatural trouble to Hollow Oak? Honey, this town was built on second chances and impossible fights. We don't abandon family just because the odds are bad. Family? The word made Kaia's throat tight with emotion. I've never really had that before. Well, you do now. Whether you asked for it or not, you've got a whole town full of people who consider you worth fighting for. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the afternoon light slanting through the lace curtains and painting everything in warm gold. Kaia felt some of the tension ease from her shoulders, the constant knot of anxiety in her stomach loosening slightly. Can I ask you something? She said finally. Of course, dear. How do you know when it's okay to stop running, when you found a place worth staying for? Miriam's smile was gentle and knowing. When the thought of leaving hurts more than the fear of staying. When you realize that the people around you see your value even when you can't see it yourself. And if staying puts those people in danger, then you trust them to make their own choices about what risks they're willing to take. You don't get to decide what's best for everyone else, Kaia. That's not love. It's control dressed up as protection. The words hit a truth she'd been avoiding. I've been thinking about leaving again, running before Halloween night, before Tobias can use me to hurt anyone. I figured as much. You've got that same look Henry used to get when his nightmares were bad, like you were calculating escape routes even while sitting still. Maybe I should go, find somewhere isolated where you'll face this monster alone and probably lose. Miriam's interruption was sharp. Where you'll spend whatever time you have left, wondering if the people you left behind are safe, or if Tobias found ways to hurt them anyway. At least they'd have a chance. Sweet girl, running away doesn't solve problems. It just makes you tired and alone when the real fight comes. And love isn't about being perfect, Kaia. It's about being willing to try, even when you're scared. That night, the dreams came hungrier than any other night. Kaia found herself standing knee-deep in Moonmirror Lake, the water around her glowing with an eerie silver light that had nothing to do with moonbeams. The surface rippled with movement from something large circling beneath, and she could feel Tobias's presence like ice against her skin. "You're learning to resist my pull," his voice echoed from the depths. Impressive, but ultimately futile. "I won't go with you willingly," she said, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. Willingly, unwillingly, the distinction matters less each night. Your dream walking has always led you here, to this lake, to this gateway between worlds. Soon you won't be able to resist the call at all. The water began to rise around her, creeping up her legs with unnatural warmth. "What do you mean?" "The lake is my conduit, little dreamwalker. Every time you approach it in sleep, every nightmare that draws you to its shores strengthens my connection to your consciousness. 4 more nights of this, and the barrier will be thin enough for me to pull you through permanently. The anchor stone will protect me." "Will it? Even now you're walking toward the water while your body sleeps. How long before that trinket fails and you slip beneath the surface where no one can follow?" The dream shattered. As strong hands shook her awake, Elias's voice cutting through the nightmare haze like a lifeline. "Kaia, wake up. You're at the lake again." She gasped, finding herself standing in her nightgown at the water's edge, bare feet numb from the cold. Elias stood behind her, one hand on her shoulder while the other held a flashlight that cut through the pre-dawn darkness. "How did I get here?" she whispered. "You were sleepwalking. I've been following you for the past 10 minutes. His voice was tight with concern. "Kaia, this is the 4th night in a row. We need to figure out how to break this pattern before he pulls me through permanently," she finished, turning to face him. 4 nights, Elias, that's what he told me. And I won't be coming back." The protective growl that rumbled from his chest was pure bear, and she could see his eyes flash amber in the flashlight's glow. "Whatever this thing thinks it can do, it's wrong. You're not going anywhere, Kaia. Not without me." As they walked back toward the inn, her hand safe in his, Kaia tried to believe he was right. But she could still feel the lake's pull behind them, and she knew with sick certainty that each night would be harder to resist than the last.
Chapter 17. Elias. "She sleepwalked to the lake again last night," Elias said without preamble as he entered the council archives beneath the library. "4th time this week." Lucian looked up from the ancient text he'd been studying, his green eyes sharp with concern. "How close did she get to the water?" "Standing at the edge when I caught up to her. Bare feet, nightgown, completely unaware of her surroundings." Elias rubbed his face with both hands, exhaustion making his voice rough. "She said Tobias told her 4 more nights. After that, he can pull her through permanently." "Damn," Lucian closed the book with careful reverence. "That fits with what I've been reading about anchor claims. The entity builds connection through repeated contact until the barrier between realms becomes permeable. There has to be a way to stop this." "Maybe, but we're running out of time to find it." Lucian gestured toward the stack of books surrounding his workspace. "I've been going through everything we have on dream magic and anchor bonds. Most of it's theoretical, but there are a few case studies that might be relevant." Elias sat down across from his friend, noting the dark circles under Lucian's eyes that suggested he'd been pulling all-nighters in the archives. "Tell me what you found." "The bad news first. Once an entity establishes this level of connection with a dreamwalker, traditional protective measures become less effective. The anchor stone helps, but it's not enough on its own. And the good news? There's one type of anchor that dream entities can't override or corrupt. A completed mate bond with a supernatural being creates spiritual barriers that are almost impossible to breach." Elias felt something cold settle in his stomach. Almost impossible. The key word there being completed. A partial bond, one where the claiming ritual hasn't been finalized, can actually make things worse. Gives the entity access to both the dreamwalker and their mate, like we read before. So we're back to the claiming conversation. "We're back to the claiming conversation," Lucian confirmed. "Question is, how do you bring that up with someone who's already terrified and fighting for her sanity every night?" Carefully, Elias leaned back in his chair, mind racing through possibilities. She needs to understand what's at stake, but she also needs to make the choice freely. No pressure, no desperation, just honest information about her options. And if she's not ready, then we find another way. There has to be something else, some other form of protection we haven't considered yet. Lucian was quiet for a moment, studying Elias with the kind of perception that made him an excellent hunter. "You're scared." "Terrified," Elias admitted. "I've never faced a threat I couldn't physically fight. Can't punch a dream entity, can't intimidate something that exists in the unconscious realm. All I can do is watch her suffer and hope she's strong enough to resist whatever's calling to her." "She's stronger than you think, stronger than she thinks, for that matter. But what if that's not enough? What if I wake up and she's just gone?" The possibility made his bear snarl with helpless fury. Every protective instinct he possessed demanded action, but this was a battle that could only be fought in realms where his physical strength meant nothing. "We'll find a way," Lucian said firmly. "But in the meantime, we need to establish better security around both the lake and the inn. If she's sleepwalking that frequently, we can't rely on you catching her every time." "Already thought of that." Elias pulled out his phone, showing Lucian the patrol schedule he'd drafted during his sleepless pre-dawn hours. Night guard rotations, motion sensors around the lake perimeter, and backup alarm systems in her room. If she leaves the inn after dark, we'll know about it. "Good. What about during the day? Is she showing any signs of the entity's influence while awake?" "Exhaustion, mostly, and she's been having trouble concentrating, like part of her mind is somewhere else." Elias's jaw tightened with frustration. "She's trying to hide it, but I can see how much this is wearing her down. The closer Halloween gets, the stronger the entity becomes. He's probably influencing her thoughts even when she's awake, making her doubt herself and everyone around her. Like making her think she should run away to protect people." "Exactly. Classic manipulation tactic. Isolate the target, convince them they're a danger to everyone they care about, then swoop in as the only solution to their problems." The calculated cruelty of it made Elias's bear rage. What kind of creature preys on children desperate enough to make supernatural bargains? The kind that feeds on fear and desperation. He probably has dozens of these arrangements scattered across the world, waiting for the right moment to collect. Lucian's expression darkened. The good news is that dreamwalkers with his level of power are incredibly rare. Most people don't survive long enough to be useful to entities like him. That's supposed to be good news. It means Kaia is extraordinary, even by supernatural standards. Her power is what makes her valuable to him, but it's also what gives her the strength to fight back. If she believes in herself enough to try, that's where you come in. Your job isn't to fight this battle for her, it's to remind her that she's worth fighting for, that she has people who believe in her, even when she can't believe in herself. Elias nodded, understanding the wisdom behind his friend's words, even as his bear demanded more direct action. "The claiming bond conversation needs to happen tonight. She deserves to know all her options before we run out of time." "Agreed, but Elias," Lucian's voice held warning, "make sure she understands that you're offering the bond because you love her, not because it's her only chance at survival. The distinction matters." "What do you mean?" "I mean a claiming bond entered into out of desperation rarely works the way it's supposed to. Both parties need to choose it freely, understand what they're agreeing to, and trust that the relationship will survive even if the immediate threat doesn't." "You think she might say yes just to save her life?" "I think she might say yes because she thinks it's what you want to hear, or because she's so scared and exhausted that she'll agree to anything that promises protection." Lucian leaned forward, his expression serious. "But a mate bond built on anything other than genuine love and trust will break under pressure. And if it breaks while you're both fighting a dream entity, we could both end up trapped in Tobias's realm." Or worse. The conversation continued for another hour, covering contingency plans and worst-case scenarios until Elias felt marginally more prepared for the challenges ahead. But as he left the archives and headed back toward town, one thought dominated his mind. Tonight he would ask the woman he loved to trust him with not just her heart, but her soul. And he had no idea if she was ready for that level of commitment. The inn was quiet when he arrived, most of the residents already settled in for the evening. He found Kaia in the common room, curled up in her favorite chair, with a book she wasn't really reading. The circles under her eyes had deepened since morning, and she had the distracted air of someone fighting battles no one else could see. "Hey," he said softly, settling into the chair across from her. "How are you holding up?" "Tired, scared, like I'm losing pieces of myself every time I close my eyes." She set aside the book with a rueful smile. "Other than that, peachy. The nightmares are getting worse. Every night. And the sleepwalking." She shivered despite the room's warmth. "It's like something's pulling me toward the lake, and I can't resist it." Elias felt his bear grow agitated as he watched her struggle with exhaustion and fear. Every instinct demanded he do something. Fix this. Protect her from the threat that stalked her dreams. But he knew from his research that rushing into the claiming conversation could do more harm than good. "We're going to figure this out," he said quietly. "I promise." "You think so? Because it feels like I'm running out of time, and everyone's running out of patience with my problems." "Nobody's running out of patience. We're all worried about you, but that's not the same thing." She nodded, but he could see the doubt lingering in her violet eyes, the self-blame that made her think she was more burden than blessing, more danger than gift. "I should probably try to get some sleep," she said, standing with movements that seemed to require more effort than they should. "Maybe tonight will be different." "I'll be close by," he promised. "If you need anything, just call out." "Thank you for everything, Elias. I know this isn't what you signed up for when you pulled me out of that lake." "Yes, it is," he said firmly. "All of it. The good, the bad, the supernatural threats. All of it. That's what love means." The soft smile she gave him did little to help ease him. He could see the walls she was rebuilding, the way she was preparing to face whatever came alone, rather than drag him down with her. As she headed toward the stairs, Elias realized with crystal clarity that he couldn't wait any longer. Tomorrow might be too late. The claiming bond conversation needed to happen tonight, before she convinced herself that running away was her only option. Before Tobias's influence grew strong enough to make her doubt everything real and good in her life. He waited until he heard her door close, then settled back in his chair to plan exactly how to explain that her salvation might lie in the most intimate connection two souls could share, before waking her and having a conversation he wasn't sure would either save her or have her lost to him completely.
Chapter 18. Kaia. Sleep came like drowning. One moment Kaia was settling into her bed at the inn, pulling Miriam's handmade quilt up to her chin while the protective wind chimes sang softly outside her window. The next, she was standing in a version of hollow oak that existed somewhere between memory and nightmare, where the familiar streets stretched too long and shadows fell at impossible angles. "You look tired, little dreamwalker." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, weaving through the dream landscape like smoke. Kaia turned slowly, her bare feet silent on cobblestones that felt more real than the bed she'd left behind. "Tobias," she said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded, "right on schedule." "You say that like you've been expecting me." He materialized from the darkness between buildings, his form more solid than she'd ever seen before. Still shifting, still wrong, but with enough human features that she could almost see what he'd once been. "Have you been looking forward to our conversations?" "I've been dreading them, actually." How refreshingly honest. His laugh was the sound of wind through empty rooms. Most dreamwalkers try to pretend they don't enjoy the power I offer them, the ability to shape reality through will alone, to escape the crushing weight of other people's emotions. I don't want to escape anything. Don't you? The dream around them shifted, becoming the inn's common room where she'd left Elias just minutes or hours ago. But this version was empty, cold, the warm lighting replaced by harsh shadows that made everything look abandoned. "You've spent your entire life drowning in other people's fears and nightmares. Wouldn't it be peaceful to finally be free of all that noise?" It's not noise, it's connection. It's burden. His eyes, when they briefly solidified, were indeed like burning coals. You feel everything, don't you? Every resident of this little town, every visitor who passes through. Their anxieties seep into your dreams, their terrors become your own. How exhausting that must be. Kaia wanted to deny it, but the truth was that he wasn't entirely wrong. Living in Hollow Oak had been wonderful in so many ways, but it had also opened her up to the collective unconscious of an entire supernatural community. Dreams layered on dreams, fears bleeding into each other until sometimes she woke unsure which nightmares belonged to her. I can take all of that away, Tobias continued, sensing her hesitation. In my realm, you would be the only consciousness that matters. No more interference from others, no more painful empathy for creatures who can never truly understand what you are. What about the people I care about? What happens to them? What people? The dream shifted again, showing her the town square during a bright afternoon that felt like mockery. Look around, Kaia. Really look. She did, and her heart sank. The streets were empty, the shop windows dark, the whole place feeling hollow and abandoned, as if everyone she'd grown to love had simply vanished. They were never real, were they? She whispered. The connections I thought I'd made, the family I found here, it was all just another dream. Not a dream, a trap. Tobias moved closer. You think that bear shifter truly cares for you? That these people have accepted you out of genuine affection? They tolerate you because you haven't shown them what you're really capable of yet. That's not true. When have you ever been wanted for who you truly are, rather than who you pretend to be? His voice turned almost gentle, like a therapist leading her toward an uncomfortable truth. You've spent your entire life wearing masks, hiding your abilities, making yourself smaller, so others wouldn't be threatened by your power. The words stung because they carried an uncomfortable grain of truth. She had spent years downplaying her gifts, pretending the dreams were just nightmares, convincing herself she was normal when she'd never been anything close to it. In my realm, Tobias continued, you wouldn't need to hide. You could be yourself completely, use your abilities without restraint, shape reality according to your will instead of constantly adapting to other people's limitations. And in exchange, I'd be your prisoner forever. Prisoner or partner? The shadows around him writhed with what might have been emotion. I wasn't always what I am now, you know. Once I was human, a warlock who studied dream magic because I, like you, was different. Alone. Misunderstood by those who claimed to care about me. Despite herself, Kaia found herself curious. What happened to you? I fell in love. The admission came out raw, tinged with centuries of regret. With a woman who promised to understand my gifts, who swore she wasn't afraid of what I could do in the realm of dreams. But when she saw the true extent of my power, she left. She tried to have me killed. The dream around them darkened, becoming a twisted version of some ancient study filled with books and arcane instruments. Convinced the local authorities that I was dangerous, that my abilities were a threat to everyone around me. So I fled into the dream realm, thinking it would be temporary, a place to hide until the persecution passed. But you got trapped. I chose to stay, he corrected. At first. The dream realm was peaceful, free from judgment and fear and the constant need to prove I wasn't the monster they claimed I was. But over time, the isolation, it changed me, warped me into something that could only exist between worlds. Kaia felt a flicker of sympathy despite herself. The story was too specific, too painful to be entirely fabricated. I'm sorry. That must have been horrible. It was, but it doesn't have to be horrible for you. His form became more human-like, showing her glimpses of what he might have looked once. Tall, dark-haired, with intelligent eyes that held centuries of loneliness. I've learned to shape the dream realm into anything I want it to be. Paradise, if you wish. A place where your abilities are celebrated rather than feared, where you'll never again have to worry about hurting someone you care about. Because there won't be anyone else to hurt. Because there won't be anyone else to disappoint you. The dream shifted one more time, showing her a beautiful garden that existed nowhere in the physical world. Flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, trees that sang with voices like wind chimes, streams that flowed upward toward stars that pulsed with their own light. I'm offering you forever, Kaia. Eternity in a realm where you have complete control, where your gifts are valued instead of tolerated. And what do you get out of it? Companionship. Someone who understands what it is to be different, to carry power that sets you apart from ordinary people. His voice grew softer, almost pleading. I've been alone for so long. Centuries of solitude, watching the world change through other people's dreams, but never being part of it. You could end that loneliness. By giving up my own life. By choosing a better one. Look around you, Kaia. Really look at what you're clinging to. The garden faded, replaced by harsh reality. The inn-room where she slept, Elias collapsed in the chair beside her bed where he'd been keeping watch. But in this version of events, he looked exhausted, defeated, aged by the constant stress of protecting someone who brought nothing but danger to his life. He's killing himself trying to save you, Tobias whispered. How long before he realizes you're not worth the effort? How long before all of them decide you're more trouble than you're worth? They wouldn't do that. Everyone does eventually. I learned that lesson centuries ago, and you'll learn it too. The only difference is whether you accept my offer before they abandon you or after. No. The word came out stronger than she felt. You're wrong about them, about Elias, about Miriam, about everyone in Hollow Oak. They care about me. Do they? Or do they simply pity you? The question hit something tender and raw in her chest. The doubt she'd been carrying since arriving in Hollow Oak. The constant fear that she was imposing on people who were too kind to tell her to leave. I know what it's like, Tobias continued, sensing her vulnerability. To be grateful for scraps of attention, to convince yourself that tolerance equals affection. But deep down, you know the truth. You're different, Kaia. Too different for ordinary people to truly love. Elias loves me. The words came out desperate, like a prayer. He told me so. He told you what you needed to hear to keep you calm. But love requires understanding, and how can he understand what he's never experienced? How can someone who's never walked in dreams comprehend what it's like to see the world through your eyes? The doubt crept in despite her best efforts to resist it. Elias was wonderful, patient, protective, but Tobias was right about one thing. He'd never experienced the weight of other people's nightmares, never felt the crushing responsibility of having power over the realm of dreams. I understand, Tobias said softly. I've lived it. To be loved for the person others think you are, rather than the person you truly are. Come with me willingly, and you'll never have to hide again. And if I refuse? Then you'll learn the hard way that love has limits. That even the most patient protector eventually grows tired of fighting battles for someone who brings nothing but trouble to their life. The dream garden returned, beautiful and serene and utterly empty of everyone she'd grown to care about. For a moment, Kaia let herself imagine what it would be like. No more nightmares that weren't her own, no more fear of hurting people through her abilities, no more constant anxiety about being too much for someone to handle. It would be peaceful, lonely, but peaceful. But then she thought of Miriam's kind eyes, full of maternal love she'd never experienced before. Twyla's infectious laughter and determination to include her in every aspect of community life. And everything about how Elias made her feel. You're wrong, she said quietly, about all of it. They don't love me because they pity me or because they don't understand what I am. They love me because they see something worth loving, something that has nothing to do with my abilities. Pretty words, but words are easy. Actions reveal truth. Tobias's form began to lose cohesion, becoming shadows and smoke again. We'll see how long their love lasts when the real tests come. When protecting you requires genuine sacrifice instead of pretty gestures. We will see. But I'm not going with you, Tobias. Not willingly, not ever. Oh, my dear little dream walker. His laughter was the sound of breaking glass. Who said anything about willingly? The dream shattered like a window struck by stone, and Kaia jolted awake with a scream caught in her throat. Her room was dark, quiet, normal, but she could still feel Tobias's presence lingering around her consciousness like smoke that wouldn't clear. And she realized with growing horror that this time, waking up hadn't broken his hold on her completely. He was still there, whispering at the edges of her mind, and she was no longer entirely sure where the dream ended and reality began.
Chapter 19. Elias. Elias stood outside Kaia's door at dawn, listening to the soft sounds of her waking up and trying to work up the courage to knock. He'd spent the entire night in the chair downstairs, alternating between dozing fitfully and staring at the ceiling while his bear paced. 3 days until Halloween, and to convince the woman he loved to trust him with the most intimate bond two souls could share. No pressure, he muttered to himself, then finally raised his hand to tap gently on the door. Kaia, you awake? Unfortunately, her voice sounded tired, strained. Come in. He found her sitting on the edge of her bed, still in her nightgown with her platinum hair tangled from sleep. But it was the expression on her face that made his bear surge. Exhausted, haunted, like she'd been fighting battles all night that had left her drained. Rough dreams again? You could say that. She managed a weak smile. Tobias is getting stronger, more persistent, and I think... She hesitated, then looked up at him with violet eyes full of fear. I think his influence is starting to bleed into my waking hours. What do you mean? I can still feel him even now, like he's sitting in the back of my mind, whispering doubts and fears, making me question everything I thought I knew about the people here, about you. Elias's jaw clenched with helpless rage. Bad enough that this creature was stalking her dreams, now it was poisoning her thoughts while awake too. We need to talk, he said. Tonight. There are things about our situation, about what we might be able to do to protect you, that I should have explained sooner. What kind of things? The kind that are better discussed somewhere private, without walls listening in. He gestured toward the window, where the first pale light of morning was creeping across the mountains. Can you meet me at the lake tonight, around sunset? Kaia's expression grew wary. The lake where you found me? Where I've been sleepwalking to every night? I know it's not ideal, but it's also the most protected spot in Hollow Oak. The wards there are stronger than anywhere else, and if we're going to discuss supernatural bonds... He trailed off, realizing he was getting ahead of himself. Just trust me, okay? I'll explain everything tonight. Supernatural bonds? Tonight, he repeated firmly. I promise, no more secrets after today. But I want to do this right, and that means having a proper conversation in a place where we won't be interrupted. She studied his face for a long moment, and he could see her weighing his words against whatever poison Tobias had been whispering in her dreams. Okay, she said finally. Tonight at sunset. But Elias, if you're planning to tell me something that changes everything between us, I need you to promise me you'll be honest. Completely honest, even if you think the truth might scare me away. I promise, complete honesty, even if it's terrifying. The rest of the day passed with agonizing slowness. Elias threw himself into construction work with single-minded intensity, but even the familiar rhythm of hammer and saw couldn't quiet his churning thoughts. How did you explain to someone that they were your destined mate without sounding like a possessive lunatic? How did you ask someone to consider a claiming bond that would bind their souls together forever, without making it sound like an ultimatum disguised as a choice? You're brooding again, Finn observed during their lunch break, settling beside him on a stack of lumber. Want to talk about it? I'm telling Kaia about the claiming bond tonight. Ah, his youngest brother was quiet for a moment, processing the implications. How do you think she'll take it? Honestly, I have no idea. She's been through so much, learned so much about the supernatural world in such a short time. Adding mate bonds and claiming rituals to the mix? Elias grabbed the back of his neck, trying to focus. What if it's too much? What if she thinks I'm trying to trap her? Are you? The blunt question made Elias look up sharply. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, are you offering her the claiming bond because you think it's her only chance at survival? Or because you genuinely want to spend the rest of your life with her, regardless of supernatural threats? Both, Elias said honestly. I can't separate the two anymore. I love her, Finn. Can't imagine my future without her in it. But I also can't stand the thought of losing her to something I can't fight. Then tell her that. All of it. The love, the fear, the desperate need to protect her, and the choice that's entirely hers to make. Finn's expression grew serious. But make sure she understands that you want her, claiming bond or no claiming bond, that your feelings aren't conditional on her accepting the mate connection. What if she says no? Then you respect her choice and find another way to fight Tobias. Finn clapped him on the shoulder. But she won't say no, brother. Anyone with eyes can see how much she cares about you. That evening, Elias arrived at the lakeshore early, setting out a simple picnic on a blanket beside the water. Nothing fancy, just sandwiches from the deli, a thermos of hot coffee, and the kind of chocolate chip cookies Kaia had mentioned loving during one of their conversations. But he'd also brought candles for light and warmth, creating an intimate atmosphere that felt appropriate for the conversation they needed to have. When Kaia appeared on the path at exactly sunset, Elias felt his need grow. She dressed carefully for the occasion, a flowing dress in deep blue that brought out her eyes, her hair loose around her shoulders, the anchor stone pendant catching the last light of day. Beautiful and ethereal and absolutely perfect. This is lovely, she said, settling onto the blanket beside him. Very romantic for such a serious conversation. I wanted it to be special. Whatever we decide tonight, I want you to remember this moment as something good. That sounds ominous. Not ominous, important. He poured from the thermos, buying time while he organized his thoughts. I need to tell you about claiming bonds, what they are, what they mean, and why they might be our best option for protecting you from Tobias. Kaia accepted the steaming mug gratefully. I've been wondering when you'd get around to explaining that. Lucian mentioned something about it at the bookstore, but he got all evasive when I asked for details. Because it wasn't his place to explain, this is something that should come from me, as your... He hesitated, then decided on complete honesty. As your mate. Right. You mentioned that before, but you didn't go into much detail about what it actually means, besides the lifelong infatuation. A claiming bond is the formal completion of a mate connection. It involves a ritual that marks both partners permanently, creating spiritual and emotional ties that can't be broken by death or distance. Elias watched her face carefully, looking for signs of fear or rejection. It's the deepest form of commitment possible between supernatural beings. Permanent marks? Physical scars that tell other supernaturals you're claimed. They're placed here. He touched the curve of her neck. And here sometimes. His fingers brushed against her hip through the fabric of her dress. The marking itself is intense, passionate, but also painful, since it involves my claws in shifted form. Kaia shivered, but again, not with fear. And this would protect me from Tobias how? A completed mate bond creates spiritual armor around your consciousness. It anchors you so firmly to the physical world that dream entities can't pull you into their realm or use you as a gateway to ours. He set down his coffee cup, turning to face her fully. But Kaia, I need you to understand something crucial. I'm not offering this bond just because it might save your life. No, I'm offering it because I love you, because I want to build a life with you that has nothing to do with supernatural threats or protective magic. His voice grew fierce with conviction. I've been yours since the moment I pulled you from this lake. The claiming bond would just make it official. And if I'm not ready, if the idea of permanent marks and spiritual binding is too much too fast, then we find another way to fight Tobias. We keep looking for alternatives until we find something that works. He reached for her hands, covering her cold fingers with his warm ones. The choice is entirely yours, Kaia. I'll respect whatever you decide, even if my bear is pawing to claim you right now and worry about the consequences later. Your bear wants to claim me? My bear has wanted to claim you since day one. He recognizes you as our mate on the most primal level, and every day that passes without making it official is torture for him. Elias managed a rueful smile. But the human part of me knows you need time to process everything, to decide if a life bound to a grizzly bear shifter is really what you want. Kaia was quiet for several minutes, staring out at the lake where moonlight danced on the still surface. When she finally spoke, her voice was thoughtful rather than frightened. The night you found me here, I was running from something I didn't understand. Terrified of my own abilities, convinced I was dangerous to everyone around me. She turned to meet his eyes. But you saw something worth saving, worth protecting, worth loving, even when I couldn't see it myself. Because it was there. Because you're extraordinary, Kaia. Beautiful and brave and stronger than you know. And you knew I was your mate immediately. The moment our skin touched, it was like every missing piece of my life suddenly clicked into place. He squeezed her hands gently. I've been trying to court you properly. Give you time to fall for me naturally instead of overwhelming you with supernatural concepts you weren't ready for. Well, it worked. I did fall for you, supernatural bond or not. Her smile was soft and wondering. I love you too, Elias, more than I thought possible. So what do you think? About the claiming bond? About making this permanent? Kaia looked out at the lake again, then back at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. I think, she said slowly, that I need to understand exactly what I'd be agreeing to. Every detail, every consequence, every way it would change both our lives. Of course. What do you want to know? Everything.
Chapter 20. Kaia. Kaia sat on her bed at the inn, staring at the note she'd started and abandoned 3 times already. Outside her window, the wind chimes Elias had carved for her sang their gentle protection song. But tonight, the sound felt like mockery. I'm his fated mate. The words echoed in her mind, carrying equal measures of wonder and terror. During their conversation by the lake, she'd managed to ask intelligent questions, to discuss the claiming bond like a rational adult considering her options. But now, alone in her room with nothing but her own spiraling thoughts for company, the magnitude of what he'd revealed was finally sinking in. Destined, she whispered to the empty room. He knew from the moment he touched me. Part of her wanted to laugh at the cosmic joke of it all. After years of drifting through life convinced she didn't belong anywhere, fate had literally dropped her into the arms of a man who'd been waiting his whole life to find her. A bear shifter who looked at her like she was the answer to every prayer he'd never spoken aloud. But the larger part of her was terrified. What if I'm not worthy of that kind of love? What if my damaged psyche corrupts something that should be pure and beautiful? She thought about the claiming bond Elias had described, permanent marks that would announce to the world that she belonged to him and he to her. Spiritual armor that would protect her from entities like Tobias, but only if the connection was genuine and freely chosen. What if I say yes for the wrong reasons? What if I accept the bond out of fear instead of love, and it fails when we need it most? The questions chased each other in circles until she felt dizzy with indecision. She loved Elias, that much she knew with absolute certainty. Loved his quiet strength, his unexpected gentleness, the way he made her feel safe without making her feel caged. But love and readiness weren't the same thing, and the thought of binding her damaged soul to his perfect one made her stomach clench with anxiety. He deserves better than someone who brings nothing but danger to his life. The treacherous thought whispered through her mind, carrying the hollow echo of Tobias's voice from her dreams. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel the lingering influence, but the doubt remained. The dream started in Hollow Oak's town square, but this version was wrong in ways that made her skin crawl. The cheerful Halloween decorations had been replaced by something darker, Jack-o'-lanterns that leaked black ichor instead of candlelight, garlands that writhed like living things in a wind that smelled of decay and fear. Having second thoughts about your mate's generous offer? Tobias materialized beside her, his form more solid than ever before. How refreshingly realistic of you. I'm not talking to you tonight, Kaia said firmly. My mind is my own. Then why are you here in my domain instead of safe in your lover's arms? His laugh was the sound of glass breaking in empty rooms. You came to me because you know I'm the only one who understands the truth about your situation. What truth? That accepting his claiming bond would be the cruelest thing you could do to him. The dream shifted around them, showing her the inn's common room where Elias often waited for her. But in this version, he looked haggard, aged by months of constant worry and sleepless nights. Look at what loving you has already cost him. That's not real, isn't it? When's the last time he got a full night's sleep? When's the last time he went a day without worrying about your safety, your nightmares, your endless capacity for attracting supernatural trouble? It was true. Elias had been sleeping in chairs and keeping constant vigil, sacrificing his own comfort to ensure her safety. His brothers had mentioned his distraction at work, his inability to focus on anything but her well-being. He chose to protect me, she said weakly. He chose to protect a frightened woman who needed help, but that was before he knew what you really are, what kind of danger follows in your wake. The dream shifted again, showing her visions that made her blood run cold. This is what awaits Hollow Oak if you stay, if you bind yourself to him through supernatural bonds that will only make you a bigger target. The images were horrifying in their specificity. Elias trapped in nightmares so vivid they drove him to madness, his bare form twisted into something monstrous by dream magic gone wrong. The inn burning while Miriam screamed for help that would never come. Twyla's laughter replaced by hollow wails as her fey magic turned dark and poisonous. And through it all, the sound of Tobias feeding on their terror, growing stronger with each scream, each moment of despair. "Stop it," Kaia gasped, pressing her hands to her ears as if she could block out the visions. "Those things won't happen." You think your little town is prepared for the kind of attention acclaimed Dreamwalker attracts? You think your mate's protective instincts will be enough when entities far worse than me come calling? Hollow Oak has protections. Wards, the council. Hollow Oak has protections designed for ordinary supernatural threats, not for the kind of chaos that follows Dreamwalkers who refuse to know their place. Tobias stepped closer. I offered you peace, solitude, a realm where your power couldn't hurt anyone. But you'd rather drag innocent people into a war they can't win. That's not what I want. Then prove it. Choose exile over claiming, solitude over love. Save them from the catastrophe that your presence will inevitably bring. The visions intensified, showing her Elias's death in a dozen different ways. Torn apart by creatures summoned from nightmare, drained of life by dream magic, turned malevolent, lost forever in realms between sleeping and waking, because he'd tried to follow her into places no bear shifter was meant to go. His blood will be on your hands, Tobias whispered. Every drop spilled because you were too selfish to walk away when you had the chance. No, she sobbed, the word torn from somewhere deep in her chest. I won't let that happen. I won't let my problems destroy the people I love. Then you know what you have to do. Kaia woke with tears streaming down her face and absolute certainty crystallizing in her mind. She couldn't stay. Couldn't accept Elias's claiming bond, couldn't continue putting everyone she cared about at risk just because she was too weak to face her destiny alone. The decision felt like tearing her own heart out, but it was the right one. The only one that gave the people of Hollow Oak a chance at survival. She dressed quickly in the dark, pulling on jeans and the warmest sweater she owned. Her hands shook as she packed the few belongings she'd accumulated during her time here. The wind chimes Elias had carved for her, the cookies Twyla had insisted she take for the road, the small photo of the town that Miriam had given her as a keepsake. The note was the hardest part. How did you explain to someone who loved you that leaving was the greatest gift you could give them? Elias. By the time you read this, I'll be gone. Please don't try to follow me or bring me back. This isn't about not loving you. It's about loving you too much to let my problems destroy your life. I know you'll say I'm being stupid, that we can face whatever comes together. But you're wrong. Some battles can only be fought alone, and this is one of them. Tobias wants me. And as long as I'm in Hollow Oak, everyone I care about is in danger. I'm not running away this time. I'm walking toward my fate, on my terms, to keep you safe. All of you. Thank you for showing me what it feels like to belong somewhere. Thank you for loving me enough to let me go. Forever yours, Kaia. P.S. Take care of the wind chimes. They were the most beautiful gift anyone ever gave me. She left the note on her pillow, knowing he'd find it during his morning check on her safety. Then she slipped out through the inn's back door, avoiding the main street where night guard patrols might spot her. The forest path that led away from Hollow Oak was dark and treacherous, but Kaia navigated it with the desperate determination of someone who knew that looking back would destroy her resolve. Every step felt like abandoning a piece of her soul, but she kept walking. Behind her, the town she'd grown to love slept peacefully, unaware that their newest resident had just sacrificed her own happiness to keep them safe. Ahead lay the unknown, and the confrontation with Tobias that she'd been running from her entire life. But at least when she faced him, she'd face him alone, and Elias would live to find someone worthy of the love she'd never deserved, even if the knowledge felt like dying inside.
Chapter 21. Elias. The note felt like ice in Elias's hands. He'd arrived at the inn just after dawn, expecting to find Kaia still sleeping off the emotional weight of their conversation from the night before. Instead, he'd found her room empty, the bed cold, and a piece of paper that shattered his world with neat, careful handwriting. "No!" he breathed, reading the words again as if they might change. "No, no, no, she wouldn't." But even as he denied it, his enhanced senses were telling him the truth. Her scent was hours old, fading from the room like she'd never been there at all. The wind chimes he'd carved for her hung silent and still, as if they were mourning her absence. "Elias?" Miriam's voice came from the doorway, cautious and concerned. "Is everything all right? I heard you come up the stairs like—" She stopped when she saw his face. "Oh, honey, what's happened?" "She's gone." The words came out hoarse, like they'd been torn from his throat. "Kaia's gone. She left this note saying she had to face Tobias alone, that she was protecting us by leaving." "Let me see that." Miriam moved into the room, taking the note from his shaking hands. "That stubborn, self-sacrificing, foolish girl. She thinks she's being noble. Where would she go? If she's planning to confront Tobias, where would she do it?" "The lake," Miriam said immediately. "That's where her connection to the dream realm is strongest, where he's been pulling her every night. If she's decided to face him willingly—" Elias didn't wait to hear the rest. He was already moving, taking the stairs 3 at a time while his bear roared with desperate fury beneath his skin. Find her, protect her, bring her home. The morning air was crisp and still as he ran through Hollow Oak's empty streets, following Kaia's scent trail with single-minded determination. She'd taken the forest path, avoiding the main roads where she might be spotted by early morning patrol members. Smart, even in her misguided attempt at self-sacrifice. But her trail led exactly where Miriam had predicted, straight to Moonmirror Lake. "Kaia!" he called as he reached the shoreline. But the only answer was the echo of his own voice bouncing off the water. Her scent was stronger here, mixed with fear and determination. And something worse, dream magic. The acrid, otherworldly stench of barriers being torn between realms. "Damn it! Where are you?" He searched the area systematically, looking for any sign of where she might have gone. Footprints in the soft earth by the water's edge, leading right up to the lake itself, but no footprints leading away. She went into the water, he said aloud, the horrible realization settling like lead in his stomach. But why isn't there a body? She couldn't have drowned without leaving. That's when he saw her, 20 feet from shore, floating face up in the shallows like some tragic water spirit. Her hair fanned out around her head, but she wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, wasn't responding to his shouts as he crashed into the lake and hauled her limp form against his chest. Kaia! God damn it, wake up! He carried her to shore, laying her carefully on the grass while his hands searched for a pulse. Weak but steady, her heart still beating even though she felt cold as marble. Come on, whatever game you're playing, it's not funny anymore. But even as he spoke, he knew this wasn't a game. Her body was here, alive but unresponsive, while her consciousness was somewhere else entirely, somewhere he couldn't follow. Elias! Lucian's voice cut through his panic, the panther shifter appearing on the path with several other Night Guard members behind him. We saw you running through town like the devil was chasing you. What's... He stopped when he saw Kaia's still form. What happened? She left, tried to face Tobias alone to protect us. Elias's voice was raw with helpless rage. But he got her anyway. Her body's here, but she's not. She's trapped somewhere in the dream realm. You're sure? Look at her, Lucian. She's breathing, her heart's beating, but she's completely unresponsive. This is what happens when a dreamwalker gets pulled across into the unconscious realm while their physical form remains anchored here. The Night Guard members exchanged grim looks, understanding the implications immediately. Lucian knelt beside Kaia's still form, pressing his fingers to her throat to check her pulse for himself. How long has she been like this? I don't know. Hours, maybe? Her scent trail is old, and the bed at the inn was cold when I found her note. Elias gathered her against his chest, unwilling to let her go, even though he knew it wouldn't help. Can we get her back? Is there some way to follow her into the dream realm? Not safely. Dream magic isn't something most of us can access, and even if we could... Lucian's expression was grim. The risk of getting trapped ourselves, of making the situation worse, is too high. So what do we do? Just sit here and hope she finds her own way back? We protect her body and try to find another solution. Lucian stood, already pulling out his radio. All units, this is Alpha 7. We have a code red supernatural emergency at Moonmirror Lake. Need all available council members and medical support immediately. Within minutes, the quiet lakeside became a hub of frantic activity. Varric Thornwell arrived with the rest of the council, their faces grave as they assessed the situation. Magnus Vane brought the entire Vane clan, surrounding Elias with protective family energy while keeping respectful distance from his vigil. Even the Tansley brothers appeared, with arms full of protective charms and wardstones, muttering about insufficient dream realm defenses. We need to move her somewhere more secure, Elder Bram said, his usually cold demeanor cracking with genuine concern. If her consciousness is trapped in the dream realm, her physical form is extremely vulnerable to possession or worse. I'm not moving her, Elias said flatly. This is where her connection to the dream realm is strongest. If she's going to find her way back, it'll be from here. Son, Magnus said gently, you can't just sit by the lake indefinitely. She needs medical attention, proper monitoring. She needs me here when she wakes up. Elias's bear surged close to the surface, protective instincts overriding rational thought. I'm not leaving her, not when she's fighting for her life in a realm where I can't help her. Elias, Miriam's voice was soft but firm as she approached with a thermos of coffee and a pile of blankets. Nobody's asking you to abandon her, but if you're going to maintain a vigil, you need to do it right. Eat something, stay warm, keep your strength up so you can actually help her when she needs you. What if she doesn't come back? The question escaped, raw and desperate. What if I lose her? She's family now, which means we don't give up on her. Ever, Thorne said firmly, settling beside his brother with the kind of solid presence that had anchored Elias through childhood crises. The claiming bond, Finn said suddenly, earning sharp looks from the assembled council members. If they were bonded, couldn't Elias use that connection to follow her consciousness? Or at least communicate with her across realms? Theoretically, Varric said slowly, but the bond would have to be completed first, and she'd have to be conscious enough to accept it. In her current state, it's too risky, Lucian finished. A forced claiming could shatter what's left of her consciousness completely. Elias looked down at Kaia's peaceful face, noting the way her breathing remained steady even though her eyes showed no sign of awareness behind their closed lids. She looked like she was sleeping, except for the complete absence of the dreams that usually flickered across her features. "She's fighting," he said quietly. "Whatever's happening in the dream realm, she's not giving up. I can feel it." "Then we don't give up either," Magnus said firmly. "We set up proper protection around this area, establish shifts so someone's always watching over her, and we research every possible solution until we find one that works." "I'll take first watch," Elias said, already settling more comfortably beside Kaia's still form. "And second watch and third watch, and however many it takes until she comes home." "You can't stay awake indefinitely," Miriam pointed out. "Watch me." The older woman studied his face, reading the stubborn determination written in every line of his body. "All right, but you eat the food I bring you, you accept help when it's offered, and you remember that she's going to need you strong when she wakes up." "When she wakes up," Elias repeated. "Not if. When." As the sun climbed higher over Moonmirror Lake, Hollow Oak's supernatural community rallied around their newest member with the kind of fierce loyalty that had protected the town for generations. Ward stones were placed in protective circles, medical equipment was set up in a nearby tent, and a rotation of guards was established to ensure Kaia's physical form would never be left unprotected. But in the middle of it all sat Elias, holding his mate's hand and willing her to find her way back to him across whatever dark realms she was fighting through. "Come back to me," he whispered against her cold fingers. "Whatever you're facing in there, you don't have to face it alone. Come back to me, and we'll figure out the rest together." The wind chimes in town sang their protective melodies, but here by the lake, the only sound was Elias's steady heartbeat and his quiet, desperate prayers that love would be strong enough to guide her home.
Chapter 22. Kaia. The nightmare version of Hollow Oak was perfect in all the worst ways. Every building stood exactly where it should. Every street curved with familiar precision, but the warm golden light that usually bathed the town had been replaced by something cold and harsh. The cheerful Halloween decorations hung like accusatory fingers, pointing at her with silent condemnation. "Welcome home," Tobias said, his voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere as Kaia stood in the center of the town square. "Though I suppose it was never really your home, was it? Just another place where you pretended to belong." "This isn't real," she said, but her voice sounded small and uncertain even to her own ears. "This is just another dream." "Is it? Look around, little dream walker. See how accurately I've recreated your precious sanctuary." The door to the griddle and grind opened, and Twyla emerged with her usual graceful step. But when she looked at Kaia, her wheat-colored hair seemed duller, her dancing eyes flat with disappointment. "I should have known," Twyla said, her musical voice carrying an edge of hurt. "The moment you walked into my cafe, I felt the darkness clinging to you. But I ignored my instincts, thought maybe this time would be different." "Twyla, please." "Please what?" "Please forgive me for bringing a nightmare creature to our doorstep. Please understand that my selfishness might destroy everyone I care about." Twyla's expression turned cold. "I welcomed you with open arms, gave you my best tea, treated you like family. And this is how you repay that kindness?" "I left to protect you. I left because I love you all too much to—" "You left because you're a coward," Maeve's voice cut through her protests. The lioness shifter stepped out of the Silver Fang Tavern, her short black hair gleaming under the nightmare light. "Too scared to fight for what you claimed to want, too weak to trust the people who offered to stand with you." "That's not true." "Isn't it?" Miriam appeared from the inn, her silver hair no longer neat but wild with distress. Behind her half-moon spectacles, her kind eyes were red with tears. "I opened my home to you, treated you like the daughter I never had. And you repaid me by running away in the middle of the night like a common thief. I left a note. You left a lie. The Tansley brothers emerged from the hollow mercantile, their weathered faces hard with betrayal. Pretty words about protection and sacrifice, when what you really did was abandon us to clean up the mess you made. Stop, Kaia whispered, backing away from the circle of disappointed faces. This isn't real. You wouldn't say these things. You cared about me. We pitied you, Lucian said, stepping out of the book nook with his usual feline grace twisted into something predatory. There's a difference. You were so desperate for acceptance, so pathetically grateful for scraps of attention, that we felt sorry for you. Lucienne, please what? Please pretend we enjoyed your company? Please act like your presence didn't drain the joy from every room you entered? His green eyes were cold, calculating. You brought nothing but trouble, Kaia. Nothing but fear and sleepless nights, and the constant worry that your problems would destroy everything we'd built here. The words echoed every doubt she'd ever harbored about herself, every fear that she was too damaged to deserve love. Tobias's presence grew stronger around her, feeding on her anguish like a parasite that thrived on emotional pain. You see? His voice whispered from the shadows. I told you the truth would hurt. But at least now you know where you really stand. Where's Elias? She asked, dreading the answer but needing to know. If you're going to torment me with everyone's disappointment, where is he? Ah, yes, your precious bear shifter. Tobias's laughter was the sound of breaking glass. Shall we see how he truly feels about his so-called mate? The inn's door opened one final time, and Elias stepped out. But this version of him was wrong in ways that made her heart break. His silver eyes dull with exhaustion, his powerful frame bent with weariness, his face etched with lines of stress and regret. Elias, she breathed, taking a step toward him only to freeze when he looked at her with disgust. 2 weeks, he said, his voice flat and emotionless. 2 weeks since I pulled you from that lake, and look what it's cost me. My sleep, my peace, my family's safety, all for someone who couldn't even trust me enough to stay and fight. I was trying to protect you. You were trying to protect yourself, from the hard work of building something real, from the responsibility of caring about people who might actually need you. He shook his head with bitter disappointment. I thought you were my mate, my other half, but you're just another broken thing that I tried to fix out of misplaced nobility. That's not true, she whispered, but the words felt hollow in her own mouth. Name one thing you've contributed to this town besides fear and chaos. One way you've made anyone's life better instead of worse. Kaia opened her mouth to argue, but no words came. In the harsh light of the nightmare realm, every kindness felt like pity, every moment of acceptance like charity she didn't deserve. Exactly, Nightmare Elias continued. You're nothing, Kaia. A burden we tolerated out of misplaced kindness, a problem that finally solved itself by walking away. He's right, you know. Tobias's voice grew stronger, more solid. They're all right. You've spent your entire life pretending to be something you're not, worthy of love, capable of belonging, strong enough to fight for what you want. But the truth is, you're exactly what you've always been. Alone. The circle of disappointed faces closed in around her, their accusations blending together into a cacophony of judgment that made her want to curl up and disappear. This was what she'd always feared, wasn't it? That someday, everyone would see through her masks and realize she wasn't worth the effort. Come with me willingly, Tobias whispered. Stop fighting a battle you can never win. Accept that my realm is where you belong, not because you're special, but because you're broken, and broken things belong in the dark. For a moment, Kaia almost gave in. The weight of their disappointment, the evidence of her own inadequacy, the crushing loneliness that had followed her everywhere. It would be so easy to stop fighting, to let Tobias drag her deeper into his realm where she'd never have to face another person's disgust or pity. But then, Like a candle flickering in the darkness, a memory surfaced. "You're not crazy," Elias's real voice whispered across time. "What you're dealing with is real, and it's dangerous, but you're not dealing with it alone anymore." "That's a lie," she said quietly. "That's not what he said to me." "What?" "Elias never said I was broken. He said I was brave. He said I was stronger than I thought I was." She straightened, facing the circle of false faces with growing determination. "And none of you would abandon me for fighting battles I didn't choose. You'd stand with me, help me carry the load, because that's what family does." "Pretty fantasy," Nightmare Twyla sneered, "but reality has teeth." "So does truth." Kaia closed her eyes, reaching deep into her memory for moments of genuine warmth. Miriam teaching her to knit while sharing stories about her late husband. Twyla's delighted laughter when Kaia successfully decorated her first batch of cookies, the way Maeve had looked at her with protective approval after their lunch conversation. "You're remembering wrong," Tobias hissed, his presence pressing against her consciousness like a physical weight. "They tolerated you, they pitied you, they loved me." The words rang out clear and strong, and with them came a wave of true memories that pushed back the nightmare projections. Miriam called me the daughter she never had. Twyla said I had natural talent for bringing people together. Maeve told me I was brave enough to listen to my heart. "Lies," Nightmare Elias snarled. "Pretty lies to make you feel better about—" "And you," Kaia continued, turning to face the twisted version of her mate. "You never once made me feel like a burden. You carved wind chimes to help me sleep. You brought me coffee exactly the way I liked it. You held me through nightmares and promised I'd never have to face anything alone again." The false Elias flickered, his form becoming less solid as her conviction grew stronger. "That's not real," Tobias said, desperation creeping into his voice. "You're romanticizing what was always just pity." "You want to know what's real?" Kaia opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of each nightmare projection in turn. "Real is Elias telling me I was worth everything. Real is a whole town rallying to protect someone they'd known for 2 weeks. Real is feeling like I belonged somewhere, not because I was perfect, but because I was me." The nightmare town began to flicker around the edges, Tobias's careful construction wavering under the assault of genuine memory. "Real is love that doesn't give up," she continued. "Love that sees potential instead of problems, strength instead of weakness. And real is the choice I'm making right now to stop listening to lies and start fighting for the truth." "You can't win," Tobias snarled, his form becoming more solid as he poured power into maintaining his illusions. "I am ancient, powerful, fed by centuries of fear and despair. You are one small, broken woman." "I'm a dreamwalker," Kaia interrupted, feeling her power stir for the first time since arriving in his realm. "I'm part of a family that chooses to love fiercely. I'm the maid of a bear shifter who'd move mountains to keep me safe. And I'm done running from fights I can win." The nightmare version of Hollow Oak began to crack like glass, fractures spreading through the false buildings as Kaia's determination grew. The projection faces flickered and dissolved, replaced by swirling darkness that couldn't quite hide Tobias's growing panic. "You will serve me," he roared, dropping all pretense of seduction. "You promised." "I was a child who didn't understand what she was agreeing to," Kaia said firmly. "But I'm not a child anymore. I'm a woman who knows the difference between truth and manipulation. And I choose truth." The realm shuddered around them, Tobias's carefully constructed prison beginning to collapse under the weight of her refusal to surrender. But even as hope flared in her chest, Kaia could feel how much power he'd drawn from her pain, how strong he'd grown during their battle. The fight was far from over, and she still had to find a way home.
Chapter 23. Elias. 12 hours. 12 hours since Elias had found Kaia's unconscious body by the lake, and she was getting weaker. Her pulse had grown thready, her breathing shallow, and no amount of medical intervention could address what was fundamentally a supernatural problem. Her vital signs are declining, the medic reported, adjusting the IV line they'd managed to establish. Whatever's happening to her consciousness, it's starting to affect her physical form. How long? Elias asked, though he dreaded the answer. Hard to say, maybe hours, maybe days. But if this continues, the medic shook his head grimly. Her body can't sustain this level of disconnection indefinitely. Elias tightened his grip on Kaia's cold hand, willing his warmth to flow into her still form. Around the lake, the protective circle his family had established hummed with quiet activity. Ward stones pulsing with defensive energy. Council members taking turns monitoring supernatural fluctuations. And Lucian hunched over ancient texts that promised solutions none of them were sure they could trust. Found it, Lucian said suddenly, his voice tight with excitement and dread. The crossing ritual. It's theoretical, never actually tested, but it might work. What kind of ritual? Magnus asked, moving closer to peer at the yellowed pages. Consciousness transference. A way for someone to follow a dreamwalker into the unconscious realm while maintaining an anchor to the physical world. Lucian's green eyes were bright with dangerous possibility. But it requires a supernatural being with strong enough will to resist the realm's influence, and someone they trust absolutely to maintain their physical form. I'll do it, Elias said immediately. Elias, no. Magnus's voice carried paternal authority. The risks are less than losing her forever. Elias stood, his bear surging close to the surface with desperate determination. She's my mate, Dad. I won't abandon her to fight this thing alone. Son, listen to me, Varric Thornwell interjected, his ancient eyes grave with concern. Dream realms aren't meant for physical consciousness. Shifters are particularly vulnerable because our animal spirits can become trapped, twisted by the realm's influence. Then I'll make sure that doesn't happen. How? Elder Bram demanded, his usually cold demeanor cracking with genuine worry. This isn't a problem you can solve with brute force and protective instincts. In the dream realm, belief shapes reality, and if Tobias has had hours to work on her psyche, then she needs someone to remind her what's real. Elias turned to face the assembled council members, his voice carrying the kind of quiet authority that made even Elder Bram listen. She needs to know that someone cared enough to follow her into hell, that the love she's fighting for is real enough to cross between worlds. The ritual requires a blood anchor, Lucian continued, running his finger along the ancient text. Someone whose life force is so deeply connected to yours that they can hold your consciousness tethered while you travel. It has to be family, someone who'd literally die before letting you go. We'll do it, Thorin said immediately, speaking for the Vane clan without consultation. All of us, if that's what it takes. The risk, Magnus began, is ours to take, Finn interrupted, moving to stand beside Elias with typical younger brother loyalty. Magnus studied his son's faces and read the absolute determination written there. Finally, he sighed with the weight of someone who understood that some battles chose you, regardless of the odds. What do we need to do? The ritual preparation took an hour they couldn't spare, but Lucian insisted on precision. Salt circles were drawn around both Elias and Kaia's unconscious forms, connecting them with lines of power that pulsed with ancient energy. The Vane brothers positioned themselves at cardinal points around their brother, each one placing a hand on his shoulders or arms to create an unbreakable chain of connection. Remember, Lucian said, making final adjustments to the ward configurations, in the dream realm, your bear's strength will be your greatest asset and your greatest vulnerability. Tobias will try to use your protective instincts against you, twist your need to save her into something destructive. I understand. Listen, if you go in there thinking you can physically fight this thing, you'll lose. Dream entities don't follow physical laws. They follow emotional ones. Your power comes from your connection to her, not your ability to intimidate. I said I understand. Elias settled into position beside Kaia, one hand covering hers while the other rested against his heart. How long will the crossing take? Unknown. Time moves differently in dream realms. Minutes here could be hours there, or vice versa. Lucian's expression grew grave. And Elias? If something goes wrong, if you get trapped or corrupted, we'll have to sever the connection. Your brothers won't let you take them down with you. They won't have to. I'm coming back with her. Or not at all. That's exactly the kind of thinking that'll get you killed, Magnus said sharply. You go in there with a death wish, and that's exactly what you'll find. Go in there with the absolute certainty that you're both coming home, and maybe you will. The ritual words were in a language older than modern civilization, syllables that seemed to resonate in bones rather than ears. As Lucian chanted, the salt circles began to glow with silver light, and Elias felt his consciousness loosening from his physical form like a rope being slowly untied. Hold fast, he heard Magnus whisper, his father's voice growing distant. We've got you, son. We won't let go. The crossing felt like drowning in reverse. Instead of water filling his lungs, light poured out of him until only essential self remained. His bear's consciousness merged more fully with his human awareness, creating a hybrid state that was neither fully man nor fully animal. Then the waking world disappeared entirely, replaced by something that made his enhanced senses reel with wrongness. The dream realm was chaos given form, landscapes that shifted without warning, gravity that flowed like water, and an oppressive atmosphere thick with old fear and newer despair. But underneath it all, Elias could sense his mate's presence like a beacon calling him home. This way, his bear insisted, though there was no clear path through the swirling nightmare terrain. She's this way, fighting something that stinks of ancient malice. Elias let his animal instincts guide him, pushing through forests of crystallized screams and across rivers that ran backwards through time. The deeper he traveled into Tobias's domain, the stronger the wrongness became, a pervasive sense of corruption that made his bear snarl. Interesting, a voice said, carrying the hollow echo of something that had forgotten how to be human. A bear shifter in my realm. How delightfully unexpected. Tobias. Elias didn't bother looking around for the source of the voice. In this place, presence mattered more than form. Let her go. Let her go. But she came to me willingly, sacrificed herself to protect the people she loves. Surely you wouldn't want me to disrespect such noble self-destruction. She came because you manipulated her, because you fed her lies about being a danger to everyone she cares about. Did I? Or did I simply help her see truths she was too cowardly to face? The voice grew closer, more solid. Tell me, Bear Shifter, what have you actually contributed to her life besides additional complications? What happiness have you brought her that isn't shadowed by the fear of what loving you might cost? That's between me and her. From where I stand, it looks like your so-called love has brought her nothing but sleepless nights and supernatural enemies. Perhaps she's better off in my realm, where her power can be celebrated instead of feared. Elias felt the dream realm pressing against his consciousness, trying to worm doubt into his thoughts the way poison crept through blood. But his bear's fury burned too bright for subtlety to take hold. Nice try, he said grimly, but I know what's real, and it's not whatever twisted version of events you're trying to sell. Where is she? Closer than you think, farther than you can reach. Tobias's laughter was the sound of glass breaking in empty rooms. She's fighting me, I'll give her that. More spirit than I expected from someone so convinced of her own worthlessness. But spirit breaks, given time and pressure. Not hers. Elias pushed deeper into the realm, following the connection that sang between his soul and Kaia's. She's stronger than you think, stronger than you can handle. We shall see. But tell me, what makes you think a creature of flesh and blood can navigate realms of pure consciousness? What makes you think your crude animal strength will serve you here? Because my strength isn't crude. Elias felt his bear's presence expand, filling the dream space with fury that made the false landscape shiver. It's absolute, and it's hers. The realm shuddered around him, and somewhere in the distance, he heard the sound of something vast and ancient beginning to crack. Tobias's carefully constructed prison was failing, worn down by Kaia's resistance from within and his own presence pressing from without. Impossible, Tobias snarled. You're just another shifter, another animal playing at humanity. I'm her mate, Elias said simply, and I'm here to take her home. His bear's roar echoed through the dream realm like thunder, a sound of primal claiming that no amount of ancient malice could silence. In the distance, something answered, a familiar voice calling his name with desperate hope. Kaia. "Hold on," he whispered, pushing toward her presence with single-minded determination. "I'm coming."
Chapter 24. Kaia. The roar that shattered Tobias's crumbling nightmare realm was unmistakably bare, deep, primal, and absolutely furious. Kaia's heart leaped with recognition and terror in equal measure. "Elias," she breathed, spinning around in the shifting dreamscape as Tobias's false hollow oak dissolved into chaos. "No, no, no, you can't be here. You can't—" "Well, well," Tobias's voice carried new notes of anticipation and hunger. "How touching. Your mate has come to rescue you, though I suspect he has no idea what he's walked into." "Let him go," Kaia said desperately, her newfound strength wavering in the face of this new threat. "This is between you and me. He doesn't deserve to be trapped here because of my mistakes." "Deserve?" "Oh, my dear little dreamwalker, this realm doesn't operate on concepts of fairness or justice. It operates on power, fear, and the delicious irony of good intentions leading to eternal damnation." The remnants of false buildings around them began to shift and flow like liquid, reforming into something far more sinister. Where cozy shops had stood moments before, towering walls of black stone now rose, creating a labyrinth that stretched in every direction. "A maze," Tobias explained with obvious satisfaction, "designed to keep lovers separated, to ensure that every moment of hope is followed by crushing despair. He'll hear your voice calling to him, just as you'll hear his, but the walls will shift faster than either of you can navigate them." "Why?" The question tore from her throat. "Why can't you just take what you wanted and leave him alone?" "Because what I want has changed." Tobias materialized more solidly than ever before, his form still shifting but recognizably humanoid now. One dream walker was sufficient for my original plans, but a bonded pair, the spiritual energy generated by mates fighting to save each other, it would make me powerful enough to breach the barriers between all realms permanently. Horror crawled down Kaia's spine as she understood the true scope of his ambition. You want to destroy the boundaries between dreaming and waking, everywhere. I want to remake reality according to my will, and your precious bear shifter has just given me the key to do it. His laugh echoed off the maze walls, multiplying into a cacophony of malicious joy. "Run, little dreamwalker. Try to find him before I do, but know that every step you take toward each other only feeds my power." The maze erupted around her, walls shooting skyward and pathways branching in directions that hurt to contemplate. Kaia ran anyway, following the pull of the mate bond that sang between her soul and Elias's even across impossible distances. "Kaia!" His voice reached her from somewhere that might have been miles away or just around the corner. Distance meant nothing in this place. "Where are you?" "Here," she called back, taking a left turn that immediately became a right turn, then a spiral staircase that led both up and down simultaneously. "Elias, you have to get out of here. This is a trap." "Like hell I'm leaving without you." Despite everything, his stubborn refusal to abandon her made warmth bloom in her chest. This was the man who'd carved wind chimes to help her sleep, who'd held her through nightmares without asking for explanations. Of course, he'd followed her into a realm of pure nightmare, not because he was reckless, but because leaving her to fight alone was simply incomprehensible to him. "The walls keep moving," she shouted, pressing her hand against the cold stone as if she could somehow reach through to touch him. "Every time I think I'm getting closer, the path changes." "Then stop chasing the path." His voice came back, closer now but still separated by the maze's twisted geometry. "In dreams, intention matters more than direction. Don't follow the walls. Follow what you know is real. What's real in a place made of nightmares? Us. The simple word carried absolute conviction. What we feel for each other. What we've built together. That's real enough to cut through any illusion. Kaia closed her eyes, letting the mate bond guide her instead of her physical senses. The pull was stronger now, more urgent, and when she opened her eyes again, she could see golden light threading through the maze like a trail designed just for her. The path led through corridors that tried to show her fears, doorways opening onto scenes of Elias dying, burning, screaming her name in agony. But his voice continued to reach her, steady and sure, reminding her that none of Tobias's projections could touch what they'd actually shared. "Remember the night by the lake when I told you about mate bonds?" he called. "Remember what you said about feeling like you'd been wandering your whole life until you found home?" "I remember," she called back, warmth spreading through her chest at the memory. "You said that was the bond." "Wrong. The bond is what let me recognize what was already there. You chose Hollow Oak, chose me, chose all of us long before you understood why. Your heart knew where you belonged." The golden thread of connection blazed brighter, cutting through Tobias's illusions like sunlight through fog. Kaia could feel her power responding to the truth in his words, her dream-walking abilities strengthening with each step toward genuine memory instead of manufactured fear. "The maze is failing," she realized aloud. "He's losing control." "Then we'd better find each other fast," Elias said, and suddenly he was there, stepping around a corner that had been solid wall moments before, silver eyes blazing with desperate relief. "You beautiful, stubborn idiot," she said, launching herself into his arms with enough force to stagger him. "What were you thinking, following me into this place?" "I was thinking my mate was in trouble and needed backup," he said against her hair, holding her so tightly she could barely breathe. "I was thinking I'd rather face whatever hell you're fighting than spend another minute wondering if you were fighting it alone." "If Tobias claims you too." "He won't." Elias pulled back enough to meet her eyes, his expression fierce with certainty. "Because I'm not here out of desperation or fear. I'm here because I love you, because you belong with me, and because some things are worth risking everything for." "Even your soul?" "Especially my soul. What good is it without yours anyway?" The maze around them shuddered, walls beginning to crack as Tobias's construction wavered under the assault of their connection. But Kaia could feel the entity's rage building, his power coalescing for a final desperate attack. "He's not giving up," she warned. "This was all part of his plan, to get both of us here, to use our bond as a source of power." "Then we'd better make sure he gets more than he bargained for." Elias's hand found hers, their fingers intertwining with the kind of perfect fit that spoke to destiny. How do we fight something that exists in the realm of consciousness? With consciousness, with will, with the absolute certainty that what we have is stronger than anything he can throw at us. Kaia squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his solid presence beside her. "But Elias, if this goes wrong, it won't. If it does, it won't because we won't let it." His bear's protective growl rumbled beneath his words. "We're going home, Kaia, both of us together, and then I'm claiming you properly so that no nightmare entity ever tries this again." Despite everything, she laughed. "Is this really the time for claiming bond negotiations?" "This is exactly the time. I want you to have something to look forward to, something real and good waiting on the other side of this fight." The maze gave one final shudder and collapsed entirely, leaving them standing in an empty void where Tobias's presence pressed against them. But instead of feeling trapped, Kaia felt anchored, connected to the waking world through Elias's presence, connected to hope through the future he promised, connected to her own power through the love that had guided them both into this nightmare realm. "Ready?" she asked, feeling her dreamwalker abilities stir in response to their combined will. "Ready," he confirmed, his bear's strength blending with her gift to create something neither of them could have achieved alone. The final battle was about to begin.
Chapter 25. Elias. The void around them began to shift, darkness taking shape into something far more insidious than physical walls. Elias felt the change like pressure building behind his eyes, and his bear's protective instincts surged as Tobias's presence grew heavier, more focused. Now then, the entity's voice echoed from all around. Let's see what fears your mate's brave rescuer carries in his heart. Whatever game you're playing, Elias began, but the words died as the emptiness around them filled with images that made his stomach clench. The Vane construction compound materialized, but not as he'd left it. This version was cold, sterile, filled with his father and brothers going about their work without him. Their movements were more efficient, their laughter easier, their entire dynamic improved by his absence. Interesting, Tobias mused, his voice carrying new notes of satisfaction. The black sheep of the family, the son who never quite fit, who chose shadows over sunlight, silence over leadership. That's not, Magnus appeared in the projection, but this version of his father looked relieved, unburdened. Always worried about you, Elias. Always wondering when you'd stop skulking around the edges and become the leader we needed you to be. He doesn't think that, Elias said, but uncertainty crept into his voice as more figures joined the scene. Thorin, shaking his head with disappointment, could have been clan leader if he'd wanted it. Instead, he chose to hide in the night guard, pretending that avoiding responsibility was the same as being mysterious. Finn's laugh was cruel in a way the real Finn's never was. Remember when we used to make excuses for him? Elias just needs time to find himself. Turns out what he found was a taste for playing protector to things too broken to save. Stop, Elias growled, his bear snarling beneath the surface. Oh, but we're just getting started, Tobias said with obvious delight. Show him what his precious mate really thinks of her supposed rescuer. The scene shifted to the lakeside where he'd explained mate bonds to Kaia, but in this version, her expression was pitying rather than interested. Dream Kaia shook her head with gentle condescension. You really think I need someone who hides from his own family? Someone who's so uncertain of his own worth that he spent 34 years avoiding any position where he might have to prove himself? She sighed with the kind of patient disappointment reserved for children. I needed someone strong, Elias. Someone confident enough to lead, not someone who follows from the shadows. That's not what she said, he protested, but the words felt hollow even to his own ears. Isn't it what she thought, though? Deep down, when she looked at her options? Tobias's presence pressed closer, suffocating in its certainty. A mate is supposed to be an equal partner, not a project to fix. What exactly do you bring to her life besides good intentions and protective instincts any alpha could provide? The question hit something raw and vulnerable in Elias's chest. What did he bring to Kaia's life? He wasn't a leader like Thorin, wasn't charming like Finn, wasn't wise like his father. He was just steady, reliable, the kind of man who fixed things quietly and asked for little in return. That's right, Tobias whispered, sensing weakness. You're ordinary, Elias Vane. Pleasant enough, useful in your way, but hardly the kind of mate a powerful dreamwalker deserves. She needs someone extraordinary, someone who can match her gifts with achievements of his own. The projections around them multiplied, showing him scene after scene of his perceived inadequacies. Every time he'd chosen to work behind the scenes instead of stepping forward. Every moment he'd let others take credit for his contributions. Every decision to support rather than lead, to protect rather than command. Face it, Dream Kaia said with cruel clarity. You're not hero material. You're a supporting character in other people's stories, including mine. For a moment, Elias almost believed it. The weight of lifelong insecurities pressed down on him. All the moments he'd wondered if he was enough, if his quiet strength was actually weakness in disguise. But then he felt Kaia's real hand in his, warm and solid and absolutely trusting. Not the projection Tobias had created, but the actual woman who'd chosen to run toward danger to protect the people she loved. who'd trusted him enough to share her deepest fears, who'd looked at him like he was the answer to prayers she'd never spoken aloud. "You're wrong," he said quietly, his voice gaining strength with each word. "Which part exactly?" Tobias sounded genuinely curious. "All of it." Elias straightened, feeling his bear's confidence merge with his human understanding. "You think being a leader means being in charge, being the loudest voice in the room. But real leadership is about knowing when to step forward and when to step back, when to speak and when to listen." Pretty philosophy, but I chose the night guard because someone needed to protect this town when everyone else was sleeping. I chose to work behind the scenes because the work mattered more than the recognition. His grip on Kaia's hand tightened, drawing strength from their connection. And I chose to court Kaia slowly, carefully, because she'd been hurt by people who rushed her into things she wasn't ready for. The false projections flickered, losing some of their solidity as his conviction grew. "She doesn't need me to be perfect," he continued, addressing the twisted version of his mate directly. "She needs me to be present, to see her strength when she can't see it herself, to stand with her when the world gets overwhelming, to love her not because she's extraordinary, though she is, but because she's mine." Dream, Kaia sneered. Such modest ambitions for such a supposedly devoted mate. "Modest?" Elias laughed, the sound carrying his bear's deep satisfaction. "There's nothing modest about loving someone completely, about building a life where both people can be their truest selves without fear or shame or the need to prove anything to anyone else. You think that's enough? Quiet devotion and steady presence? I know it is, because it's what she's been searching for her entire life." The false Kaia began to waver as truth cut through Tobias's illusions. Not someone to fix her or complete her or prove she's worthy of love. Someone to witness her strength, to celebrate her gifts, to remind her that she belongs exactly where she is. The projection family crumbled next, revealed as hollow constructions built from his own doubts rather than any reality. His real family loved him exactly as he was, the quiet one, the steady one, the one who got things done without needing fanfare. "And as for being ordinary," he said, turning his attention to Tobias himself, "you're right, I am. I fix things, I protect things, I show up when people need me. But you know what's extraordinary about that? Enlighten me. It's real, it's honest. It's the kind of love that lasts because it's built on truth instead of grand gestures or desperate need." Elias felt power flowing through him, not the flashy, destructive kind, but the deep, unshakable strength that came from knowing exactly who he was and why that mattered. Kaia doesn't need rescuing, Tobias. She needs someone who believes in her ability to rescue herself. And you think that's you? I know it is, because I've watched her fight for weeks now, watched her grow stronger every day, watched her choose hope over despair again and again. His bear's roar built in his chest, ready to be released. She doesn't need a hero. She is one. She just needed someone to remind her of that fact. The void around them cracked like glass. Tobias's carefully constructed psychological warfare shattering under the weight of genuine self-acceptance. Where there had been darkness and twisted projections, golden light began to seep through. Not blinding or harsh, but warm and steady like morning sunlight. "This is impossible," Tobias snarled, his voice losing some of its otherworldly certainty. "Mortals don't overcome their deepest fears so easily." "Because they're not fears," Elias interrupted, feeling more confident than he had in years. "They're doubts, and doubts disappear when they're faced with truth." The golden light spread, revealing what looked like a small clearing in an endless forest, a pocket of safety where the normal rules of the dream realm held less sway. Kaia was staring at him with wonder and something that might have been pride. "How did you do that?" she whispered. "I stopped fighting who I am and started fighting for who we are together." He squeezed her hand, leading her toward the safe space his self-acceptance had created. "Come on, we need to regroup and figure out how to get home." "This isn't over," Tobias's voice followed them, but it sounded more distant now, less certain. "You can't hide in here. I am ancient, powerful." "You're alone," Elias called back without turning around. And that's the difference between us.
Chapter 26. Kaia. The golden clearing felt like a miracle after the crushing darkness of Tobias's void. Kaia could breathe again, could feel the warmth of actual light on her skin, instead of the suffocating weight of manufactured despair. But more than that, she could feel Elias beside her, solid and real, and absolutely unbroken by everything the entity had thrown at him. "I can't believe you did that," she whispered, turning to face him fully. "The way you just dismantled everything he tried to use against you." Elias cupped her face with gentle hands, his silver eyes intense with emotion. "He was trying to make me doubt what we have, what I am. But seeing you fight so hard for everyone you love, watching you choose hope every single time made me realize I don't need to be anyone other than who I am." "And who are you?" she asked, though she thought she already knew the answer. "I'm the man who loves you completely, who sees your strength even when you can't, who will stand with you against anything, including ancient nightmares with delusions of grandeur." His thumb brushed across her cheekbone. "I'm yours, Kaia, exactly as I am." The simple honesty in his voice broke some last barrier she'd been holding against the truth of what they had together. Here, in this pocket of safety he'd created through sheer force of self-acceptance, she could finally admit what she'd been too afraid to fully embrace. "I love you," she breathed. "Not because you're perfect or because you saved me, but because you see me, all of me, the gift, the fears, the mess of contradictions, and you love all of it." "Every single part," he confirmed, and then he was kissing her with a desperate tenderness that made her knees weak. This kiss was different from the ones they'd shared by the lake. This carried the weight of everything they'd endured to get here, all the terror and doubt and hard-won understanding. It tasted like hope reclaimed, like choosing love in the face of darkness. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. "I understand now," Kaia said quietly, tracing patterns on Elias's chest with her fingertips. "Running away didn't protect anyone. It just gave Tobias more power over my fears. And now? Now I know that my gift isn't a curse or a burden. It's meant to help people, to protect them from things like him." She lifted her head to meet his gaze. "I can't keep trying to hide from what I am." "What are you?" he asked, though she could see in his eyes that he already knew. "I'm a dream walker, a guardian of sleep and visions. Someone who stands between nightmares and the people I love." She smiled, feeling lighter than she had in years. "I'm someone who belongs in Hollow Oak, with you, using my abilities to help instead of running from them." "There's my brave mate," he said with obvious pride, pulling her up for a kiss. "I'm ready to face him," she said when they broke apart. "Not because I'm not afraid, but because some things are worth being afraid for." Around them, the golden clearing pulsed with renewed strength, ready to carry them forward into whatever came next.
Chapter 27. Elias. The transformation in Kaia was unmistakable. Where before she'd moved through the dream realm with careful uncertainty, now she walked with purpose, her dreamwalker abilities no longer something to fear, but tools to be wielded with confidence. Elias could feel the change in her through their connection, a steady brightening that made his bear as satisfied as he could be. "The source is deeper," she said, her violet eyes scanning the golden clearing with new understanding. "I can feel him pulling energy from something ancient, something that's been festering in the darkest part of this realm for a very long time." "How deep are we talking?" Elias asked, already knowing he wasn't going to like the answer. "To the foundation of his power, to whatever trauma first trapped him here. She turned to face him, her expression serious but no longer afraid. It's going to be dangerous, Elias. The closer we get to his core, the more desperate he'll become. Then we face it together. He took her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin even in this place between worlds. Lead the way. The journey toward Tobias's source of power took them through landscapes that defied description. Forests where the trees were made of crystallized screams, rivers that flowed backward through time, mountains that shifted like living things in response to their presence. But with each step, Elias could sense they were getting closer to something fundamental, something that had been hidden for centuries beneath layers of corruption and fear. There, Kaia said, pointing toward what looked like a massive structure rising from the center of the realm. But as they approached, Elias realized it wasn't a building at all. It was a cocoon of sorts, woven from shadows and nightmares and held together by pure desperation. Jesus, he breathed. What is that thing? His prison, she said softly, and his sanctuary, the place where he retreated when the world became too painful to bear. Tobias's voice reached them from within the structure, but it sounded different now, less controlled, more raw with old pain. You shouldn't have come this far, he called out, his words echoing strangely in the thick air. This is not a place for the living, for those who still carry hope in their hearts. Maybe that's exactly why we needed to come, Kaia replied, stepping closer to the shadow cocoon, despite Elias's protective instincts urging caution. You've been alone here for so long, feeding on fear because you forgot what anything else tasted like. I chose solitude over betrayal. I chose isolation over the risk of being destroyed again by those who claim to love me. You chose survival, Elias said, understanding beginning to dawn. But surviving isn't the same as living. The cocoon pulsed with agitated energy. What would you know about it, Bear Shifter? What would either of you know about being gifted in a world that sees difference as disease, power as threat? More than you think, Kaia said gently. I've spent years hiding who I am, pretending to be normal when normal was never an option, alone with abilities that make other people afraid. Pretty words from someone who found acceptance in a town full of supernatural beings. Try being gifted in a time when such things meant death. Tell us about that time, she said, and Elias heard the subtle shift in her voice that meant she was accessing her dreamwalker abilities more fully. Show us what happened to you. You don't want to see what I've seen, what was done to me, what I became in response. Maybe we don't want to, Elias said, but maybe we need to. Maybe you need us to. The cocoon shuddered, and suddenly they weren't standing outside it anymore. The shadows had parted, drawn them into the center where Tobias waited. But this version of him was different from the shifting nightmare creature they'd encountered before. Here in the heart of his domain, he looked almost human, tall, dark-haired, with eyes that held centuries of loneliness. You want to understand? He asked, his voice carrying the weight of old grief. You want to see what love becomes when it's betrayed? What hope becomes when it's crushed beyond repair? Yes, Kaia said simply. I was like you once, Tobias continued, his form flickering between human and shadow. A dream walker born with gifts that set me apart from ordinary people. But I was also a warlock, trained in the old ways, respected by those who understood the arts I practiced. What changed? Elias asked. I fell in love with a woman who claimed to understand my nature, who swore she wasn't afraid of what I could do in the realm of dreams. His laugh was bitter, hollow. Ilara. She was beautiful, intelligent, and for a brief, shining moment, I thought she might be the one person who could love me for what I truly was. Kaia moved closer, her dreamwalker senses obviously picking up on the emotional resonance of his memories. She betrayed you. She discovered the true extent of my abilities and decided I was too dangerous to live. Convinced the local authorities that I was corrupting dreams, stealing souls, practicing dark magic. The pain in his voice was raw, immediate despite the centuries that had passed. The woman who shared my bed became my executioner. So you fled to the dream realm, Elias said. I thought it would be temporary, a place to hide until the persecution passed. But the longer I stayed, the more the isolation ate at me. the more convinced I became that everyone who claimed to care would eventually try to destroy me. And you've been here ever since, Kaia whispered, alone, feeding on nightmares because you forgot what love felt like. Love is a lie people tell themselves to justify proximity. It always ends in betrayal or abandonment. His form solidified further, showing them glimpses of what he'd been before corruption took hold. Better to take what sustenance I can from fear, which at least is honest in its intentions. That's where you're wrong, Kai said, stepping forward. Love isn't always perfect, and people aren't always trustworthy. But that doesn't mean connection itself is worthless. Easy words from someone whose mate followed her into hell? Exactly. Kaia's voice carried new strength, new understanding. He followed me because that's what love does. It shows up, even when showing up is terrifying. Even when it means facing the worst parts of someone else's pain. Your Ilara was afraid, Elias continued, his bear lending weight to his words. Maybe she was even cruel. But she was one person, Tobias, one person who couldn't handle the depth of what you offered her. That doesn't mean everyone will make the same choice. Let me show you, Kaia said suddenly, her dreamwalker abilities flaring with purpose. Let me enter your memories, see what really happened. Not the version you've been telling yourself for centuries, but the truth of it. No. The refusal was immediate, panicked. Those memories are mine. My pain. My shame. Your prison, she corrected gently. You've been trapped in them for so long that you can't see past them anymore. But I can. I can walk through your memories and show you what you've forgotten. That you were worthy of love then, and you're worthy of healing now. It's too dangerous. If you see what I've done, what I've become, we won't leave you alone with it anymore. The cocoon around them pulsed. Tobias's centuries of isolation warring with a desperate buried need for connection. I don't remember how to hope, he whispered. You don't have to remember, Kaia said, her hand extended toward him like an offer of peace. You just have to let me help you find it again. For a long moment, the ancient warlock stared at her outstretched hand. Elias could feel the weight of his decision, the magnitude of trust she was asking from someone who'd been betrayed at his most vulnerable. Finally, slowly, Tobias reached out and touched her fingers with his own. Show me, he said, his voice breaking with centuries of suppressed longing. Show me what I've forgotten. Kaia's eyes closed, her dreamwalker abilities reaching out to embrace memories that had been locked away in shadow for longer than most civilizations had existed. And Elias, anchored to her through their bond, prepared to witness the birth of a nightmare, and hopefully its transformation back into something resembling hope.
Chapter 28. Kaia. The moment Kaia's consciousness touched Tobias's memories, she was drowning in centuries of accumulated pain. The visions came in waves, crashing over her with the force of lived experience, rather than simple observation. She wasn't just seeing his past, she was experiencing it, feeling every emotion as if it were her own. The first memory was almost beautiful. A young man, perhaps 25, standing in a moonlit garden with hands that glowed with gentle silver light. He was healing a woman's broken arm, the bones knitting together under his touch while she watched with wonder and gratitude. "You're a miracle, Tobias," the woman breathed, "a gift from the gods themselves." But even in that moment of triumph, Kaia could feel the weight of his isolation. The way he smiled and accepted her thanks while inside, a voice whispered that she would fear him if she truly understood what he was capable of in the realm of dreams. "I help people," young Tobias said to the empty garden after the woman left. "I heal, I protect, I use my gifts for good. So why do I still feel like a monster?" The scene shifted, flowing like water into the next memory. Now he was older, perhaps 30, standing before a gathering of village elders who watched him with expressions ranging from awe to barely concealed terror. "The dreams of our children have been peaceful since you arrived," one elder said carefully. "No more nightmares, no more night terrors. We are grateful." "But," Tobias prompted, reading their fear as clearly as Kaia could feel it. But there are rumors, stories from other villages about dreamwalkers who lost control, who became corrupted by the very nightmares they sought to banish. The elder's voice shook slightly. How do we know you won't become such a creature? Because I choose not to, Tobias replied, but Kaia could feel the doubt creeping into his heart. Every day I choose to help rather than harm, to heal rather than hurt. And what happens when choosing becomes too difficult? When the nightmares you absorb begin to change you from within? The question hung in the air like a poison, and Kaia watched as it took root in Tobias's mind, growing into a fear that would eventually consume him. Years passed in rapid succession, each memory showing her how the isolation built layer by layer. Communities that welcomed his healing, but kept him at arm's length. People who sought his help in desperate times, but avoided his company during celebrations. The gradual realization that he would always be useful but never truly accepted. I could make them love me, she heard him whisper to himself one night, alone in yet another temporary dwelling. In dreams, I could craft visions that would make them see me as worthy of their affection. The temptation was there, real and powerful, but young Tobias had pushed it away with horror. No, that wouldn't be love, that would be slavery disguised as affection. But the thought had been planted, and Kaia could feel how it would grow in the fertile soil of his loneliness. Then came Ilara. Beautiful, intelligent Ilara with her dark hair and laughing eyes, who appeared in his life like sunlight after years of shadow. The memory of their first meeting was so vivid that Kaia could smell the jasmine in the garden where they'd spoken, could feel the warm summer air on her skin. You're the dreamwalker, Ilara said, not with fear but with curiosity. I've heard stories about your abilities. And what do the stories say? Tobias asked, already half prepared for rejection. That you walk between worlds, that you can heal minds as easily as bodies, that you carry the power to banish nightmares with a touch. She smiled, and it was genuine, unafraid. They say you're the most gifted healer our land has seen in centuries. And that doesn't frighten you? You've used your gifts to help people, haven't you? To ease suffering and bring peace to troubled minds? Yes, but then why would I be frightened of someone who chooses to heal rather than harm? The courtship that followed was a blaze of happiness so intense it almost burned Kaia's consciousness. 6 months of pure joy, of feeling accepted and understood, of believing that maybe finally he'd found someone who could love all of him. The proposal scene made Kaia's heart ache with vicarious emotion. Marry me, Tobias said, kneeling in the same garden where they'd met. Let me spend my life protecting your dreams, ensuring that your sleep is always peaceful, that your waking hours are filled with joy. Yes, Ilara whispered, tears beginning to form. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. But then came the night that changed everything. Kaia experienced it from Tobias's perspective, felt his confusion and growing horror as Ilara woke screaming from a shared dream that had been meant as a gift. You were in my mind, she gasped, pressing herself against the far wall of their bedroom. You were inside my thoughts, changing things, controlling. I was showing you beautiful dreams, he said desperately. Visions of our future together, of the children we might have. You were in my head without permission, manipulating my thoughts, making me see things that weren't real. But they could be real. We could build that future together. How can I trust that any of my feelings are my own? How can I know which thoughts come from me and which ones you've planted there? The accusation destroyed him, and Kaia felt his world shatter in that moment. Everything he'd thought he understood about their connection crumbled under the weight of her fear. I would never manipulate your feelings, he said, but she was already backing toward the door. You just did. You invaded my dreams without asking, changed them to show me what you wanted me to see. How is that not manipulation? The argument that followed was vicious, desperate on both sides. Tobias trying to explain that he'd meant it as a gift, a sharing of his deepest hopes. Alara trying to make him understand that intention didn't matter when the result was violation. "I can't stay with someone who has that kind of power over me," she said finally. "I'll never know if what I feel is real or if it's just another dream you've crafted." "So you're leaving me? Just like that?" "I'm protecting myself. And maybe I'm protecting others, too." Her expression hardened with resolve and fear. The village elders were right to be concerned. "You're too powerful, too dangerous. Someone like you shouldn't be walking free among ordinary people." The betrayal that followed was swift and brutal. Alara going to the authorities with tales of dream invasion and mental manipulation, a mob forming outside his home, torches and pitchforks and voices raised in righteous anger. The frantic flight into the woods, pursued by people who'd once sought his healing but now saw him only as a threat. "I should have listened to my instincts," he snarled as he prepared the ritual that would take him into the dream realm. "I should have known that acceptance was just another lie, another trap." The crossing itself was meant to be temporary, just long enough for the furor to die down. But Kaia could feel how the realm changed him, how the isolation and bitterness began to warp his perception of reality. Years passed in the dream realm, then decades, then centuries. She watched as he forgot the joy of healing, as his powers twisted from protection to predation. The first time he fed on someone's nightmare instead of banishing it, she felt his shock and self-loathing. "Just this once," he told himself, "just until I'm strong enough to return, to face them on equal terms." But once became twice, twice became habit, and habit became nature. The bitter poison of isolation had done its work, turning a gifted healer into something that fed on the very fears he'd once sought to cure. "This is what love gives you," he'd whispered after centuries alone. "This is what happens when you trust someone with your heart. Better to take what sustenance I can from fear, at least it's honest in its intentions." Now, experiencing the full weight of his transformation, Kaia understood why her words about love and acceptance had enraged him so much. Not because he didn't want them, but because he'd trained himself not to hope for them. "You see now," Tobias said, his voice echoing through his memories. "You understand why your pretty stories about belonging mean nothing. Love is just fear wearing a prettier mask." "No," Kaia said firmly, pulling back from the depths of his despair. "Love is what happens when someone sees all of you and chooses to stay anyway." "Coming from someone who hasn't lived long enough to be truly betrayed?" "You're right. I haven't lived as long as you, haven't suffered as much." She turned in the memory space to face him directly. "But I have lived long enough to learn the difference between one person's fear and everyone's capacity for love. One person's fear destroyed my life." "One person's fear destroyed your faith in yourself," she corrected. "But Tobias, what you did to Alara, entering her dreams without permission, that was wrong. Not because you're a monster, but because consent matters even in relationships built on love." His form flickered with rage. "She claimed to love me." "And she did. But she also had the right to privacy in her own mind, the right to dreams that were hers alone." Kaia's voice gentled. "You made a mistake, Tobias. A big one, born from loneliness and the desperate need to be understood. But making a mistake doesn't make you irredeemable." He scoffed. "Look what I became. Look at the centuries of fear I've fed on, the lives I've touched with nightmares." "I see someone who's been in so much pain for so long that he forgot what healing felt like." She reached out, not with judgment but with understanding. "Let me show you what I found in Hollow Oak. Let me show you what acceptance actually looks like." Before he could refuse, she shared her own memories. The moment Twyla had welcomed her with genuine warmth despite sensing the darkness that clung to her. Miriam treating her like a beloved daughter without knowing anything about her past. Maeve's gruff acceptance and protective loyalty. the way an entire town had rallied to keep her safe, not because she'd earned it, but because that's what communities do for their own. And Elias. Elias, who'd known she was his mate from the moment he touched her, but had courted her slowly, gently, respecting her even when his bear demanded immediate claiming. Who'd followed her into this nightmare realm, not to control or possess her, but to stand with her in the darkness. "This is what love looks like," she said as the memories flowed between them. "Not perfect, not without mistakes or misunderstandings, but consistent, present, willing to do the hard work of understanding rather than demanding immediate acceptance." The memories swarmed Tobias, and she felt his ancient defenses beginning to crack under the weight of genuine affection freely given. "Stop," he whispered, but there was less conviction in his voice now. "I won't stop," she said firmly, "because you deserve to remember what hope feels like. You deserve to know that isolation isn't your only option." Around them, the shadow cocoon began to shudder, hairline fractures appearing in the walls he'd built from centuries of pain. Light seeped through the cracks, not the harsh light of judgment, but the warm, steady glow of possibility. But even as his prison began to crumble, Kaia could feel his resistance hardening into something desperate and dangerous. "You don't understand," he snarled, his form becoming more monstrous as fear overtook hope. "I am what I chose to become. I am what love made me, and I will not be unmade by your naive dreams of redemption."
Chapter 29. Elias. The shadow cocoon was coming apart like tissue paper in a hurricane. Elias watched in fascination and growing alarm as cracks of golden light spread across the walls of Tobias's prison, each fracture releasing centuries of compressed anguish into the surrounding dream realm. The entire structure groaned under the weight of emotions too long denied, and he could feel the foundation of the nightmare domain beginning to buckle. "Kaia," he called, his voice cutting through the chaos as she remained locked in communion with Tobias's memories. "Whatever you're doing, it's working, but this whole place is about to come down." She didn't respond, too deep in the ancient warlock's past to hear him. Through their bond, Elias could feel echoes of what she was experiencing, centuries of pain, betrayal, and the slow corruption of a soul that had once tried to heal the world. But he could also feel something else building in the realm around them, something desperate and dangerous. "I will not be unmade," Tobias's voice roared from everywhere at once, the words carrying such force that several nearby memory fragments shattered like glass. "I am what I chose to become. I am what love made me, and I will not be destroyed by hope I can no longer feel." The golden light that had been seeping through the cracks suddenly blazed brighter, and Elias realized with horror that Tobias wasn't trying to heal or redeem himself. He was preparing to drag everything down with him in a final act of spite. "Kaia, we need to go," Elias said urgently, moving toward her still form. "Right now." But even as he spoke, the realm around them began to collapse in earnest. Not the gradual crumbling he'd expected, but a catastrophic implosion as Tobias chose destruction over redemption. Walls of crystallized nightmare dissolved into chaos, and Elias felt the pull of something vast and hungry, trying to drag them deeper into whatever void lay at the center of the ancient warlock's despair. "If I cannot have peace," Tobias snarled, his voice now coming from the collapsing structure itself, "then no one will have it. If I cannot be redeemed, then redemption itself is a lie that deserves to die." Kaia's eyes snapped open, violet depths wide with shock and grief. "He's going to destroy everything," she gasped. "Centuries of accumulated pain and power, all released at once. It'll tear holes in the barriers between realms. Can you get us out of here?" "I can try." She scrambled to her feet, her dreamwalker abilities flaring as she reached out with her consciousness to find a path back to the waking world. "But Elias, if this realm collapses while we're still in it, we'll be trapped in the void between sleeping and waking forever," he finished grimly. "I know. That's why we're not going to let that happen." Working together, they began to weave a pathway through the chaos, using their combined will to create a bridge between Tobias's collapsing domain and the realm of physical existence. It was exhausting work, requiring absolute focus while reality crumbled around them, but gradually Elias could feel the pull of his own body, still anchored by his clan beside Moonmirror Lake. "There," Kaia said, pointing toward a corridor of steady light that led through the destruction. "That's our way home." They ran toward it hand in hand, dodging falling debris made of crystallized screams and nightmare fragments sharp enough to cut consciousness itself. Behind them, Tobias's voice rose to a howl of rage and despair that made the very air tremble. "You think you understand suffering?" he roared. "You think your little love story proves that redemption is possible? Then suffer as I have suffered. Know isolation as I have known it. Experience the truth that love is just another word for inevitable betrayal." The pathway ahead of them suddenly began to narrow, squeezed by Tobias's will as he focused the last of his power on preventing their escape. But worse than that, Elias could feel something reaching for Kaia specifically, trying to wrap around her consciousness like chains. "He's trying to drag me down with him," she said, her steps faltering as the entity's influence pressed against her mind. "I can feel him pulling at the part of me that understands his pain, trying to use my empathy against me." "Fight it," Elias said fiercely, tightening his grip on her hand. "Remember what's real. Remember what's waiting for us back home." "I'm trying, but he's so strong, and there's part of me that thinks maybe he's right. Maybe I am naive to believe in redemption. Maybe some things are too broken to be fixed." The doubt in her voice sent ice through Elias's veins. This was how Tobias had survived for centuries, how he'd fed and grown strong, by convincing others that hope was foolishness, that love was just a pretty lie people told themselves before the inevitable betrayal. "Don't listen to him," Elias said urgently. "You've seen his memories, felt his pain, but that doesn't mean his conclusions are right. He chose isolation, chose bitterness, chose to feed on fear instead of seeking healing. Those were his choices, not the only possible responses to trauma. Were they choices, though? Or was that just what the pain made inevitable?" Kaia's steps slowed further, and Elias could see the pathway ahead beginning to fade as her certainty wavered. Maybe redemption only works in stories. Maybe in reality, some damage is permanent. "Kaia, look at me." Elias stopped running and turned to face her fully, his silver eyes blazing with absolute conviction. "You are not him. Your trauma didn't turn you into a monster. It turned you into someone who fights to protect others. Your pain didn't make you cruel, it made you compassionate." "But what if?" "No what ifs. No maybe. You chose to stay and fight for Hollow Oak instead of running. You chose to trust people who cared about you instead of assuming they'd betray you. You chose love over fear, hope over despair, again and again." His voice grew fierce with protective determination. "And I choose you. Not because you're perfect, but because you're brave enough to keep choosing light even when the darkness feels overwhelming." For a moment her violet eyes cleared, and the pathway ahead began to solidify again. But then Tobias made his final, desperate play. "If she will not come willingly," the ancient warlock snarled, "then she will come in pieces." The attack came from all directions at once. Tendrils of pure malice and despair reaching for Kaia's consciousness with the intent to shred it beyond repair. Elias saw them coming, felt his mate's terror as she realized what was about to happen, and made a choice that came as naturally as breathing. He threw himself between Kaia and the attack, using his own consciousness as a shield, while his bear's roar of protective fury echoed through the collapsing realm. "Elias, no!" Kaia screamed, but it was too late. The tendrils meant for her struck him instead, and Elias felt his awareness scatter like leaves in a hurricane. Pain beyond description tore through his mind as Tobias's concentrated hatred and despair tried to find purchase in his soul. But even as his consciousness began to fragment, one thought remained crystal clear. "She's safe. Whatever happens to me, she's safe." "You fool," Tobias raged. "You've gained nothing but your own destruction. She'll still be trapped here when this realm collapses. You've simply ensured you'll both die together instead of allowing me the satisfaction of her despair." But Elias, even with his awareness scattered across multiple fragments, could still feel his clan's anchor pulling at him from the waking world. could still sense the pathway Kaia had created, now blazing brighter than ever as his sacrifice fed power into their escape route. "Get out of here," he managed to say, though he wasn't sure if the words reached her through the chaos. "The pathway's stable now. Go home." "I'm not leaving without you." "You have to. The realm's collapsing, and I can't hold myself together much longer." Already he could feel parts of his consciousness beginning to drift away, scattered by the force of Tobias's attack. "Go, Kaia. Live. Be happy. Remember that some love stories have happy endings, even if this one doesn't." "This one does too," she said fiercely. And through their bond, he felt her reaching for him, trying to gather his scattered awareness back together through sheer force of will. "I won't let you fade away. I won't let him win." But even as she spoke, Elias could feel the void opening beneath him, ready to swallow what remained of his consciousness, along with the collapsing remnants of Tobias's domain. The pathway home still blazed with possibility, but it was fading fast as the realm's destruction reached critical mass. In moments, they would both be lost forever unless one of them made an impossible choice, and Elias had already made his.
Chapter 30. Kaia. The moment Elias's consciousness scattered like broken glass across Tobias's collapsing realm, Kaia felt something inside her die. Not her heart, though it felt like it was being torn from her chest. Not her soul, though agony lanced through every fiber of her being. Something deeper than that. The fragile hope she'd been nurturing. The belief that love could conquer anything. The faith that happy endings were possible for people like them. "No," she whispered, falling to her knees in the chaos as fragments of her mate's awareness drifted past her like dying stars. "No, no, no, this can't be happening." "Oh, but it is," Tobias's voice crooned with vicious satisfaction. "You see now, don't you? This is what hope gets you. This is what love becomes when it meets reality. Your precious bear shifter is gone, scattered across the void, and soon you'll join him in nothingness." The devastation was total, complete, threatening to drag her down into the same despair that had consumed Tobias centuries ago. She could feel her sanity beginning to crack under the weight of loss, her dreamwalker abilities turning inward to feed on her own grief and guilt. "This is my fault. If I hadn't come here, if I hadn't tried to save him, Elias would still be alive. He died because I was too weak, too naive to face this alone." "Yes," Tobias whispered, sensing her breaking point. "Let the pain consume you. Let it teach you what I learned long ago, that love is just another word for eventual loss. Join me in the darkness, little dreamwalker. Stop fighting a battle you can never win." For one terrible moment, Kaia almost gave in. The temptation to surrender, to let the agony wash over her until she became just another broken thing feeding on others' nightmares, was overwhelming. It would be so easy to stop struggling, to accept that some stories didn't have happy endings. But then, like a voice calling across vast distances, she heard it. "You're not crazy. What you're dealing with is real and it's dangerous, but you're not dealing with it alone anymore." Elias's words from that first night when she'd confessed her gifts, spoken with such quiet certainty that they'd become one of the cornerstones of her new understanding of herself. Not gone, not scattered, but echoing through the bond that connected them across all realms of existence. "He's not gone," she said aloud, her voice growing stronger with each word. "You can scatter his consciousness, corrupt this realm, drag me down into your despair. But you cannot break what we have together." Tobias snarled, "Your mate is fragments now, pieces of awareness drifting in the void. Even if you could gather them, there wouldn't be enough left to reconstruct." "You're wrong." Kaia stood, her dreamwalker abilities flaring not with the chaotic energy of grief, but with the focused power of absolute certainty. "You're wrong about everything, about love, about hope, about the nature of connection itself." The collapsing realm quaked around them as she reached out, not toward the pathway home, but deeper into the fabric of dream and reality itself. She could feel Tobias's shock as her power expanded beyond anything he'd expected, beyond anything she'd known she was capable of. "Impossible," he breathed. "No dreamwalker is that powerful." "You're right. I'm not that powerful alone." Kaia smiled, feeling the truth of it singing in her bones. "But I'm not alone. I never was." Instead of trying to escape or fight Tobias directly, she reached out through the connections that bound her heart to Hollow Oak. Not just to Elias, though his presence blazed brightest in her awareness, but to everyone who had chosen to love her. Miriam, sleeping peacefully at the inn while worrying about the girl she'd come to think of as a daughter. Twyla, tossing restlessly in her bed above the cafe as Faye intuition whispered that something was wrong. Maeve, standing guard duty and sending protective thoughts toward the lake. The Tansley brothers working through the night to strengthen wardstones. Magnus and the other Vane brothers maintaining their vigil around Elias's physical form. And deeper, wider, the entire supernatural community of Hollow Oak. Dozens of beings who had accepted her as family without question, who had rallied to protect her not because she'd earned it, but because that's what families do. "You feed on isolation and despair," Kaia said, her voice echoing with newfound power as she drew strength from every connection, every moment of acceptance, every act of love freely given. "But I'm connected to something you never understood, something you threw away when you chose bitterness over healing." "What are you doing?" Tobias demanded, his voice losing some of its ancient authority as Kaia's power continued to expand. "Rewriting the rules." She raised her hands, and the collapsing nightmare realm began to respond to her will instead of his. "This is your domain, built from centuries of pain and isolation, but dreams belong to dreamwalkers, Tobias. And I refuse to let your corruption define what's possible here." The realm shuddered, reality bending around her intention as she poured love into places where only despair had existed. Where Tobias had built walls from crystallized screams, she created gardens of hope. Where he had carved canyons of loneliness, she raised bridges of connection. "Stop!" he commanded, but his voice was weaker now, the foundations of his power cracking under the assault of genuine community. "You cannot simply unmake what I am, what I've built." "I'm not unmaking anything," Kaia said, gathering fragments of Elias's scattered consciousness like precious gems. Each piece she found blazed brighter as she touched it with her love, her absolute refusal to let him fade away. "I'm showing you what could have been, what still could be if you choose differently." Around them, the nightmare landscape transformed, not into something artificial or forced, but into what it might have been if Tobias had chosen healing over harm, connection over isolation. She could feel his resistance, centuries of accumulated bitterness fighting against the possibility of change. But she could also feel something else, a tiny spark of the man he'd been before pain had twisted him into something that fed on others' suffering. The healer who had once stood in moonlit gardens, using his gifts to mend broken bones and ease troubled minds. "I remember," he whispered, and his voice was different now, not the hollow echo of an ancient nightmare, but the broken confession of someone who had lost his way and forgotten the path back to light. "I remember what it felt like to heal instead of harm." "Then choose it," Kaia said simply, still gathering pieces of Elias while her transformed realm blazed around them. "Choose healing. Choose hope. Choose to let the pain transform you instead of define you." The ancient warlock was quiet, his presence wavering between the monster he'd become and the healer he'd once been. Finally, with a sound that might have been a sob, he spoke. "I've been what I am for so long that I've forgotten what anything else feels like." "Then let me show you." Kaia extended her hand toward him, just as she had in his memories of Alara, but this time with no expectation, no demand, just an offer freely given. Let me share what I've learned about belonging, about forgiveness, about the kind of love that doesn't require you to be perfect. As Tobias reached out with trembling fingers to accept her offer, Kaia felt the last piece of Elias's consciousness settle into her awareness. Still scattered, still damaged, but whole enough that she could begin the delicate work of helping him remember how to be himself. The realm around them had gone quiet, no longer collapsing but not yet stable. Transformed by hope but not yet healed, waiting to see what choice the ancient warlock would make. And in her arms, carried by love across impossible distances, the fragments of her mate's awareness began to pulse with the familiar rhythm of his heartbeat.
Chapter 31. Elias. Consciousness returned like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, slow and gentle and impossibly warm. Elias became aware of several things simultaneously: the soft grass beneath his back, the familiar scent of Moonmirror Lake, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. But most importantly, he felt Kaia's arms around him, her fingers threading through his hair, while she whispered words he couldn't quite make out. "Hey," he said softly, his voice rough from whatever ordeal they'd just survived. "Did we make it?" Her violet eyes snapped open, wide with relief and something that looked like wonder. "Elias, oh God, you're really back. I wasn't sure. When I was putting you back together, some of the pieces were so scattered." "Putting me back together?" He sat up carefully, noting that they were surrounded by his family and what looked like half the town. Magnus knelt beside them with tears streaming down his weathered face, while Finn and Thorin flanked them like protective walls. "Your consciousness was shattered," Kaia explained, helping him find his balance as the dream realm's effects slowly faded from his awareness. "Tobias hit you with everything he had, tried to scatter your essence across the void. But our bond, it kept the pieces connected, gave me something to follow when I went looking for you." "And Tobias?" Elias asked, though part of him already knew the answer, from the profound peace that seemed to have settled over the lake. "Gone, not destroyed, but transformed, released." Kaia's expression grew thoughtful, tinged with something that looked like awe. In the end, he chose to let go, chose healing over hunger, peace over the desperate need to feed on others' pain. "How?" Magnus asked quietly, his patriarch's voice heavy with the weight of centuries spent protecting their community. "How did you manage to redeem something that ancient, that consumed by its own darkness?" "I didn't redeem him," Kaia said simply. "I just showed him what redemption could look like. Gave him a choice between continuing as he was or letting go of the pain that had trapped him for so long." She looked down at Elias with eyes that held depths he was only beginning to understand. "But I couldn't have done any of it without all of you." "What do you mean?" Lucian asked, emerging from the crowd with his usual feline grace. The panther shifter looked exhausted but curious, his green eyes bright with the kind of intellectual fascination that came after surviving something unprecedented. "The power I used to rewrite his realm, to anchor us back to the waking world, it didn't come from me alone." Kaia gestured toward the assembled crowd. "It came from every connection I've made here. Every moment of acceptance, every act of love freely given. From Miriam treating me like a daughter, from Twyla's protective meddling, from Maeve's gruff loyalty. From the Vane clan holding the anchor while I was gone," Elias added, understanding beginning to dawn. "From the Night Guard maintaining protective watches, from the Tansley brothers crafting wardstones. From an entire community that chose to love a stranger simply because she needed love," Magnus said softly. "That's what defeated him, isn't it? Not power or force, but the kind of connection he'd forgotten was possible. Connection he'd never really experienced in the first place," Kaia corrected. "Tobias spent his mortal life being useful, but never truly accepted. Valued for his gifts, but feared for his difference. When Alara betrayed him, it just confirmed what he'd always suspected about himself. That he was too different to be loved," Elias said, his bear rumbling with understanding and a trace of ancient sympathy. "Christ, when you put it like that, It's amazing he lasted as long as he did before the isolation drove him mad. Which is why what happened tonight matters so much. Varric Thornwell stepped forward, his silver braids gleaming in the moonlight as he studied Kaia with ancient eyes. You didn't just save yourselves or even our town. You proved that redemption is possible for anyone willing to choose it. Even after centuries of feeding on nightmares, Twyla added, appearing at the edge of the crowd with a thermos of what smelled like her famous calming tea. Even after becoming the very thing that once terrified you. Speaking of which, Miriam said, her motherly voice carrying practical concern, how do you feel, dear? After channeling that much power, after facing down something that ancient? Kaia considered the question seriously. Different, she said finally. Stronger, but not in the way I expected. Like I finally understand what my gifts are really for. And what's that? Finn asked with typical younger brother directness. Healing. Not just individuals, but the spaces between people. The places where connections should exist, but fear has built walls instead. She looked around at the faces surrounding them, her expression bright with new understanding. I'm not just a dream walker. I'm a bridge builder, someone who helps others find their way back to hope. A guardian of sleep and peace, Elias said, remembering her words from the transformed realm. Someone who stands between nightmares and the people she loves? Exactly. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun rise. I finally know who I'm meant to be. Not someone running from her gifts, but someone embracing them to help others. And he asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. What are we now that the immediate threat is over? We're whatever we choose to be, she said, leaning down to kiss him with gentle reverence. Mates, partners, two people who faced the worst kind of darkness and chose love anyway. I love you, he said against her lips, the words carrying weight they'd never held before. You're the bravest person I've ever known. I love you too, she whispered back, for following me into hell, for being willing to sacrifice yourself to keep me safe, for seeing strength in me when I could only see problems. Around them, the assembled crowd of friends and family began to disperse, giving them space for the private reunion they needed, but not before Magnus cleared his throat with patriarchal authority. Tomorrow we plan a proper celebration, he announced. Tonight, we're all just grateful you're both home safe. Home, Kaia repeated, the word carrying wonder as if she was testing how it felt in her mouth. I like the sound of that. Good, Elias said, pulling her down to lie beside him on the grass while they watched the stars wheel overhead. Because you're stuck with us now. All of us. Hollow Oak doesn't let go of family easily. I wouldn't want it to, she said, settling against his side with a contentment. I've spent my whole life looking for somewhere to belong. I'm not about to give it up now. As the night faded toward dawn, they lay together by the lake where their story had begun, surrounded by the quiet sounds of a community at peace. The ancient threat was gone, transformed by compassion into something that could finally rest. The barriers between realms were stable again, protected by the same love that had redeemed a lost soul. And in a few hours, when the sun rose fully over Hollow Oak, they would begin the next chapter of their story. But for now, it was enough to simply be alive, be whole, and be exactly where they belonged.
Chapter 32. Kaia. The first thing Kaia noticed as they sat together by the lake was how different everything felt. Not just the obvious things, the way Elias's solid warmth anchored her to the physical world, or the profound sense of peace that had settled over Hollow Oak now that Tobias's ancient hunger was finally at rest. It was something deeper than that, something fundamental about the way her Dreamwalker abilities had changed during their ordeal. The nightmares are quiet, she said wonderingly, testing her expanded senses as she tried to reach with her consciousness. I can still feel them. Everyone's fears and anxieties, the things that go bump in the night. But they're not overwhelming me anymore. What do you mean? Elias asked, his arm tightening protectively around her shoulders. Before, it was like trying to drink from a fire hose. Every nightmare, every terror, every moment of someone else's fear would crash into me whether I wanted it or not. She leaned into his warmth, marveling at the way her abilities now felt controlled, purposeful. But now it's different. I can choose what to engage with, can actually help process the fears instead of just absorbing them. As if to demonstrate, she gently touched the edge of a nearby resident's sleeping mind, Mrs. Morgeston, who lived above the bakery and suffered from recurring nightmares about losing her late husband. Instead of being dragged into the woman's grief, Kaia found she could offer comfort, weaving threads of peace and acceptance into the troubled dreams until they transformed from nightmares into gentle remembrance. "That's incredible," Elias breathed, somehow sensing what she'd done through the bond they had created. "You're not just walking through dreams anymore. You're healing them." "It's what I was always meant to do," she realized, the truth settling in her chest like a warm ember. All those years of running from my gift, thinking it was a curse or a burden when really it was just undeveloped, like a muscle that needed proper training before it could be truly useful. Around them, Hollow Oak's Halloween celebration was reaching its peak. Even after the supernatural crisis they'd just survived, the townsfolk were determined to mark the holiday properly. Jack-o'-lanterns flickered with protective light, children ran through the streets in elaborate costumes, and the cheerful sounds of community celebration drifted across the water. But Kaia barely noticed any of it. Her entire world had narrowed to the man beside her, to the miracle of his presence, and the certainty that they'd both survived what should have destroyed them. "I can't believe you followed me into that realm," she said, turning to study his profile in the moonlight. "When I realized you were there, when I felt your consciousness in that place, I was terrified and grateful and furious all at the same time." "Furious?" His mouth quirked in amusement. "That's not quite the reaction I was hoping for." "You could have died, Elias. Actually died, not just physically but in every way that matters. Your soul could have been lost forever in that nightmare realm." But it wasn't. He turned to meet her eyes, his silver gaze steady and sure. "Because you wouldn't let it be. Because our connection was stronger than anything Tobias could throw at us. This time, but what if—" "No what-ifs," he said firmly, echoing words he'd spoken in the dream realm. "We faced the worst possible scenario and came through it together. That's what mates do, Kaia. They face the darkness as a team." The word mates sent a flutter through her chest, carrying weight and promise she was finally ready to embrace. "About that." "Yeah." "Earlier, before everything went to hell, you mentioned the claiming bond. You said it would protect me from dream entities, but that it had to be my choice." She took his hand, threading their fingers together with deliberate intention. "I want to know more about what that means, for both of us, without danger driving a choice." Elias went very still beside her, his bear's presence suddenly more noticeable through their connection. "Are you sure? After everything we've just been through, you don't need to make any big decisions tonight. There's no rush." "There's no uncertainty either," she said simply. "Elias, when I was gathering the pieces of your scattered consciousness in that realm, when I thought I might lose you forever, I knew with absolute clarity that I wanted to spend whatever time we have building a life together. Not because I need protection or because fate says we're destined, but because I choose you. All of you." "Even the bear?" he asked with a slight smile. "Especially the bear. Your protective instincts, your quiet strength, the way you love so completely that you'd sacrifice yourself without hesitation." She lifted their joined hands to her lips, pressing a soft kiss to his knuckles. "I love all of it, Elias. I love you." "I love you too," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "But Kaia, the claiming bond, it's permanent, not just until death do us part, but beyond that. Across lifetimes, across realms. Once we're bonded, that's it. There's no undoing it." "Good," she said without hesitation. "I'm tired of temporary things, tired of connections that can be broken by distance or fear or misunderstanding. I want something that lasts." "The physical marking can be intense, like I said," he continued, clearly determined to make sure she understood exactly what she was agreeing to. My bear will need to claim you in shifted form, leave permanent scars that mark you as mine. It's not just symbolic, it changes you on a fundamental level. Changes me how again? You'll be able to sense my emotions, my location, whether I'm in danger, and I'll be able to sense yours. There won't be any secrets between us, any walls or barriers. We'll know each other completely. The thought should have been frightening, and days ago it was. She'd spent so many years guarding her privacy, protecting herself from being truly known. But instead, it felt like welcoming. When? She asked simply. When what? When do we do the claiming ritual? Tonight? Tomorrow? I know it has to be soon. I can feel your bear getting restless every time we talk about it. Elias laughed, the sound carrying surprise and delight. You can feel that? The bond's already half formed, isn't it? Has been since the moment you pulled me from this lake. She gestured toward the water where their story had begun. The claiming ritual just makes it official, permanent, unbreakable. Tomorrow night, he said after a moment's consideration. Give us both time to recover from the ordeal, time to prepare properly. The claiming should be special, meaningful, not something we rush into because we're high on surviving a supernatural crisis. Tomorrow night, she agreed, then grinned at the look of stunned happiness that crossed his features. What? Did you think I'd need weeks to decide? Elias, I've been making this choice every day since I got here. Every time I stayed instead of running, every time I let myself care about this town and the people in it. The claiming bond is just the formal acknowledgement of what's already true. And what's that? That I belong here, with you, with your family, with this impossible community that somehow saw something worth protecting in a damaged dreamwalker who showed up dripping wet and half dead. She leaned up to kiss him, soft and sweet and full of promise. That I'm ready to stop running and start building something permanent with the man I love. The Halloween celebration continued around them, full of laughter and community joy, but they might as well have been alone in the universe. Tomorrow night, he said again as he pulled away, as if testing how the words felt. Tomorrow night, she confirmed. And Elias? Thank you. For what? For seeing me, for choosing me, for following me into hell and refusing to let me face it alone. She smiled, feeling lighter than she had in years, for showing me what home feels like. Thank you for letting me, he said simply, pulling her close as fireworks began to explode over the lake, celebrating the successful end of Hollow Oak's most dangerous Halloween night in centuries. But for Kaia, the real celebration was just beginning. Tomorrow night, she would officially become Elias Vane's mate, permanently and irrevocably bound to the man who'd seen her broken pieces and helped her forge them into something stronger. Tomorrow night, she would finally truly be home. Chapter 33. Kaia. The Vane family cabin felt like a sanctuary wrapped in timber and starlight. Kaia had spent the day helping clean up from Halloween night's festivities, sweeping candy wrappers from Main Street and helping Twyla organize leftover pumpkins from the festival. But as evening approached and she'd made her way up the mountain path to where Elias waited, everything else had faded into background noise. This was the night they'd both been waiting for. The cabin itself was rustic perfection, all warm wood and soft lighting, with a stone fireplace crackling against the November chill. Elias had spent hours preparing, she could tell. Candles flickered on every surface, filling the space with vanilla and cedar scents, and he'd laid out thick furs in front of the hearth that looked impossibly inviting. You didn't have to do all this, she said, turning to find him watching her from the kitchen doorway, 2 glasses of wine in his hands. I wanted tonight to be perfect, he replied, crossing to offer her a glass. You deserve romance, not just claiming instincts. She accepted the wine but set it aside immediately, stepping into his space instead. Elias, everything about this is already perfect, because it's us. You don't have to prove anything or make grand gestures. I just need you." Relief flickered across his features before heat replaced it. "In that case," he said, setting his own glass down, "come here." The kiss that followed was different from any they'd shared before. There was reverence in it, yes, but also hunger, the knowledge that tonight would change everything between them, permanently and beautifully. "I've been thinking about this all day," she admitted against his lips. "About what it will feel like to be yours completely." "You're already mine," he said, hands framing her face with gentle possession. "Tonight just makes it official." "Then make it official," she whispered, fingers working at the buttons of his flannel shirt. "But first, let me do something for you." He stilled as her meaning became clear. "Kaia, you don't have to." "I want to." She pushed the shirt off his shoulders, revealing the broad expanse of his chest with its scars and dark hair. "You saved me, Elias. You followed me into a nightmare realm and brought me back. Let me show you what that means to me." "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. They stayed joined like that for long minutes, both overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had just happened. When he finally withdrew from her body, she felt the loss like a physical ache, but the bond between them only grew stronger, as if their temporary separation had taught it to reach across any distance. "How do you feel?" he asked, pressing gentle kisses to her shoulder. "Complete," she said simply. "Like I've been walking around with half a soul my whole life, and you just gave me the missing piece." "That's exactly what you did for me," he said, pulling a soft blanket over them both. "The moment I saw you in that lake, I knew my life was about to change forever. And now? Now we build something beautiful together. Now we protect this town and each other, and see what kind of adventures a dreamwalker and her bear can get up to." She laughed, the sound bright with joy and possibility. "I love the sound of that." "I love you," he said simply. "I love you too," she replied, settling into his arms as the fire crackled and the stars wheeled overhead. "My mate, my anchor, my home." Outside, Hollow Oak slept peacefully under her unconscious protection, its dreams safe and sweet. But inside the cabin, two souls celebrated their perfect union, bound together by love, choice, and ancient magic that would last beyond the ending of the world.
Chapter 34. Elias. Elias woke to the most perfect sensation he'd ever experienced, the steady, reassuring pulse of Kaia's heartbeat echoing through their newly forged bond like a second rhythm in his chest. She was still asleep beside him, platinum hair spread across the pillow like spilled moonlight, her face peaceful in a way he'd never seen before. The claiming marks on her hip were healing beautifully, 3 parallel scratches that would fade into silver scars, marking her as his for all the world to see. His bear rumbled with deep satisfaction at the sight, but it was more than possessive pride. Those marks represented choice, trust, the most intimate gift one person could give another. She'd offered herself completely, and he'd claimed her with reverence rather than dominance. Through the bond, he could feel her dreams, not the chaotic nightmares that had plagued her before, but soft, warm visions of their future together. A house full of laughter, children with his eyes and her gentle spirit, decades of quiet mornings just like this one. "You're watching me sleep," she murmured without opening her eyes, a smile tugging at her lips. "I can feel you thinking very loudly." "Sorry." He pressed a kiss to her bare shoulder. "Still getting used to this connection? I can sense everything about you. Your mood, your location, even your heartbeat when you're in another room." "It's overwhelming sometimes," she admitted, violet eyes fluttering open. like learning to live with someone else's emotions constantly humming in the background. But also, she rolled toward him, her hand finding his chest. It's wonderful, knowing you're there, always, no matter what. Any regrets, he asked, though he could already feel through their bond that there weren't. None. Her fingers traced the line of his collarbone. You? Only that it took us so long to get here. They lay in comfortable silence for several minutes, basking in the new depth of their connection. But eventually the scent of coffee and bacon wafting from downstairs made Kaia's stomach growl audibly. Family breakfast awaits, Elias said with a grin. You ready to face the Vane clan as an official member? Are they going to make a big deal about it? Kaia, you're the first mate any of us has brought home in over a decade. They're going to make a huge deal about it. She laughed, stretching like a contented cat. Then I guess I better get dressed and prepare for the full treatment. 20 minutes later, they made their way down to the cabin's main room, where the entire Vane clan had apparently assembled for what was clearly a celebration breakfast. Magnus stood at the stove, manning multiple pans with the efficiency of someone who'd fed a large family for decades. Thorin and Finn had pushed the dining table against the wall to make room for additional seating, and someone had clearly raided the local bakery for enough pastries to feed a small army. There they are, Magnus boomed when he spotted them, his weathered face splitting into a grin that made him look 20 years younger. Our new daughter-in-law. Dad, Elias warned, but he was smiling too. What? I've been waiting 34 years for you to bring home a mate. I'm allowed to be excited. Magnus abandoned his cooking long enough to sweep Kaia into a gentle hug. Welcome to the family, sweetheart. Officially this time. Thank you, Kaia said, her voice thick with emotion. For everything, all of you. Don't get sentimental yet, Finn called from across the room. Wait until you see what Thorin made for you. Elias's older brother emerged from the kitchen carrying what looked like a small wooden jewelry box, his expression uncharacteristically shy. It's a claiming gift, he explained, offering the box to Kaia, traditional in our family. Inside, nestled in soft velvet, lay a pendant that took Elias's breath away. Carved from mountain oak and inlaid with silver in intricate patterns, it bore the Vane family crest along with symbols he recognized as protective runes. It's beautiful, Kaia whispered, lifting the pendant with reverent hands. But I can't accept something this elaborate. You can and you will, Magnus said firmly. Every Vane mate receives one. It's not just jewelry, it's a ward stone keyed specifically to our family's magical signature. Protection and belonging, wrapped up in one package. Here, let me, Elias said, taking the pendant from her trembling fingers and moving behind her to fasten the chain around her neck. The moment the wood touched her skin, it pulsed with warm light, recognizing its new bearer and settling into place with obvious satisfaction. Perfect fit, Thorin said with pride. I wasn't sure about the measurements, but the wood knows its purpose. How did you have time to make this? Kaia asked, clearly overwhelmed by the craftsmanship. We only decided on the claiming yesterday. He's been working on it for 2 weeks, Finn said with a grin. Ever since it became obvious you two were heading toward a bonding. Thorin's good at reading the signs. We all were, Magnus added, loading plates with enough food to feed a construction crew. Elias hasn't been subtle about his intentions. Thanks, Dad, Elias said dryly, but he was too happy to be truly annoyed. Speaking of family and intentions, Kaia started, if I am Elias is the last one to get a mate, where are all of yours? The Vane men looked around each other with mischievous smirks. Oh, they're around. They're out now, mainly because we like to initiate you into the family. Then when it's too late for you to back out, you get to meet the wives, Finn said. They're not that bad, Elias whispered. They're just a lot. They settled around the expanded table, and Elias marveled at how naturally Kaia fit into the family dynamic. She laughed at Finn's terrible jokes, engaged Thorin in serious conversation about woodworking techniques, and listened to Magnus's stories about the old days with genuine interest. So what's next for you two? Thorin asked around a mouthful of pancakes. Besides the obvious honeymoon period. I want to formalize my role as the town's dream counselor, Kaia said, surprising Elias with her immediate answer. Work with Miriam and the council to establish proper protocols for helping people process nightmares and trauma. That's a wonderful idea, Magnus said approvingly. The town could use someone with your specialized abilities. And I'll keep working construction during the day and night guard duties when needed, Elias added, though I might cut back on some of the longer patrols now that I have more reason to come home every night. Smart man, Finn said with a knowing look. Happy wife, happy life, right? Finn, Thorin warned, but he was smiling too. What? I'm just saying, now that he's all domesticated, maybe the rest of us can stop worrying about him wandering around like a lost bear. I was never lost, Elias protested. You were absolutely lost, Magnus said matter-of-factly, wandering through life without purpose, doing good work but never quite finding your place. Now look at you. He gestured toward where Elias sat with his arm around Kaia. Centered, complete. This is who you were always meant to be. The words hit deeper than Elias expected, carrying the weight of paternal wisdom earned through decades of watching his children grow and find their paths. Speaking of complete, Kaia said softly, her hand finding his under the table, I never imagined family could feel like this. Safe and warm and chosen rather than obligated. That's exactly what family should feel like, Magnus said gently. Biology creates connections, but love creates bonds. And you, sweetheart, are definitely loved. Group hug, Finn announced, jumping up from his chair. Come on, don't make it weird. We're having a moment here. Before either Elias or Kaia could protest, they found themselves surrounded by Vane brothers, pulled into an embrace that smelled like sawdust and coffee and unconditional acceptance. Through their bond, Elias could feel Kaia's overwhelmed joy, her amazement at finding herself in the center of such fierce, protective love. Okay, that's enough, Thorin said after a moment, though his voice was suspiciously rough. We're going to make her think we're completely sentimental. Too late for that, Kaia laughed, wiping tears from her cheeks. But I love it, all of it. Good, Magnus said with satisfaction, because you're stuck with us now. No returns, no exchanges. I wouldn't want to return this, she said, looking around at the faces surrounding her. Not for anything in the world. Later, as they prepared to head back to town, Elias pulled his father aside. Thank you, he said simply, for this, for accepting her, for making her feel like she belongs. Son, she belongs because you chose her and she chose you. The rest of us are just grateful to have another daughter to spoil. Magnus clapped him on the shoulder. But I will say this, I've never seen you happier. Whatever took you so long to find each other, it was worth the wait. Elias looked across the room where Kaia was laughing at something Finn had whispered in her ear. The Vane family pendant catching the morning light around her throat. Through their bond, he could feel her contentment, her joy, her absolute certainty that this was where she belonged. Yeah, he said quietly. It really was. As they drove back toward town, Kaia's hand in his and their bond humming with shared happiness, Elias couldn't imagine his life being more complete. His mate, his family, his community, everything he'd ever wanted without knowing he was searching for it. The claiming had made it official, but this morning had made it real. Kaia Vane, officially and completely, was home.
Chapter 35. Kaia. Kaia stood at the window of their small apartment above the hollow mercantile, watching Elias work on the inn's front steps 3 blocks away. Even from this distance, she could feel his contentment through their connection, the satisfaction of wood fitting perfectly into place, the warm autumn sun on his shoulders, the way his bear hummed with happiness knowing exactly where she was. Sometimes the intensity of it made her dizzy. Still getting used to the constant connection? Twyla asked from behind her, the Fey woman's musical voice carrying knowing amusement as she set down a tea tray. Edgar told me you'd asked to use his workshop today. Figured you might need some caffeine before your first official counseling session. Is it that obvious I'm struggling with it? Kaia turned from the window, accepting the steaming cup gratefully. The tea smelled like chamomile and something else. Clarity maybe, or just Twyla's particular brand of magical comfort. Honey, you've been staring out that window for 20 minutes with a look like someone trying to solve advanced calculus. Twyla settled into the opposite chair with her own cup. What's got you so twisted up? It's just a lot. Kaia took a careful sip, letting the warmth ground her. Don't get me wrong, I love being connected to Elias. But sometimes I can't tell where his emotions end and mine begin. This morning I got inexplicably irritated at Finn, and it took me 15 minutes to realize it was because Elias was annoyed that his brother had used the last of the good coffee. Ah, the classic newlywed adjustment period. How long has it been since the claiming? 4 days. Give it time, sugar. Most mated pairs take a few weeks to learn how to maintain their individual identities while sharing a soul connection. Twyla's eyes sparkled with mischief. Though I have to say, watching Elias try to concentrate on construction work while feeling your emotions has been highly entertaining. Yesterday he nearly nailed his own thumb because you were reading a particularly steamy romance novel. Heat flooded Kaia's cheeks. He felt that? Loud and clear, according to Thorin. Poor man had to take a cold shower during his lunch break. Oh God, I'm never reading anything romantic ever again. Don't you dare. The sexual tension between you two has been keeping half the town entertained for weeks. Now that it's resolved, we need some way to live vicariously. Twyla winked. Besides, learning to navigate shared desire is part of the bonding process. You'll figure it out. A knock at the workshop door interrupted them, and Kaia felt her stomach tighten with nervous anticipation. Her first official client as Hollow Oak's dream counselor, Mrs. Morgistan, whose nightmares had been getting worse since her husband's death 6 months ago. You ready for this? Twyla asked gently. I think so. Kaia stood, smoothing down her skirts. My abilities feel different now. Stronger, but also more controlled. Like the bond with Elias gave me an anchor that helps me stay grounded when I'm walking through other people's dreams. That makes sense. Having a mate provides spiritual stability, especially for someone with gifts as powerful as yours. The knock came again, more hesitant this time. Kaia opened the door to find Mrs. Morgistan standing in the afternoon light, clutching a handkerchief and looking thoroughly uncertain. I'm sorry to bother you, dear, the older woman said, but Miriam said you might be able to help with the dreams that won't leave me alone. Of course, please come in. Kaia stepped aside, gesturing toward the comfortable seating area Edgar had helped her arrange in one corner of the workshop. Can I get you some tea? That would be lovely. As Twyla discreetly disappeared into the back room, Kaia settled across from Mrs. Morgistan and poured fresh cups from the pot. The woman looked exhausted, the kind of bone-deep weariness that came from months of poor sleep. Tell me about the dreams, Kaia said gently. They started right after Harold passed. At first they were just memories, I suppose. Good ones, mostly. Dreams where he was still with me, where we were young again and planning our future. Mrs. Morgistan's voice grew shaky. But lately they've changed. Now I dream that he's angry with me, that he's disappointed I'm not moving on fast enough. He tells me I'm wasting my life grieving for him when I should be living. And how do those dreams make you feel when you wake up? Guilty, ashamed, like I'm failing him even in death. Tears spilled down the older woman's cheeks. I know it's probably just my own fears manifesting, but they feel so real, like he's actually trying to tell me something from wherever he is now. Kaia reached out with her dreamwalker senses, gently touching the edges of Mrs. Morgistan's troubled psyche. The grief was there, heavy and pervasive, but underneath it was something else, not guilt, but fear. Fear of letting go, of moving forward, of what her life might look like without the man who'd been her companion for 47 years. Would you be willing to let me walk through one of these dreams with you? Kaia asked. Not to change anything, just to help you understand what they're really trying to tell you. Mrs. Morgistan looked uncertain. Is it safe? Very safe. I won't alter the dream or your memories. I'll just be there as a guide, helping you see patterns you might have missed. Kaia kept her voice calm and reassuring. And if you get uncomfortable at any point, we can stop immediately. All right, I trust you, dear. Miriam speaks very highly of your abilities. The dream walk itself was unlike anything Kaia had experienced before. Instead of being pulled into the chaotic swirl of someone else's subconscious, she found herself able to step carefully into Mrs. Morgenstern's dream space, maintaining her own identity while observing the emotional landscape spread before her. The dream version of Harold Morgenstern was indeed angry, but as Kaia studied him with her enhanced abilities, she could see the distortion clearly. This wasn't Harold at all. It was Mrs. Morgenstern's own internal voice, the part of her that had internalized decades of his gentle encouragement to try new things and embrace life fully. "He's not disappointed in your grief," Kaia said softly, as they stood together in the dream version of the Henderson kitchen. "Look at his face more carefully. What do you see?" Mrs. Morgenstern studied the dream figure, her expression growing thoughtful. "He looks sad. Not angry. Sad that I'm in pain." "Exactly. Your subconscious mind is trying to process his loss by imagining what he would want for you, but it's getting tangled up with your fear of dishonoring his memory by eventually healing and moving forward. So the dreams aren't really him trying to communicate with me? They're you trying to communicate with yourself," Kaia explained gently. "Your heart knows that Harold would want you to eventually find joy again, but your grief is so overwhelming that the message is getting distorted." When they emerged from the dream walk 20 minutes later, Mrs. Morgenstern looked lighter somehow, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "I understand now," she said quietly. "The dreams weren't telling me to stop grieving. They were telling me that it's okay to start living again when I'm ready. That loving him doesn't mean staying frozen in the moment I lost him. Grief isn't something you get over. It's something you learn to carry," Kaia said, the words flowing from some deep well of understanding she hadn't known she possessed. "The dreams will probably continue for a while, but now you'll be able to hear what they're really saying." After Mrs. Morgenstern left, clutching a small sachet of herbs Twyla had prepared to encourage peaceful sleep, Kaia sank into her chair with a profound sense of completion. "How did it go?" Twyla asked, reappearing with fresh tea. "Amazing, overwhelming, perfect." Kaia shook her head in wonder. "I finally understand what my gift is really for, not just walking through dreams, but helping people decode the messages their own psyches are trying to send them. Healing the spaces between conscious and unconscious, between fear and understanding." Exactly. Kaia felt Elias's curiosity through their bond and sent back a wave of satisfaction and accomplishment. "I spent so many years thinking my abilities were a burden, when really they were always meant to help people find peace." "And now that you know your purpose?" "Now I get to work." Kaia smiled, already thinking about the other residents who'd approached Miriam about similar troubles. Hollow Oak is about to have the best-rested supernatural community in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Through the window, she could see Elias looking up from his work, his silver eyes finding hers across the distance with unerring accuracy. Even from here, she could feel his pride in her accomplishment, his joy at seeing her embrace her gifts fully. The mate bond hummed between them, no longer overwhelming but simply complete. She was exactly where she belonged.
Chapter 36. Elias. 2 weeks had passed since Halloween, and Hollow Oak had transformed into something out of a fairy tale. Elias paused in his work stringing lights around the council glade to admire the way afternoon sunlight filtered through the golden canopy overhead, painting everything in warm amber hues. Tomorrow was their mating ceremony, and the entire town had thrown itself into preparations with a kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for major holidays. "Stop daydreaming and hand me that extension cord," Finn called from his perch in an ancient oak tree. "Unless you want me to fall and break my neck the day before your big ceremony." "You're not going to fall," Elias said, but he tossed up the cord anyway. "Your cat-like reflexes won't let you." I'm a bear, not a cat. Could have fooled me with all that climbing. Through their bond, he felt Kaia's amusement ripple across his consciousness. She was somewhere across town, probably helping Twyla with the floral arrangements or letting Miriam fuss over last-minute ceremony details. The constant awareness of her presence had become as natural as breathing over the past 2 weeks. There's that lovesick expression again, Thorin observed from where he was assembling wooden benches. You know, most people get nervous before their wedding. You just look like you won the lottery. I did win the lottery, Elias said without embarrassment. Best mate in 3 counties, maybe 4. Modest as always, Magnus chuckled, emerging from behind a cluster of decorated trees with an armload of ceremonial candles. Though I have to say, watching Kaia settle into town life has been something to see. Yesterday, I caught her mediating a dispute between the Tansley brothers about ward placement, like she'd been doing it for years. She has a gift for it, Elias agreed, pride warming his voice. Sees right to the heart of problems, finds solutions that make everyone happy. It was true, in just 2 weeks since officially joining the community, Kaia had become indispensable in ways none of them had expected. Her dream counseling practice was thriving. Half the town had made appointments to work through various traumas and anxieties. But beyond that, she'd started attending council meetings as an unofficial mediator, helping resolve disputes with a combination of empathy and practical wisdom that impressed even Elder Bram. Speaking of which, Lucien said, appearing through the trees with his usual feline grace, I just came from the mercantile. Rufus wanted me to tell you that the ceremonial chalices are ready, and Edgar finished carving the bonding stones this morning. Everything's coming together, Magnus said with satisfaction. By this time tomorrow, we'll be officially welcoming a new daughter into the Vane family. The casual way his father said it made something warm and settled curl in Elias's chest. Kaia wasn't just his mate. She'd become a beloved member of their extended family, their community, their pack in all the ways that mattered. How's she handling the pre-ceremony jitters? Thorin asked, securing another bench into place. Better than expected, Elias admitted, though I can feel her emotions bouncing around like ping-pong balls through the bond. Excitement, nerves, gratitude, a little overwhelm at all the attention. Sounds about right for someone who's never been the center of a community celebration before, Lucian observed. Most of us grew up with pack ceremonies and family gatherings. This is all new territory for her. Which is why we're making sure it's perfect, Magnus said firmly. First impressions matter, even when you're already family. They worked in comfortable companionship for another hour, transforming the sacred glade into something magical. Strings of warm white lights wound through the trees, creating a canopy of stars overhead. Benches arranged in concentric circles around the ancient ceremonial stone where Kaia and Elias would exchange vows. Bouquets of autumn flowers, courtesy of Twyla's connections with the local fae, filled the air with the scent of roses and evergreen. You know what the best part is? Finn said as they stepped back to admire their handiwork. She chose this, all of it. She could have kept running, could have disappeared into some other life where supernatural politics and mate bonds weren't her problem. But she chose to stay and build something with you. With all of us, Elias corrected. She didn't just accept me as a mate. She accepted Hollow Oak as her home, our family as her family. Smart woman, Magnus said approvingly, though I suppose she'd have to be to put up with you. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Elias felt a familiar tug through the mate bond. Kaia was moving, walking with purpose towards somewhere that felt significant. I'm going to find her, he said, already heading toward the glade's entrance. Make sure she's not getting cold feet or anything. She's not getting cold feet, Thorin called after him. That woman looks at you like you hung the moon. But go on, be disgustingly romantic. We'll finish up here. Elias followed the pull of their connection through Hollow Oak's winding streets, past the cheerfully lit shops and houses where residents were settling in for the evening. The bond led him toward the lake, which didn't surprise him. Kaia often went there when she needed to think, drawn back to the place where their story had begun. He found her sitting on the dock where he'd first pulled her from the water, her feet dangling in the gentle waves while she gazed out at the moonlight dancing on the lake's surface. She looked peaceful, content, more at home in her own skin than he'd ever seen her. Mind if I join you? He asked, settling beside her on the weathered wooden planks. I was hoping you would, she said, leaning into his warmth. I could feel you looking for me. What's got you out here by yourself the night before our ceremony? Second thoughts? Just the opposite. She turned to smile at him, violet eyes bright with unshed tears of happiness. I was thinking about how far we've both come from that first night when you found me here. How different everything is now. Better different? Impossibly better different. She gestured toward the town lights twinkling through the trees. 6 weeks ago, I was a lost soul running from nightmares I didn't understand. Now I have a home, a family, a purpose, and a mate who makes me feel like the luckiest woman alive. I'm the lucky one, Elias said, threading their fingers together. You could have ended up anywhere when your car broke down, but somehow fate dropped you right into my arms. Do you think it was fate or just random chance that happened to work out perfectly? Does it matter? We found each other, we chose each other, and tomorrow we're making it official in front of everyone we love. He pressed a kiss to her temple. That's what counts. They sat in comfortable silence for several minutes, listening to the gentle lap of water against the dock and the distant sounds of the town settling into evening quiet. I did one final dream walk tonight, Kaia said eventually, through the collective unconscious, making sure there weren't any lingering traces of Tobias's influence. Find anything concerning? Just the opposite. The dreams are bright, Elias, full of hope and joy and plans for the future. Children playing in gardens that don't exist yet, couples growing old together, adventures that haven't been dreamed up yet. Her voice grew wondering. It's like the whole town is dreaming forward, imagining all the beautiful possibilities ahead of us. Including ours? Especially ours. She turned to meet his eyes, her expression radiant with certainty. I saw glimpses of our future, and it's everything I never dared to hope for. A house full of laughter, children with your eyes and stubborn streak, decades of quiet mornings and shared adventures. Sounds perfect to me. It will be. She stood, pulling him up with her. But right now, I should probably get some sleep before the biggest day of my life. Twyla threatened to use fey magic on my under-eye circles if I show up looking tired tomorrow. Can't have that, Elias agreed solemnly. Though you'd be beautiful even with raccoon eyes. Flatterer, but she was smiling as she said it, the kind of smile that made his bear more than content. As they walked back toward town hand in hand, Elias marveled at how complete his world felt. Tomorrow they would stand before their community and make promises that would bind them together for all eternity. The mating ceremony would make it official, but this quiet moment of perfect happiness was what he would remember forever.
Chapter 37. Kaia. The council glade at sunset looked like something out of a dream. Kaia stood at the forest path's edge, her heart hammering as she took in the magical transformation the town had wrought overnight. Strings of warm golden lights wound through the ancient trees, creating a canopy of stars that rivaled the real ones beginning to emerge in the deepening sky. White roses and autumn leaves formed elegant arrangements between the wooden benches, arranged in gentle circles around the ceremonial stone, and the air hummed with protective magic that made her skin tingle. "Oh, honey," Miriam whispered beside her, dabbing at her eyes with a delicate handkerchief. "You look absolutely radiant." "I feel like I'm going to throw up," Kaia admitted, smoothing her hands over the flowing white dress Twyla had somehow procured in 48 hours. The gown was perfect, simple but elegant, with delicate silver embroidery that caught the light and a neckline that showed off the Vane family pendant resting against her throat. "That's perfectly normal, dear. I felt the same way when I married Henry." Miriam adjusted the crown of white roses and baby's breath in Kaia's hair with gentle fingers. "The butterflies will disappear the moment you see Elias waiting for you." Speaking of which, Twyla appeared through the trees with typical fey grace, her wheat-colored hair adorned with tiny lights that sparkled when she moved. "It's time. Everyone's seated. The council elders are in position. And your groom looks like he might pace a hole in the ground if we keep him waiting much longer." Kaia took a shaky breath, accepting the bouquet of white roses and evergreen that Twyla pressed into her hands. "I can't believe this is really happening." "Believe it, sugar. You're about to marry the love of your life in front of everyone who cares about you." Twyla's smile was radiant. "Now come on, let's get you mated properly." The music began as they approached the glade's entrance. Not traditional wedding march, but something older, wilder, played on instruments that sang with fey magic and shifter power combined. As Kaia stepped into the circle of light, every person in Hollow Oak rose to their feet, their faces glowing with genuine joy and affection. But she only had eyes for Elias. He stood beside the ancient stone altar, wearing a dark suit that emphasized his powerful frame and silver eyes that blazed with love and barely contained emotion. Magnus flanked him on one side, Thorin and Finn on the other, the entire Vane clan presenting a united front of protective family. But it was the expression on Elias's face, wonder and possessive tenderness and absolute certainty, that made her breath catch. "There go the butterflies," she whispered to Miriam, who squeezed her arm in response. Varric Thornwell stood behind the altar, his silver hair gleaming in the candlelight as he raised his hands for silence. "Friends, family, pack," he began, his ancient voice carrying clearly through the glade. "We gather tonight to witness the joining of two souls who have chosen to walk through life as one." As Kaia processed down the aisle between the benches, she caught glimpses of beloved faces. Maeve Cross, looking uncharacteristically emotional. The Tansley brothers, beaming with pride. Lucienne Vale, elegant and serene. Dozens of residents who had welcomed her as family, who had rallied to protect her, who now celebrated her joy as their own. When she reached Elias's side, he took her hands in his with reverent care. "You're so beautiful," he said quietly. "I can barely believe you're real." "I'm real," she whispered back, "and I'm yours." "The bonds we forged tonight are older than memory," Varric continued. "They will connect these two souls across all realms, waking, sleeping, and dreaming. They will endure beyond death, beyond time, beyond the ending of all things." The ceremony blended human traditions with supernatural rituals in ways that made Kaia's heart swell. They exchanged rings, simple bands of mountain silver that pulsed warm against their skin. They drank from a shared cup of ceremonial wine that tasted of earth and moonlight. And when Varric asked for their vows, they spoke words that came from the deepest parts of their hearts. "Kaia," Elias began, his silver eyes never leaving hers. "Not too long ago, I pulled a stranger from the lake and found my entire world. You were lost, hurt, running from nightmares you didn't understand. But you were also brave enough to trust a town full of supernatural beings, kind enough to see the good in people who had every reason to be suspicious, and strong enough to face your demons when running would have been easier." His voice grew stronger, carrying across the silent glade. "You taught me that quiet strength is real strength, that love isn't about grand gestures or perfect timing, but about choosing someone every single day and building something beautiful together. I promise to be your anchor when dreams grow dark, your shelter when the world feels overwhelming, and your partner in every adventure life brings us." Tears streamed down Kaia's cheeks as she found her own voice. "Elias, you saved my life in every way a person can be saved. You saw something worth protecting in a damaged dreamwalker who showed up on your doorstep, and you never once made me feel like a burden or a project to be fixed. You gave me a family, a community, a home, and most importantly, you showed me how to be loved completely." She squeezed his hands, drawing strength from their connection. "I promise to stand with you against anything, to trust you with my fears and my dreams, to build a life worthy of the love you've given me. I promise to use my gifts to protect the people we care about, to be the partner you deserve, and to love you fiercely for all the days of my life and beyond." "By the ancient laws that govern all supernatural beings," Varric intoned, and by the bonds of love freely given, I pronounce you mated for all eternity. What has been joined tonight cannot be undone by any force in this world or any other. The kiss that sealed their vows was gentle, reverent, full of promises and possibilities. But when they broke apart, the entire glade erupted in celebration. Cheers and applause and the kind of joyful chaos that only came when an entire community celebrated together. "Ladies and gentlemen," Magnus called out over the noise, his voice thick with paternal pride, "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Elias Vane." The reception that followed was everything Kaia had never known she wanted. Dancing under the stars to music that made her soul sing, toasts from family and friends that left her laughing and crying in equal measure, food that tasted like love and belonging, shared with people who had chosen to claim her as their own. But as the night wore on, she found herself growing restless, hyper-aware of Elias beside her and the way his eyes promised private celebrations yet to come. "Ready to slip away?" he murmured in her ear during a particularly enthusiastic folk dance led by Finn and Thorin. "God, yes," she breathed, heat pooling low in her belly at the suggestion. They made their excuses gradually, thanking everyone for making their day perfect while slowly making their way toward the glade's edge. Magnus caught them before they could disappear entirely, pulling them both into fierce hugs that smelled like sawdust and unconditional love. "Welcome to the family, officially," he said to Kaia, his weathered face bright with joy. "Now go on, get out of here before someone decides to start making speeches again."
Chapter 38. Elias. The cabin had been transformed into something magical while they were at the ceremony. Elias paused in the doorway, taking in the rose petals scattered across their bed and the dozens of candles flickering on every surface, casting dancing shadows across the log walls. Someone, probably Twyla with help from Miriam, had draped gossamer fabric from the ceiling beams, creating an intimate bower that felt separate from the rest of the world. But all of it faded into background when he looked at his wife. Kaia stood silhouetted against the candlelight, her wedding dress pooling around her feet like spilled cream. The delicate silver embroidery caught the flickering flames, making her appear almost ethereal. But it was the expression on her face that stopped his breath. Wonder and desire and absolute certainty that she was exactly where she belonged. "Mrs. Vane," he said, the name reverberating low and reverent in his throat. Her smile was soft and wicked all at once. "I love the sound of that," she whispered, stepping toward him, like gravity existed only between them. "Though I have to admit, I'm more interested in what comes after the ceremony." "Are you now?" his bear rumbled, that possessive sound he couldn't suppress around her. She stepped into his arms, the scent of night-blooming jasmine enveloping him like silk and home, and everything good he'd ever lost and now had back. She kissed him, soft and slow, then deeper, tongue curling, hands gripping the lapels of his suit jacket, pulling him down, pulling him in. Her heart pounded against his chest like it was trying to reach his. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. "I love you," she whispered, nuzzling against his chest. He kissed her temple. "Forever." And outside, the stars blazed bright over Hollow Oak, blessing the bond now sealed in blood, magic, and love.
Chapter 39. Kaia. Spring in Hollow Oak was like watching magic come alive. Kaia stood at the window of her new counseling office above the book nook, marveling at the transformation taking place across the town. Cherry blossoms lined Main Street in clouds of pink and white, daffodils pushed through the last patches of snow, and the air carried the green scent of new growth and endless possibility. 6 months had passed since their mating ceremony, and the life she and Elias had built together felt as natural as breathing. "Mrs. Vane?" A soft voice interrupted her reverie. "I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late." Kaia turned to smile at her newest client, a young woman who'd arrived in Hollow Oak the previous week with the haunted look of someone running from more than just bad circumstances. Sarah Monroe had been referred by Miriam, who'd taken one look at the girl's restless sleep patterns and sent her straight to the town's dream counselor. "Please, call me Kaia, and don't worry about the time. I was just enjoying the view." She gestured toward the comfortable seating area she'd arranged near the windows. "Can I get you some tea before we start?" "That would be nice, thank you." As Kaia prepared the calming blend Twyla had specifically created for her practice, she studied Sarah with the subtle awareness that 6 months of professional counseling had taught her. The girl was young, maybe 22, with intelligent eyes that darted constantly to the exits and hands that trembled slightly when she thought no one was looking. "Miriam mentioned you've been having trouble sleeping," Kaia said gently, settling across from Sarah with her own cup. "Can you tell me about the dreams?" "They're not really dreams," Sarah said quietly, accepting the steaming mug with grateful hands. "More like memories that won't stay buried, things I thought I'd left behind when I came here." "What kind of memories?" Sarah sat in silence, clearly struggling with how much to reveal. Finally, she took a shaky breath and began to speak. "My ex-boyfriend. He was... controlling doesn't begin to cover it. Manipulative, possessive, sometimes violent when he didn't get his way. I finally worked up the courage to leave him 3 months ago, but he keeps finding me. Or at least, he keeps finding me in my dreams." Kaia felt her heart clench with sympathy. She'd worked with enough trauma survivors to recognize the particular kind of exhaustion that came from being hunted, even in sleep. "The dreams feel real?" she asked. "Completely real. I wake up feeling like he's been in the room with me, like he's touched me or spoken to me. Sometimes I can even smell his cologne for minutes afterward." Sarah shuddered. "I know it's probably just my subconscious processing the trauma, but it's driving me crazy. I'm afraid to sleep." "What if I told you the dreams might be more than just psychological processing?" Kaia said carefully. "That there might be an actual supernatural component to what you're experiencing." Sarah's eyes widened. "You mean like he's actually reaching me somehow? Through dreams?" "It's possible. Some people have latent abilities they don't understand, especially when they're in extreme emotional states. And if your ex-boyfriend has any psychic sensitivity..." Kaia let the implication hang in the air. "Can you help me? Can you make it stop?" "I can try. But it would involve me walking through one of these dreams with you, helping you understand what's really happening, and giving you tools to protect yourself." Kaia leaned forward, her voice gentle but serious. "Are you willing to trust me with that?" "Yes," Sarah said immediately. "I can't keep living like this. I came to Hollow Oak because someone told me it was a place where people who didn't fit anywhere else could find peace. But how can I find peace if I'm not safe, even in my own dreams?" 20 minutes later, Sarah was settled comfortably on the small sofa Kaia kept for dreamwalking sessions, her breathing deep, and even as Kaia gently guided her into the troubled sleep that had been plaguing her for months. The dream realm that opened around them was immediately familiar to Kaia, the twisted landscape of someone whose subconscious had been invaded by an outside force. Sarah's natural mental defenses had been systematically undermined, leaving her vulnerable to psychic intrusion from someone who knew exactly how to exploit her fears. "There," Kaia said softly, pointing toward a shadow that moved wrong against the dream logic. "That's not your memory. That's an actual projection, someone forcing their way into your dreams." "How is that possible?" Sarah asked, her dream self more confident now that she had an ally. "Some people are natural dream walkers, though most don't realize it. Your ex-boyfriend probably stumbled into the ability accidentally, driven by his obsession with controlling you." Kaia moved closer to the invasive presence, her own abilities flaring with protective power. "But he's untrained, which means he's vulnerable. What followed was less a battle than a surgical removal. Kaia wrapped the foreign presence in her own power and systematically ejected it from Sarah's dream space, then helped the girl rebuild her natural psychic defenses with techniques that would prevent future intrusions. When they emerged from the dream walk 30 minutes later, Sarah looked lighter, more at peace than she had since arriving in Hollow Oak. "I feel different," she said wonderingly. "Cleaner, somehow. Like something that was weighing me down is finally gone." "The connection is severed," Kaia confirmed, "and the barriers I helped you build will hold against any future attempts at contact. You're free, Sarah. Completely free." After Sarah left with tears of gratitude and a standing appointment for follow-up sessions, Kaia settled back in her chair with a deep sense of satisfaction. This was what her gift was truly meant for: helping people reclaim their peace, their safety, their right to exist without fear. "Another successful session?" Elias asked from the doorway, his work clothes dusty from whatever construction project had occupied his morning. "Very successful." She rose to greet him with the kind of kiss that spoke to souls who'd found their perfect match. "Sarah's finally free from her ex-boyfriend's psychic stalking. She'll sleep peacefully tonight for the first time in months." "My brilliant wife," he said with obvious pride. "How many people is that this week?" 7 official clients, plus 3 emergency consultations and 1 group session with the teenagers who were having shared nightmares about the upcoming graduation exams. Kaia grinned. "Apparently, teenage anxiety is contagious when you put too many gifted kids in close proximity. Sounds like you're staying busy." "Wonderfully busy. I love this work, Elias. Every day I get to help people reclaim something that was taken from them. Peace, safety, the right to rest without fear. It's everything I never knew I wanted." He pulled her closer, nuzzling against her throat in the way that never failed to make her pulse quicken. "Speaking of things you want, Finn mentioned he saw you coming out of Dr. Martinez's office yesterday. Everything all right?" Kaia felt her heart skip a beat. She'd been waiting for the right moment to share her news, wanting to be absolutely certain before she said anything. But looking into Elias's concerned silver eyes, she realized there would never be a more perfect moment than this one. "Everything's perfect," she said softly, taking his hands and placing them over her still flat stomach. "We're going to have a baby." For a moment, Elias went completely still, his expression cycling through shock, wonder, and pure joy in rapid succession. Then he was lifting her off her feet, spinning her around the small office while his bear's roar of triumph echoed through their bond. "A baby," he breathed against her hair when he finally set her down. "We're having a baby." In about 7 months, according to Dr. Martinez. Right around Halloween, actually. Kaia laughed at the irony. "Our child will be born on the anniversary of the night we defeated Tobias." "Perfect timing," he said, his hand still pressed protectively over her stomach. "How are you feeling? Are you sick? Tired? Do you need to sit down?" "I'm fine," she assured him, touched by his immediate shift into protective mode. "A little nauseous in the mornings, but Dr. Martinez says that's completely normal. The baby's healthy, I'm healthy, everything's progressing exactly as it should." "A baby," he repeated, as if he couldn't quite believe it. "We're going to be parents." "The best parents," she confirmed, rising on her toes to kiss him again. "Our child is going to grow up surrounded by love, protected by an entire community of people who will spoil them absolutely rotten." "Dad's going to lose his mind with joy," Elias said with a grin. "His first grandchild. He'll probably start building a crib tonight." "Let's wait a few days before we tell everyone," Kaia suggested. "I want to savor this moment. Just the 3 of us." "3 of us," he said wonderingly, his hand moving in gentle circles over her stomach. "I can't wait to meet them." Through the window, Hollow Oak basked in the warm spring afternoon, its streets alive with the bustle of a community at peace. Children played in the town square while their parents chatted on nearby benches. Shopkeepers swept their stoops and arranged colorful displays in their windows. The scent of fresh bread from the bakery mingled with cherry blossoms and the promise of summer warmth. "This is where our child will grow up," Kaia said softly, leaning back against Elias's chest as they watched their town go about its daily business. Safe, loved, surrounded by magic and wonder and people who will teach them to use whatever gifts they inherit responsibly. "They'll have the best possible life," Elias agreed, his arms tightening around her. "Everything we never had. Unquestioned belonging, a community that celebrates differences instead of fearing them, parents who will love them unconditionally. And if they inherit my dreamwalking abilities? Then they'll have the best teacher in 3 states to help them understand and control their gift." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "They'll never have to feel lost or alone, or like their abilities are something to hide from." As the afternoon light shifted toward evening, painting everything in gold and amber hues, Kaia felt a deep sense of completion settle in her chest. 6 months ago, she'd been a lost soul running from nightmares she didn't understand. Now she was a respected member of a supernatural community, a gifted counselor helping others find peace, and a woman preparing to bring new life into the world with the man she loved more than her own existence. "I love you," she said quietly, the words carrying the weight of everything they'd overcome to get to this moment. "I love you too," he replied, his voice rough with emotion. "Both of you, all of us. This whole impossible life we've built together." Outside their window, Hollow Oak continued its ancient rhythm of protection and community, a sanctuary where the different and gifted could find not just acceptance, but genuine love. And somewhere in the distance, Moonmirror Lake reflected the first stars of evening, still and peaceful and full of promise for all the adventures yet to come. Their greatest adventure was just beginning, and Kaia had never been more ready for whatever came next.
Epilogue. Elias. 1 year to the day after pulling a stranger from Moonmirror Lake, Elias stood in Hollow Oaks Town Square, watching his very pregnant wife direct the annual Halloween celebration with the kind of gentle authority that made his bear purr with satisfaction. "No, no," Kaia called to Finn, who was attempting to hang a particularly elaborate ghost decoration from the old oak tree. "That one goes by the children's craft station. We want friendly spooks there, not the scary ones." "Since when are there friendly ghosts?" Finn called back, but he was grinning as he moved the decoration to its proper location. "Since I decided this town needed Halloween to be about community protection instead of manufactured fear," Kaia replied, one hand resting on her rounded belly as she consulted the clipboard in her other hand. "Mrs. Peterson, those jack-o'-lanterns look perfect by the fountain. The protection runes you carved into them are beautifully subtle." Elias marveled at the transformation she'd wrought, both in herself and in Hollow Oak's approach to its most supernaturally significant holiday. Where once Halloween had been a night of heightened security and barely controlled anxiety, this year's celebration buzzed with excitement and joy. Children ran between the decorating stations, their laughter mixing with the cheerful chatter of adults who no longer feared what might emerge from the shadows. "She's incredible," Magnus said, appearing at Elias's elbow with 2 steaming cups of cider from Twyla's booth. "Look how naturally everyone defers to her judgment. It's like she was born to lead this community." "She was," Elias said with quiet certainty, accepting the warm cup gratefully. "Just took her a while to realize it." Through their bond, he could feel Kaia's contentment mixed with the slight ache in her lower back that had been plaguing her for the past week. Their daughter, Dr. Martinez, had confirmed the baby's gender just last month, was due any day now, and she'd been growing increasingly restless in the womb, as if she too was eager to join the Halloween festivities. "Elias," Kaia called, catching sight of him across the square, "could you help Thorn with the lighting? He's being stubborn about the color temperature again." "She's got you well trained," Magnus chuckled as Elias immediately moved toward his brother, who was indeed grumbling about warm versus cool lighting for the ceremonial bonfire. "She's pregnant with my cub," Elias replied without embarrassment. "Whatever she wants, she gets." The afternoon passed in a blur of community cooperation and gentle bossing from his mate, who seemed to have an opinion about every decoration, every food booth, placement, and every safety protocol. But what struck Elias most was how completely she'd been accepted as the natural coordinator of the event. No one questioned her authority. No one suggested alternative approaches. She'd earned her place as an unofficial town leader through months of helping people, and it showed in every interaction. "Ooh!" Kaia suddenly gasped, her hand flying to her belly as she stopped mid-conversation with Maeve about costume contest categories. Elias was at her side in seconds, his bear's protective instincts flaring with alarm. "What's wrong? Is it the baby?" "She's just very active today," Kaia said with a breathless laugh, guiding his hand to where their daughter was apparently practicing her kicks. "I think she wants to join the party." The movement under his palm was strong, deliberate, and absolutely perfect, their child responding to the sounds of celebration around her, eager to be part of the community that would welcome her with open arms. "Hey there, little one," he murmured, his voice pitched low and soothing. "You've got a few more days before you can help with Halloween decorating. Be patient with your mama." "She settles when you talk to her," Kaia observed with wonder, her free hand covering his. "I think she already recognizes her daddy's voice." "Of course she does. I've been talking to her every night for months." Elias pressed a gentle kiss to Kaia's temple, marveling at how right this felt. His mate, their child, their community celebrating around them. Smart girl knows where her protection comes from. "She's going to be spoiled rotten," Maeve said with obvious affection, reaching out to pat Kaia's belly. "First Vane grandbaby, first new cub in the community in over a decade. We're all going to dote on her something fierce." "She'll earn it," Kaia said confidently. "I can already tell she's going to be stubborn and determined and probably twice as headstrong as both her parents combined." "God help us all," Elias said fondly. As evening approached and the last decorations were secured, the celebration began in earnest. Children in elaborate costumes ran through stations designed to test their courage and cleverness rather than terrify them. Adults shared stories and warm drinks around the bonfire, their faces glowing with contentment and community spirit. And at the center of it all, Kaia moved with serene confidence, her pregnancy lending her an almost ethereal beauty that made every person she spoke with light up with genuine affection. "You did this," Elias said as they finally found a quiet moment together, sitting on a bench overlooking the festivities. "You took our most dangerous night of the year and turned it into a celebration." "We did that," she corrected, leaning into his warmth. "This community, this acceptance, this safety, it's something we all built together. But you were the catalyst, the one who showed us that some things are worth transforming instead of simply enduring." His arm tightened around her as their daughter gave another enthusiastic kick. "Look at her. She can't wait to be part of all this." "She's going to love growing up here," Kaia said with quiet certainty. "Halloween parties and summer festivals, learning magic from Twyla, and woodworking from your dad. Being taught that differences are gifts, not burdens to hide." "Everything we never had," Elias agreed. "All the belonging and acceptance and unconditional love we had to fight for, she'll have from day one." The sun was setting behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that rivaled any Halloween decoration. Across the square, children shrieked with laughter as they participated in a modified treasure hunt that tested their problem-solving skills rather than their ability to navigate manufactured scares. Adults clustered around food booths and craft stations, their conversations warm with the kind of intimacy that came from genuine community. "I should probably head home soon," Kaia said, though she made no move to get up. "Dr. Martinez said to rest as much as possible these last few days." "5 more minutes," Elias negotiated, not ready to break the spell of this perfect evening. "Let me just hold you and watch our town celebrate the night that brought us together." "Our daughter's going to have quite the origin story," Kaia mused, her hand tracing lazy circles on her belly. "Born on the anniversary of the night her parents saved each other from ancient nightmares. Born into a community that will protect her from any nightmares that might come after." Elias looked out over Moonmirror Lake, where the first stars were beginning to reflect on the still surface. Born knowing she belongs somewhere, that she's wanted and loved and cherished exactly as she is. Through their bond, he felt Kaia's surge of emotion, gratitude and love, and bone-deep contentment that matched his own. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For what?" "For seeing something worth saving when you pulled me from that lake. For giving me a family, a home, a purpose I never knew I was searching for." She turned to meet his eyes, violet depths shining with unshed tears of happiness. "For loving me enough to follow me into hell and stubborn enough to drag me back to the light." "Thank you for letting me," he replied, the words carrying the weight of everything they'd overcome to get to this moment. "For choosing to stay and fight instead of running. For building this beautiful life with me." As if summoned by their words, their daughter gave a particularly vigorous kick that made them both laugh. "I think she approves of the conversation," Kaia said with a grin. "Smart kid. She knows a good thing when she hears it." Elias stood, offering his hand to help Kaia up. "Come on, let's get you home before she decides Halloween night is the perfect time to make her debut." "That would certainly be memorable," Kaia agreed, accepting his assistance with the grace of someone who'd learned to let herself be cared for. As they walked through the celebrating town toward their small house on Elm Street, Elias sent a silent prayer of gratitude to whatever force had guided Kaia to Hollow Oak. Fate, chance, divine intervention. It didn't matter what had brought her here. What mattered was that she'd stayed, that she'd chosen love over fear, that she'd helped build something beautiful and lasting in this small mountain sanctuary. Behind them, Halloween celebration continued with laughter and joy. The holiday transformed from a night of fear into one of community strength. Ahead of them lay their cozy home, warm with lamplight and full of promise for the family they were about to become. And somewhere between gratitude and anticipation, Elias realized with perfect clarity that some dreams were too beautiful and true to ever end. They just kept growing, expanding, becoming more wonderful with each passing day. Tonight, walking through their peaceful town with his mate's hand in his and their daughter dancing in her womb, Elias had everything he'd ever wanted and several things he'd never dared to dream. It was, he thought with deep satisfaction, the perfect beginning to their forever.